$1 million man.
Sure, Commissioner. How's the Commissioner doing?
Good job. How are you?
Not too bad.
Morning.
How are you? Very nice to see you.
We've got about 15 minutes, just keep the thing moving for today. We are going to kick off on time at 9 o'clock, so we've got a little bit of time to help you get here. Kia ora. I just need to remind my minders that I've got the timing wrong. We actually do start in a couple of minutes. So just get settled and then we will kick off.
I lost my suit.
You went on the plane last night.
You weren't on the MFET charter flight last
All over the place, eh?
All over the place, yeah. This will be interesting. Who's good, eh?
Yeah.
You're going to come along tomorrow?
This is the other one.
I think it's sort of follow up on this one.
I was just noticing this one was the last one. Was it something in the paper? And I saw it.
Yeah.
What's going on? You see what's going on?
That'd be interesting to see.
There's the one tomorrow, though, Johnny.
Yeah, okay, come on.
So we're going to now make a start. And can I ask everybody please to turn your phones off, not on to mute, turn them off because they're still ding and all that sort of stuff. So with that I'm going to invite our proa, Charlie Pera, from here Te Tairawhiti to open our hui and to welcome our manuhiri.
Still tātou, tūtahi me hatūtera ko tātou hui. Tūwina atu a tātou tātou tūmanapa, mātou wawaka ki te rungarawa. Tēnā wahana, ai muri tēnā ka haere tā kōrero kia tāka. Nō reira, he tīmata hea. Ai ho nore he kōri e ki te atu mono maungāra o kiru whenua e whakaara whai ki ngā tāna katoa āmene. E hoa e krai te wairua tapu koe ni rā māta kono o whai i muatoara o tēnei ai, tēnei ata e tuku atu nei a māta whakamoi miti atu ki a koe moto tia ki ata whai a mātau ai noho tahi nei mātau i tēnei wā. Me te tuku whakamoi miti atu ki a koe moe ni o kono na hea mei nei whakaputa whakaro tuku ta kōrero mo tau i roto tēnei wāhanga o Tairawhiti. Me te inua no ki a koe i hoa ke haere koe mui a mātau, ke tapatahi ai o mātau ngā kau ki pai atu ki a koe. Nō te mea ko kōrero tia koe a mingaro mai rāno te tīma tango te ao. Kia mahara mātau ki a kuku kei tūtaki a mātau ngā kau ki kuku pakatūma. Ko koe kui hoa he arataki, kei tohu tohi a mātau ngā wāka toa, krori e toi ngā tapu. Āmene. Kia ora tata. Nā te mea kai te tū, ke mihi atu rā tātou. Kia tata. Tūtahi e mihi atu rā tēnei ki a koe te minita. Me tēnā tua tātou kīngi atu i hei tua. E noho nei runga tēnā kia rewa o no tui a mātua. Nō rere, mihi atu rā ki a koe. Me te mōhio anō he maha ngā aitua kai wairi a tātou. Ko whakawhai tihea mai rātau i tēnei wā, e mihi atu rā ki a rātau. Nā rātau nā whakaaro e whai anei e tātou i tēnei rā. E ni a mātau kōrero hia nāna muri ake nei, ko nā rātau i whakatako te whāriki ana ko tātou e whai nei wā rātau tapu ai tēnei wā. Nā reira, hai te mihi atu rā ki a tātou katoa. A hakoa i haramai i nā whea. Engari ko tātou i roa te Tairawhiti e whakatau nei i a koutou, i ringo i tēnei o tātou papa, a tēnei ata no reira, puri no tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou, e tau ata. I hara mai a paua, he runga tona waka i a harau. Luki tu ara nui a kana waka hara mai. Ki uta ki te rapa haumi, ki te rapa puna, ki te ate haumi, ka ki te ate puna, ki e kama kami ato na mimire e ana motu e ana wai pao a koko putu te a te putanga ki waho ki aunu mai na kuri e pātia mai ka e nganaru a te moana e takotone Kahuri te haere paua ki te Tairawhiti. No reira rātau, kia rātau, anako tātou nā kono i ora e nō whaiti nei, tēnā koutou huri no, kia ora tātou e tau.
ka tīmata iau, weni o tātou kōrero mai te pukuoti. Atu no atu ki tērā, e kōrero hia nei e te pāpā, ki te whare tapu o tēnei o tātou te kingi. E rāpe e tātou ko tēnei o tātou nuta tai a tina no mai mā mātou nei, mai i awhi hei tau. Pai nō ka te hatu no whare mai te whare tapu o te hau tēnei nei hei tū. I roto i tērā tū āhuatanga tēnei te mihi noa tika pūtauta. Ka titiro no atu i tērā. Ka te tai toke rau. Mēnā tai atu tēnā. Ka tai tonu atu tēnā. Tunu mai o te hau. Ko te hau au. Ka tai tonu atu i tērā o te tau. Atu no atu ki tēnei o te maunga. E kore, e mohia tēnei te maunga e kore e neka. Ako tēnei o hikurangi. Ako koutou te Tairawhiti. A whakatau mai. Whakatau mai mātou tai atina mai i rungi i tēnei o tātou kaupapa. Mai pākiki mua nei tātou timu mā. I rotu i tērā tua huatanga. Ako tāpene mihi nua tiki te rōpui taumata ana tō kereama tēnā, hai timata, hai poi ia, te whakahaere hia, wena tātou tuāhuatanga ko wene hoki no ana kore tēnā. Nā rire te pāpā, i roto i tō mātou nei oki, te tahi nei, i hoi tōna o nei waka, mai o te UK. Ana, ko te wahine tēnei nā, nōna kēnā, the High Commissioner from the UK. Elora, tēnā koe. Tēnā koe tai mai a koe nei i runga i te karanga o tēnei o tātou kaupapa. Kai muri rā no, ana te nuingo mātou tai mai, te hara mai ki te rongo i nā kōrero, o nā kōrero mai a Krishna i whakahai. Hoi anō, te nuinga o nā kanuhi tai mai. Tai mai rā tai. Ki te whakarongo ki nā kōrero, mua tātou nei ki Maori, e whakahaere hiana, te huarahi mā mātou nei, e whakamāhereti. Nō reira, i te āhuatanga o tēnei o tātou minita, me kou i tōna i tai atina na mai. Ka rau e tōro hia, tano mea kai nako te kaupapa te me nui te. Hoi anō, kai te moho kei au. Ako mātou o tūwharai tō, hei tū ki te kōrero, ako koutou nāranga me waiata tiani ta waiata, ne? Aha koa, kai te moho ke, tō rō ke, ue tahi o nā waiata mā koutou, anako tēnei nā. E hara, e te mea no nai nei, te aroha no nā, I roto i tēnei o tātou whare nā koko nā e kōrero. O te mea ke, pai hoki mātou tai a tina no mai. I tēnei o te Tairawhiti ki te whakau. Korowaitia a mātou nei aroha i rungi tēnei. Nā reira, tēnā koe, a tēnā koutou Tairawhiti, a tēnā tātou katoa. Kanu.
Kia ora tātou. I'm going to facilitate and lead us through the day today, but first there's a little bit of some housekeeping rules and I just need to read out, just so if anything happens. Evacuation procedure: fire exits are out to the left and to the right of the conference facility, and to the right through reception. To the left, go down by the toilets, then through the fire doors, down the corridor, and fire exit door is to the left. Please make your way down to the river, behind the hotel, to the evacuation meeting place on Reed's Quay. Please do not go into the pool area because it's slippery and you might fall over. And toilets are down to the left of the conference facility. And if you get lost, follow me. He knows. So, Ihikama, welcome. Can I just extend a really warm welcome to you all, to Te Tairawhiti. Te haramai nei ki te whakarongo ki ngā kōrero. I te whakarongo ki ngā kōrero tukuna mai i te minita. E tēnei o tātou nei rangatira o ora. E tahi atu I haramai I te wā nei ki te kōrero. The kaupapa for today is really quite simple. There's two things. Is trade matters. Why does trade matter? 1 in 4 of every job that gets created in this economy is in some way derived from trade. All of us up on the coast, and many of you sitting in here now, have come from home, from our lands, our farms, our forestry businesses, our fishing businesses here. Trade matters. That's kind of the real core. One other important point I'd like to make here is that COVID-19 changed everything. Changed everything that works. And you're going to hear throughout the day from some expert people to give you some kind of insights in terms of what that actually means for us at home. I encourage all of us here today to stand up and ask questions. What is happening today here is the second of 4 hui that we are running around the country this year. The first of which was in Rotorua. And through the work that we're doing with my friends, you're going to meet other members of the taumata today. They're going to facilitate different parts of the session. We were very clear when we came here and we stood in this room, and some of you that were here are here today were here then. Maurice, picking you out. Agnes, I think you were here when those early hui, and you fellas told us trade is important. Go down to Wellington and get the taumata up and running, and you told us in no uncertain terms, don't muck around, and you told us don't muck it up. It is so important, and those words, my friends, and the Minister has heard me saying these things because it comes from you and others of our whānau around the motu. This kaupapa is really important. So we've unashamedly been changing the rules in terms of how we engage with our people. For us, seeing this number of people here today, it's heartwarming to actually come along, and you're going to meet all these trade negotiators today. You'll meet Laura, and you'll have an opportunity to talk to Laura and the other trade negotiators about the real things that matter on the ground here with us today. So with those really opening comments, I encourage you all to, don't be shy, ask the questions of all of our distinguished guests. So with that, I'm going to open now, and I'm going to invite our Minister of Maori Development, Nanaia Mahuta, to stand and formally open our hui. Thank you, Minister. We know it's
He honore he kōria he mai ngā rongo ki te mato te whenua he whakarupai ki ngā tāngata katoa. Aro haina ngā teina me ngā tuatana he whakatōku ni mai nei aro I te tūni. Hei whakapakari a tātou nei wānanga I tēnei rangi nō reire te koroheke, te rangatira, te ari. Nau I whakawātia te huarahi kei ui a tātou. Kia te kai ngā kōrero kia putai a tātou nei whakaro, a tātou nei wānanga. Hei aro atu ki ngā kaupapa o a tātou nei iwi Māori. Nō reira, tēnā koe Te Tairawhiti, tēnā koutou mō a koutou mihi hei whakamahana e a tātou e hui mai nei. Nō reira, tēnā koutou pai mariri ki a tātou katoa. I'm not sure whether I'll use them, but let me make the necessary acknowledgements. Firstly, to Her Excellency Laura Clark, our British High Commissioner. You were returning to a place where significantly during the Tuia 250 event, you made acknowledgements on behalf of your country that were significant and will be a milestone moment in the way that the history of our country is recorded and the way in which we continue to identify and retell the stories of colonisation here in New Zealand. I think the sincerity with which you did that will be a lasting memory for many who were present during that time. So I want to acknowledge you and your leadership, your heartfelt leadership. I also want to acknowledge our Human Rights Commissioner, Ming, for the work that you're doing to prick the conscience of our society in a way that demonstrates that we can be better. We're not perfect, and we must be better in the way that we uphold the values that have defined our little country of New Zealand as one of the best places in the world to live in. To Chris, as chair of Te Taumata and the members of the Taumata team, for your leadership in starting a different conversation in the trade space. An enviable task, but a necessary one, as you have pointed out. To Francois Huot, our Trade Commissioner of Canada, Simon Draper, who's here representing the Asian New Zealand Foundation, Stephen Jacoby for the New Zealand International Business Forum, welcome. So why are we doing this? Some of the prelude has already been given by Chris. But if we do believe that trade matters and it's an important conversation for everyone to participate in, the Maori economy is validation enough that we should be having this conversation in a very different way. So engagement is part of that effort, and Te Taumata have started that process by having a hui and rotorua prior to COVID. And that was a really healthy and exciting conversation around the way in which Māori could engage in trade and derive benefits from the work that our team are doing in the foreign affairs space to advance trade agreements. But domestically, and I said this at the Rotorua hui, domestically we've got a lot of things that we need to do to ensure that we've got the right frameworks to uphold and support Māori aspiration in the economic context, but in the emerging opportunity space, which demands of us to think very differently. I'll come to that a little bit later. But by and large, today is about increasing the narrative across our country, but importantly within our Māori communities, about the benefits of trade and also what we need to do to be more responsible as we advance into a progressive trade agenda with confidence. Then COVID happened. I want to acknowledge all the iwi here in Te Tairawhiti who are part of the COVID response, the immediate response to make sure that our whānau in need were looked after and protected. During that time of the 4-week lockdown, moving to lowering levels of level 3, level 2, and now where we're at, though something interesting really happened. And I don't know about you, but I certainly upped my zooey game. And there were zooey huis all over the place. And the kinds of, that kept us connected, even though we were socially distanced, physically distanced. Engaging in our digital platform, wānanga and korero, enabled us to have the types of conversations that we may not have had if we were pre-COVID. So here's a little insight, and I'm sure it would have been the same for many of you. Our COVID conversations were, what's the impact of this on our little community, on our trust, on our incorporation, on our business operating model, within our towns and cities for employment? How's this going to affect our kids at school and all of that? So there were all sorts of rich conversations happening as people tried to understand the impact of COVID. Interestingly, in many of the forums that I took part in, Māori businesses were saying, yes, this will be challenging. We don't have a crystal ball. We don't know how long this will last. But there is opportunity. That is probably a small but important insight into the resilience of our people, of Māori. Notwithstanding the difficulties we're presented with, many of our whānau at many levels were saying, how are we going to get through this? We can get through this, and we're going to have to think differently. So this conversation right now, in terms of the opportunity of trade agreements, how the whole world needs to reset the conversation around economic opportunity, delivers to us a really unique advantage as Māori, because the question we're asking, by iwi, or by definition of being Māori, is how do we capture some of that value and opportunity? How do we drive and lead some of this space? And I think with the mahi that you're doing with the taumata, again, this is the conversation we want us all to have. And it shouldn't wait for forums, but it should be informed by the way we create these forums to bring people to have that conversation with us. So as you might know, our COVID response all the way around the world has positioned us well as a small country down the bottom of the world. People are looking to the way in which we're dealing with things. I'm not saying that there won't be any difficulty coming up. There is always the prospect of a second wave, but people all over the world are looking at our response and trying to understand, some of which might be applicable to them, but gain greater insight into how we continue to respond. In fact, I hazard a guess, without being too arrogant, that it's only enhanced the trust and confidence with which the world views New Zealand. There is advantage in that. There's economic advantage in that. Our 5-point plan is about how we believe we can bring the country through into a recovery space. And absolutely, just as we took quite severe actions to go into a 4-week lockdown, our primary focus was on the well-being of our people. Our people underpin our economy. We believe that. So it wouldn't be any surprise to you that the first part of our 5-point plan is to continue to invest in our people. In fact, ensuring that we were able to introduce packages like redeploying workers from one sector to another, ensuring that we were able to provide the wage subsidy scheme to help buffer and cushion some of the impacts for businesses as a result of COVID, increasing incomes for the most vulnerable during a time when actually it was really necessary, doubling the winter energy payment because we knew we were heading into winter and those most affected were going to be our old people and our children, and then moving quickly and decisively into investing in skills and training, because we know that if we invest in this space right now, we can position for the future jobs that are coming up on the horizon. So free apprenticeships and trade training, again, an important aspect of investing in our people. The second part was jobs. Jobs. And so in order to ensure that the government was leaning in and not taking an austerity type of approach, which was experienced after the GFC, we're leaning in, which is why we've announced a significant investment in shovel-ready infrastructure, because that immediately will go to our regions and our local economies will get the uptake and flow through benefits of that level of investment. $3 billion in infrastructure projects will make a difference. And that's going to, again, be a part of our opportunity to buffer some of those impacts and then demonstrate that the government is not a bystander in the recovery. Also investing into the kinds of jobs that will benefit our environment, our green jobs package. When other solutions might see the environmental priorities should be kind of taking a back seat, we don't believe that. We actually believe this is a part of determining the kind of country we want to be and how we're going to lean into what we value. And that significantly will be an important element of our plan going forward. Leading to our third and important priority is preparing for the future. Again, investing in housing infrastructure, because we know that if we can address the significant disparities that already exist in the housing sector across the whole spectrum, that is going to be an important founding contribution to greater security for many more New Zealanders. But also investing in the things, and of recent it would make absolute sense. We cannot defer things like flood protection and resilience, addressing the issues of climate change, which councils alone cannot cope with, the increasing costs in that space. You'll see through in our infrastructure investment, we're preparing for the future by helping communities plan for greater resilience going forward into the future. Thinking about waste differently, clean energy as our solution towards a low carbon economy are all a part of that preparing for the future. And also future-proofing our health system. For far too long, the lack of investment, and more than bricks and mortar, it's actually our health workforce, will not go unaddressed by our government. We believe that we've got to have a strong health system going forward. The fourth part of our plan, and this is where we start to segue into the benefits of trade, supporting our SME sector. Things like the Business Finance Guarantee Scheme, interest-free loans, the Tourism Recovery Fund, tax relief for our SME sector are all a part of signalling that the backbone of the New Zealand economy, yes, has some big players in the export sector, but by and large, it's like how we live, right? In small towns and communities, only 2 degrees of separation on the backbone of what a lot of SMEs are doing, and in the Māori sense, add to that our trusts and incorporations. We want to make sure that they have greater resilience and support going forward in our recovery approach. And then the fifth part of our plan is to position New Zealand globally. Later on today, you'll hear Vangelis talk about what we're doing in the trade space to be able to ensure that while the whole world is trying to respond to the impact of COVID, New Zealand is positioning itself in a strong way to continue and be proactive and progressive in the trade space. And that'll be built off the work that we're doing with the UK and the FTA, as well as the EU. And he'll also talk about what we're doing to support our domestic focus on SMEs. And I'll characterise it briefly as resilience, building the resilience of our SME sector, maintaining a rules-based system, and continuing to improve the relationships that we have globally that underpin our FTAs. So during the period of COVID, there was some light at the end of the tunnel as everybody tried to kind of look at the crystal ball and say, how's this going to impact on us? New Zealand's overall goods and exports concentrated in the primary sector have remained largely steady throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Although there was a 2% dip for the month of April compared to the previous year across all goods exported. According to the provisional figures from the 1st of February to the 1st of July, goods exports were valued at $26.65 billion, only slightly down on $26.89 billion for the same period in 2019, and still at record levels compared to all other years. Demand for agriculture and horticulture exports has held up, in spite of supply chain disruptions. But as you will be aware, other sectors like forestry and fisheries have been more severely affected. The impact of the recent Beijing outbreak on seafood exports shows just how volatile the global situation can be. 2 key export service sectors, education and tourism, have been really hard hit by our border control measures and the harsh restrictions that we are putting in place. And this in turn has impacted on Māori businesses, especially in the tourism area. Overseas visitor arrivals in April were virtually zero, while 307,000 people arrived in April last year. There have been some short-term wins, like horticultural producers being able to redeploy workers. In the longer-term, COVID-19 has imposed a need for many businesses to pivot significantly, and the government is working hard across sectors to support that effort. The limitations imposed by COVID-19 have highlighted the importance of digital technology for our economy, with digitally delivered services seeing a modest increase. The tech sector is a relatively small part of the Māori economy at present, but has significant potential to grow. In fact, I was with one of your own, Barry Suter, up in Auckland, and we launched the T3W network, which was the first step of being able to provide a meeting place of Māori tech businesses, but also other tech businesses who want to collaborate with Māori and grow that ecosystem. It's kind of like a saying back home, might be small, but we've got big ideas and we're going to make it happen whether you like it or not. That the germane, that the essence of that tech sector when I was up in Auckland launching that group was all ideas driven. It was actually quite an exciting space to be in. And importantly, this sits on the back of our recently concluded World First Digital Economic Partnership Agreement, which Te Taumata had a hand in contributing to. It builds on existing digital trade rules to create a framework for cooperation on the cutting-edge issues within the digital economy, such as digital identities, emerging technologies like AI, and using digital tools to facilitate trade. What I've noticed, and I'm sure many of you can contribute to the conversation in your own sectors, is that Māori continue to see technology as a disruptor to capture more value in what they're currently doing or where they want to pivot to. We have to grow this ecosystem of opportunity. This, in my mind, is going to be a key support to grow and advance the Māori economy. The global situation is still evolving. The overall impact on the Māori export sector will still depend on how major trading partners respond to the virus. The World Trade Organisation's trade forecast predicts that world merchandise trade will reduce by between 13% and 32% in 2020. The OECD estimated in April that the drop in economic output in a country is equivalent to a decline in GDP of 2% for each month that necessary virus contaminant measures continue. By going hard and going early, New Zealand has avoided the worst of this impact, but the same is not true of many of our other trading partners. An estimated 24% of jobs nationwide depend on exports in Gisborne and the Hawke's Bay. That figure is 31%. We also depend on imports, both as inputs to our industry and for many of the products we enjoy as consumers. The world is looking at the largest economic shock since the 1930s. It is also a novel challenge in that it is both a demand and supply side shock. In short, the global environment in which we trade has profoundly changed. As a trading nation, this will change our economy in equally profound ways. So how do we adapt in the Māori economy? The level of collaboration within Te Ao Māori to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 and care for vulnerable groups, both Māori and non-Māori, has been inspired and unprecedented. And again, I acknowledge everyone at a local level and across the region who have worked hard in this area. Māori exporters have also been pivoting to meet the changing demands of COVID-19 and what that new marketplace starts to look like. The opportunities in the food and beverage sector are particularly promising. For example, a large Māori seafood company adapting to changes in the China market by reconfiguring its processing and selling practices and options. These sorts of decisions are ultimately commercial ones for all of you to make. The focus of our government policy, as I will outline, is on making sure there are as many options as possible available and in getting in behind those export decisions on the ground where it matters. The government's immediate response to COVID-19 was focused on maintaining our supply chains, both to ensure that we could continue to access critical items like medicine, PPE gear, and also testing kits for COVID, and to still enable our goods to be traded. In this space, one of the first examples that we can point to is the New Zealand-Singapore Air Freight project. It was an early initiative during the COVID lockdown period. It relies on a strong pre-existing trade relationship with Singapore and helps to meet mutual needs, improving our access to existing medical supplies, transitioning through Singapore, while also offering an avenue for our agricultural exports to the Singapore market. Together with Singapore, we also led the development of a joint statement committing to maintaining trade and supply chains. This has since attracted 10 more participants, with China the latest to join. COVID-19 has highlighted the importance of supply chains when the products concerned are medical supplies and essential food products. People see us as a trusted food producer. Again, that is something we must continue to trade on. But it was also important that we set down a marker to push back against the protectionist tendencies that come to the fore in situations like this and can cause long-term damage to our export opportunities. We acted on this commitment immediately by taking the unusual step of suspending import tariffs on medical and personal protection items that were needed as part of the pandemic response. This included, for example, soap, where we eliminated a 5% tariff. We're conscious that Māori businesses have been significantly impacted by COVID-19, particularly as many of them are clustered in hard-hit forestry, fishing and tourism sectors. On June the 15th, the Minister of Trade and Export Growth, David Parker, and myself launched the government's new trade recovery strategy. It consists of 3 elements, as I mentioned previously: supporting exporters, an additional $216 million over 4 years allocated to NZTE in the budget will enable more exporters to access a wider range of services, which will better enable them to survive the disruptions brought on by COVID-19. Secondly, reinvigorating international trade architecture. COVID-19 and the worrying trend towards protectionism that has exacerbated have reinforced New Zealand's need for a functioning, rules-based international trading system. We will be working to shore up the World Trade Organisation, as well as expanding and developing our network of regional and bilateral trade agreements. Thirdly, refreshing key trade relationships. The disruptions caused by COVID-19 have highlighted the importance of providing our exporters with access to a wide range of markets. While the decisions about where to export are ultimately down to them, providing new or expanded access through our forward pipeline of FTA negotiations to markets like the EU and the UK and South America will give them more options to work with. Our trade recovery strategy is underpinned by our Trade for All agenda as we respond to the social and economic wellbeing impacts. What I want to acknowledge with the work of that Trade for All board are the recommendations which open up the window as to why we should be doing things differently. So if I just take some of the high points of the focus of that particular report, focusing on including Māori, because of the significant contribution of the Māori economy, both domestically and potentially can add value to the NZ Inc. aspiration. Ensuring that our trade agreements are creating more opportunity for our SME sector, and then importantly for women. These 3 things alone, in terms of the recommendations of that progressive Trade for All Advisory Board, I believe will form the core architecture of why the world sees New Zealand as a leader, because we rise up to some of the significant challenges where either by group or by indigeneity opportunities are locked out. And it's certainly my task in my Associate Minister role to make sure we do something about it for as long as I've got this role. That's why I'm really pleased that we were able to advance the first Indigenous cooperation agreement with Australia. We signed that on the 3rd of March this year with my Australian counterpart, the Minister for Indigenous Affairs, the Honourable Ken Wyatt. We were pretty clear when we embarked on this journey that while it might make our countries, our nation states, feel a little bit awkward about what they're signing up to, it was the right thing to do. What Australia has that we don't have is a procurement policy that guarantees to Indigenous Australians an opportunity to tender for a percentage of government contracts. That by and large has led now over a period of time to an Indigenous business now holding one of the most significant infrastructure projects to build a defence port in Sydney. And this is where we need to be going. We need to lean into each other as Indigenous peoples, and I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation with other nation states such as Canada, who has shown interest, and potentially Chile, who have indicated a willingness to have this conversation. For all of this to mean something to our whānau back home on the ground, we have to develop our enterprise pipeline, and that's going to be absolutely key. So I applaud the work of the taumata to talk about trade agreements and the opportunity that it can secure and deliver to those who already participate in our export sector. And I am encouraged by the level of opportunity of emerging businesses in the new economy, especially in the digital tech sector. Where my focus will be is to ensure that our whānau back home, in their own little community, will also derive some opportunity in the enterprise space, and we make it real for them. Because if we can lift all those interests in a way that people feel the difference, then there will be no doubt about it. Trade is something that our tupuna have always done, that we will continue to do, but in a way that everyone benefits, not just a some. So I'll end on this small part, and I want to recognise the work that the taumata did in the recent, in the work that was commissioned around Māori interests and geographic indicators. This will be the first time that work has been commissioned to try and pull together all the issues around strategic intellectual property management and how it could support enabling Māori whānau development, making those two critical connections. What the report leaves open is a number of things that we, and only you potentially, can lead on, which is, how do we develop in New Zealand an intellectual property framework that protects in a way that still enables us to utilise and draw on what is inherent in us, our knowledge systems, our understanding of our natural world, our taonga species, our taonga works, and all those types of things. And that's part of a conversation that critically links to Y262 and that claim, and how we as a government believe we need to be taking that conversation forward, because that will help the new and emerging economy that will be firmly attached, joined at the hip, in my belief, to Māori aspirations going forward into the future. Nō reira he eti taku eti hei tāpiri atu ki te wānanga, kei mui a koutou nei aroaro, e mihi ana ki ngā kai kōrero katoa, i haria mai a rātou nei whakaaro, a rātou nei wawata, kia tui, kia herea ki te aronga nui, ka pewhi a tātou nei waka e anga whakamua, kia haere tōtika katoa tātou. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Before we say a final thank you to the Minister, I really do want to open it up to the floor, and particularly I would ask, for those of you that have travelled from home, from our lands, from our farms, you've got burning questions, and I know there's some of you are here, please stand up and ask those questions of the Minister. We've got a microphone around.
If you don't, Chris will make me sing. That could be tricky.
While we're waiting, or while you're thinking, I just want to acknowledge too another point that the Minister made about technology being a disruptor, and you should, when you're standing to speak, know that you're on camera. This is being streamed live to everyone across the motu and the world. Any questions, please? Agnes, be up there.
Kia ora, Minister. Agnes Walker from Te Tairawhiti, Ngāti Parau. Really enjoyed your korero. But some of the things that concern me as a person who lives in Wharepunga, Chris opened with a conversation around 1 in 4 jobs derived from trade. And you talked about people underpinning our economy. And one of the things that worries me is that there is so much money that keeps coming into districts like ours, but where is the monitoring to ensure those become reality for my relations in wharapunga? Because I see lots and lots of money getting rolled out, but how do we ensure that that is actually where it's going to end up from a Māori point of view for our whānau? The other thing is the capacity and capability of us at home is very limited. We can't line up and be ready, shovel ready for $40 million for a swimming pool when the tūtai is still rolling out into our sea. You know, so we're not in a place to be able to really push through our priorities because of the lack of that capacity and capability for us on the home front. So if Crown want to do business with us and real meaningful business, it's around, we can't start at the starting line with everyone else. We need a lot more help to actually even put an application in to receive any of the wonderful funding that flows around for everybody else. Kia ora.
And that's one of the things that COVID taught us, is how does the community build its own resilience footprint, so that no matter whether you live in wharepunga or not, you're able to draw on a network of intelligence to be able to support you. And again, I think that's where technology as a disruptor urges us to think differently about how contribution can be made. I'll give you an example on my Maniapoto side. Pretty much 90% of our iwi live outside of the rohe. And I would hear exactly what you've said back in my own rohe. Well, we're not an uneducated iwi. Per capita, you know, if I was getting real waka-ish about it, per capita I think we outstrip Waikato on my Waikato side. The thing about it though is how do we draw on the intelligence and the skills of our whānau who want to contribute and use technology as our disruptor for good back in our little community. And that's probably part of the answer. Part of the answer, I think, from what I've seen so far, is opening up procurement channels that make it very clear that the local advantage is actually a necessary aspect when you make decisions, is key to that. Just like we're doing now, when many of the decisions are made, we've got a number of procurement aspects that must be covered, a level of commitment to trade trainees, local employment targets and things like that. That is at a high level. But for Māori, and the way that I'm heading, and this is what I've learned from what Canada's doing and what Australia's doing, we've got to be very specific. And we've got to ensure that the procurement advantage at central and local government level absolutely deliver benefit on the ground. So in a pre-COVID context, I think 42 billion per annum comes through the central government coffers and gets flicked out. And for local government, about 8 billion per annum. So there is opportunity galore there. We just need the right doors to be open to deliver the opportunity so that it gets to where it's going to have the greatest difference.
Okay, thank you, Minister. One more question, please. Yes, we have.
Porter, Rajiparo, Tantanamara, Orfagata, etc. My interest is in this new development of what is called quantum technologies. Now that's beyond digital technologies. So it's the next phase. My specific interest is in weather modification and climate modification. I've been doing that for 30 years. Many will vouch for me. My interest is what you referred to earlier about the relationship between Indigenous peoples, Canada, Australia and so on. When could you facilitate that kind of interaction as Minister? Because I'd be interested in going into Australia and Canada as well.
Yeah, so the cooperation agreement with Australia has been signed. That was signed on the 3rd of March. In fact, the taumata established a four-week program in DigiX, which was a collaboration between Maori and North America, Indigenous peoples, to be able to bring together their diverse kind of worldview and create some collaborations in some very dynamic places. So I think, coming back to my point, is technology and the digital platforms as a disruptor. That created a whole new conversation. On their last day of presentations, which was just on Saturday, myself for New Zealand and Minister Bennett, the Minister for Indigenous Affairs for Canada, federal government, were on that particular forum so that the presentations could be made to us. We agreed informally that it would be a good idea to meet, so we'll be continuing our conversation about the New Zealand-Canada relationship and where that might take us. I think the point to note, though, is that notwithstanding the benefits of locked-in opportunities through trade agreements like Indigenous chapters, what the digital platform provides us is an opportunity to reach out and into knowledge bases that can help us or that we can leverage from. I think probably in the space that you're in, it's a very bespoke space, and so it'll be one of those areas where you could probably do that without a trade agreement. We just need to create the right connections there. I'm not satisfied with my answer to Agnes, and I wouldn't want to leave the room without, I think, giving you a sense of connectedness to the kaupapa that you've got around what more could be done. One, you better get my number when I go get out. But this was our point around our shovel-ready investment did not discriminate in terms of the environmental challenge that we have in front of us. So part of the solution, I suspect, will be what we've created in the green job space, but also long-term will be around climate change, flood protection and resilience adaptation. So that we've got that, I believe we've got the right opportunity or window to do something, and if it is a matter of sitting down with the community to do something, I think that's something you should just get me outside before I take off. Okay. I wouldn't want to leave you dissatisfied, Agnes.
I want to move us along, but I really want to thank the Minister today. Minister, I think I applaud you for what you just did there in reaching out to Agnes and saying, call me. I want to have that call in. I think on behalf of us all, Minister, I want to a warm thank you for your coming along on two fronts. I know it's a sitting day in Parliament today, so you had to get special leave to be with us today. So I really thank you for making the effort. I also want to thank you on behalf, and I know I'm speaking for our whānau here today, for the effort of your government in terms of getting us through COVID. And all of the investment into the wages subsidy that was really important to keep our whānau together. So on those two fronts, Minister, I really want to thank you. You've been a strong supporter and look forward to doing more korero with you. Thank you very much. Can we have a clip, please?
Two things. One, to acknowledge Te Arawa and the report that you launched over the last couple of days around what's happening there, but also to acknowledge what you're doing in Te Tairawhiti after today. It's your two-day forum. That, in my mind, signals that it's like an idea whose time has come. Is how do we aggregate opportunity across Little Head, think differently strategically to what's emerging in a COVID context and get more opportunity from it. And if this forum helps Te Tairawhiti have that conversation, then that in itself is a success. Tēnā tātou katoa.
What I'd like to do now is I'd like to hand over to our Deputy Chair, Wilson Wright, one of our own. Wilson is going to facilitate the next session. Hey up, Wilson.
Kia ora tātou whānau. I never got greeted very well when I first came down here on Saturday, and I was wanting to get back to the family farm at Kaitoto Station in Tiki. Never got there. But I came down here and I'm thinking about, so what all this is all about is about how to help my whānau and my shareholders back in Tiki. So I'm really keen, I'm happy, really happy to be here. I did have a little incident in hospital, but I'm standing up. Laura, she is the British High Commissioner to New Zealand, and Laura has been around a number of times. So I first met Laura in the FOMA conference in Te Tairawhiti, and then she came to Waitangi to open up the Whare Maumahara with us there, and I understand she's been here for Tui as well. So Laura's not unfamiliar to us in that context, but since COVID has been caused us in the lockdown, we've had, 3-4 Zoes and that, and we've had an opportunity to speak to Greg Hands, who is the Minister of Trade for the UK, and this is it with our Taumata group and with MFAT, we were able to have frank discussion. So I'm encouraging Laura and you to have a frank discussion here. One of the things is that we know that the free trade agreement's coming up now, and understand that when we're in a tribal warfare, the only way we resolve this is by marrying each other off. So Laura has married a Kiwi, and I'm saying we're going to get good advice and good connection going forward by this relationship. So I'm pushing her relationship really hard here at the moment. But I've got to remind Laura of the Battle of Trafalgar, that the main spars of a lot of those fighting ships were Cody. And the thing about the Cody, when a cannonball hit it, it flexed. It never snapped. And what I'm saying in this conversation here is that we can flex as Māori. We're not going to break, but we need to get something out of this long term. So, Laura, I hope that puts your platform. And I've said to Laura, we really got to work hard here, and I'm sure that you will. So welcome to Te Tairawhiti. Kia ora.
I ngā mate huhua noa, rātau kua whetūrangatia. Haere, 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 kia tua o te ārai. Rātau kia rātau, tātau kia tātau. Kia koutou te hunga ora, te hunga korokiori. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ngāti one one, tēnā koutou. Ngāti parau whānui, tono tēnā koutou. Ronga whakāta, tēnā koutou. Te aitanga a māhiki, tēnā koutou. Nai tāmunu hiri, tēnā koutou. I ngā raurangatira mā, e hua mā, e kare mā, e hika mā. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Well, kia ora koutou, and it's such a pleasure to be here today, and always such a pleasure to be back here in Te Tairawhiti, in Tūranganui-a-Kiwa, and amongst so many familiar faces and friends. And I want to start by acknowledging Te Taumata and Chair Chris Inslee and Board, tēnā koutou, and thank you very much for bringing us all together today. Minister Nānai Mahuta, tēnā koe e te rangatira, thank you very much for your kind words, and I listened very carefully to your korero, and I absolutely agree that the conversations that we had during COVID about the things that really matter, the resilience of this country, the extraordinary leadership that this country has shown, and also the focus on the opportunities coming out of COVID. I'm mihi to all of that. And some of the themes from your speech, I think I will pick up in mine, which I suppose is yet more evidence of the fact that despite the UK and New Zealand are on opposite ends of the world, we share a very similar outlook on life and share very many of the same values. So it is such a privilege to be at this event amongst so many leaders, thought leaders, and with such a vast wealth of knowledge. And I'm really looking forward to hearing the korero throughout today. And standing here, being back here in Tūranganui-a-Kiwa, I reflect on our visit last October as New Zealand marked 250 years since the first encounters between Captain Cook and the crew of the Endeavour and Maori of Aotearoa, New Zealand. And when I was here, addressing the past and acknowledging the pain of those first encounters, which did not go as anyone would have wished it, I also looked ahead and expressed the UK's deep and genuine desire to do more in the future, together with Te Ao Maori whānui, government to government, business to business, people to people. And of course, developing the UK, New Zealand and UK Maori trade relationship is a really important part of that work. So I'm really excited to be here today. And it's, I think, particularly exciting to be here with you all today, kanohi to kanohi, as opposed to in a zui. Now, of course, there are real benefits to remote working and zuis, not least the fact that you can wear your slippers basically all the time. And also, I found the extra state of alert that I had from knowing that at any moment my tamariki might come in and demand a biscuit or some form of conflict resolution. But it's really nice, and quite seriously, it's a genuine privilege to be back out in the real world, meeting in person like this. And it's a privilege that I don't underestimate. We're in a hugely fortunate and enviable position here in New Zealand compared to my home, compared to many countries who are still facing or yet to face the most acute public health impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so again, I'd like to acknowledge the leadership of the New Zealand government in getting us all to this very fortunate place. Though, of course, even though life feels like normal, and we're all behaving like normal, we're all of us, of course, only too aware of the global storms that are gathering in terms of the health, economic and geopolitical impacts of COVID. And these, of course, are storms from which none of us in this globalized world will be immune. And that is why korero like these taking place today are so important. Developing innovative and future-focused trade partnerships and incorporating diverse perspectives and voices is more vital now than ever as we look towards unprecedented economic uncertainty and upheaval. The COVID-19 pandemic has made abundantly clear the importance of recognizing shared values and cooperation and working together for the common good. That's, of course, particularly clear in the field of science, which always depends on international cooperation. And I was really delighted to see this morning very positive news out of the University of Oxford, where they've a vaccine that has, of course, it's not there yet, but it does well in terms of the immune response that it triggers and in terms of safety. So that science cooperation, none of that is ever done by one country alone. It's always an international effort. So that cooperation is so important across the board. And it reminds me of one of the first whakatauki that I ever learnt when I first started learning te reo, in which I probably overuse, but nā kau te raurau, nā te raurau ka ora ai te iwi. With my basket and your basket, the people will prosper. And I think that whakatauki is, of course, the essence of the spirit of cooperation, the essence of trade. The more trade there is within and between countries, the better it is for everyone. Trade is good not just because it builds prosperity, reduces poverty, and not just because it fosters innovation and technological and social advances, but also because of the connections it fosters. And in a post-COVID world, building strong, sustainable connections is vital. This has been clear to Maori, of course, from the year dot. Maori, as of course you know much better than I, have a long history in international trade and have always been innovative and outward focused, learning from others, sharing your knowledge and nourishing your whānau and whenua through trade partnerships. In the old days, this included supplying Australian Pacific markets with goods using Maori ships and flour mills. Fast forward to today, and Maori have diversified across the board, in the primary sector, of course, but also tourism, finance, the digital space, to name a few, and all while staying rooted in values of manaakitanga, kaitiakitanga, and rangatiratanga. And here in the UK, we take inspiration from those values, but we also resonate with them, we share them. We understand the shared kaitiakitanga responsibilities and the importance of guardianship. And we want to work with Maori to deepen our understanding of whānungatanga and how we protect future generations from climate change impacts with the policies that we are establishing now. Taking action against climate change is one of the UK's top priorities, and the UK is campaigning to ensure that the recovery from COVID-19 also prioritises climate action, building a better environment and better future for our mokopuna. That's going to be a key focus of our presidency of COP, the big UN climate change conference, which will take place next year, and a big focus of all our engagement and all our investment in research and development and business. And I think, we learned a lot from COVID, but one of the things that it showed us is quite how fast we can move at governmental, business and individual level to change our policies at pace, to change our behaviours to respond to a threat. Now, if we can do that in the face of a global pandemic, we can do it to tackle climate change too. And as we're all borrowing massively against our children's futures, investing massively in our economies, it's incumbent on all of us to make sure we're doing that and setting our countries on a clean growth trajectory. And so in the UK, we call that Build Back Better, I think, because we all quite like alliteration in the UK. But part of that effort to build back better is, of course, how we do trade. We need green, sustainable trade policies. And the COVID crisis has really demonstrated, just in case we didn't already know it, just how vital the flow of goods through our international supply chains is. But despite that, there is a danger that at times of immense stress, countries retreat back into themselves and put up barriers. We see that happening in places around the world, and we need to resist it. So we fully support the leadership shown by New Zealand with its New Zealand trade recovery strategy and with the various other COVID-related supply chain initiatives. And that brings me to the recent launch of our UK-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement negotiations with round one currently underway. This, of course, follows the UK exiting the EU and is key to the UK's ambitions to diversify our relationships across the globe, and particularly in the Asia-Pacific region. I mean, it's probably worth a quick sidetrack here about what Brexit means for the UK's position in the world, what the EU exit means for the UK's position in the world, because there were some that saw it as the UK putting up barriers, turning in on itself. But actually, and there were some, of course, who had that motivation, but what we have in the UK government and what we have in our policies is a focus on EU exit as a means of being even more global, refreshing our relationships with long-standing friends across the world, increasing our relationships in Asia Pacific and in other regions. And that sense that actually we want to have our own trade policy, we want to have our own immigration policy, we want to have our final court of appeal in our country. So really it's a desire to be yet more global rather than less global. And the UK-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement, one of the very few first bilateral trade agreements that we're doing post-EU exit, has been a big focus for some time. But of course, in the current context, it's more important than ever. And we want the free trade agreement to be a high-quality, ambitious and innovative trade agreement that really sets the standard for future trade policy, sets the standard and shows the world what you can do when two like-minded countries come together, combining New Zealand's innovation in trade policy and its strong track record innovating in trade policy with the UK's scale, innovation and global reach. So let me briefly outline our key ambitions for the free trade agreement. And I'll talk about three things. Firstly, we want to enhance the existing $3 billion trading relationship between both our countries. And that means ensuring that UK consumers can continue to enjoy kiwi fruit on their pavlovas, lamb at Easter, apples and wine. And New Zealand continues to have our Land Rovers, our electric buses, and of course the wee dram of Scotch whisky or a glass of London gin. And you know, I say that partly frivolously, but actually in a current context where recently the UN has done a report on food security, saying that the number of people in food stress, the number of people going into famine is going to dramatically increase. Food security has become a huge issue. And while sometimes you hear talk of concerns between Welsh Welsh lamb farmers and New Zealand lamb farmers, the prize has to be how we cooperate and how we work together, making the most of the complementarity of the seasons or counter-seasonality to help feed the world. And the world needs more, is going to need more and more food in this current context. So we'll be looking at tariffs, of course, and have high ambition for tariff liberalisation, but also streamlining our regulatory systems for the flow of goods between our countries. The second, and I touched on this briefly, we want to build new standards for the international trading opportunities of the future. And we want a free trade agreement that is future-proofed as technology keeps developing and as AI becomes increasingly important and influential. We want to be taking the digitech opportunities to enhance the services trade between our countries. We'll be using our free trade agreement to show what can be done on data, payments, financial technology to really grow trade in this exciting and ever-growing area. And now, of course, the international trade is much harder than it was before. It means that so much more trade and services will need to be delivered digitally. So it'll be important that we have those international standards to facilitate this. Now, in the UK, we're great admirers of the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement that New Zealand recently signed with Singapore and Chile. And we will be considering what elements could also form part of a UK-New Zealand free trade agreement. My third area, and I've touched on it a bit already as well, is our desire to reinforce our shared values. The UK and Aotearoa New Zealand are natural partners in trade. We're both committed to working together to promote free trade and fight back against growing protectionism. We both have a strong stake in the proper functioning of the World Trade Organization. We both seek to tackle trade barriers that disproportionately affect women, Indigenous peoples, and ethnic minorities. We both seek to tackle inequality within our countries, whether that's inequality between regions, racial inequality, gender inequality. Trade, managed well, is a route to doing that. We want to ensure that small and medium enterprises can prosper from all the opportunities that a trade agreement will bring, through, for example, better information, easier customs procedures, and easier temporary movement for professionals. We're aware that the Maori economy is largely made up of SMEs, who we know will be the first to suffer from the economic threat of the COVID crisis. So it's particularly important that we focus on that. We want to continue working with Maori to ensure we fully understand and incorporate the interests of Maoridom into our free trade agreement as we negotiate that free trade agreement with the New Zealand government. It's important that our free trade agreement helps realise your aspirations as Maori, for your business, your whānau, and your rangatira of tomorrow. And we want to co-create with New Zealand the greenest ever free trade agreement, showing the world how, with ambition and tenacity, we can use trade to help meet our Paris commitments, achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and set us on track for a green recovery from COVID-19. So it's clear there is a huge amount to be gained from a UK-New Zealand free trade agreement. We hope it will complement our cooperation on global trade issues, bring prosperity for citizens of both our countries, and, in its own small way, help make the world a better place. In closing, I want to reiterate the importance that my team and I attach to building strong and sustainable relationships with Māori. And I want to mihi to the extraordinary warmth and generosity with which these efforts have been received. I would like again to acknowledge Minister Mahuta, e te rangatira tēnā anō koe. I remain excited for the opportunities that lie ahead for us to do more together. I've also been fortunate to work closely with the FOMA leadership who have helped us establish connections with a range of Māori businesses and economic leaders, and I'm looking forward to being part of a future FOMA events after my team and I attended last year's conference in Wakatu, Nelson. And of course, Te Taumata, from whom my team and I have much to learn. Thank you for being so willing to engage with us, and of course for bringing us all together today. We're excited to see the future of your partnership with the New Zealand government and look forward to continuing to work alongside you in common interests and aspiration. So thank you again for the invitation. I'm really excited to korero more with you throughout what I'm sure will be a really interesting day of rekindling old friendships and forging new ones. Nō reira, ki aku i rangatira, ki aku nui. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
You want to take 2 questions? Okay. Can we have we got some questions for Laura?
Anna Keelan from you said green, sustainable trade. What is that? And food security. What is that?
So green sustainable trade is about looking at how we can use our trade agreement to support the trade of environmental goods, for example, to look at what we can do to really encourage innovation in green technology, and there's a whole range of things, and of course that's all subject to discussion, but there's a big bucket of issues that you can look at related to the Paris Agreement, related to how we invest and work together on technology and green investment in green technology, and really make sure that what we're doing is using a trade agreement to support trade in environmental goods. So that's the one. And food security, I suppose, that's just an acknowledgement that the world, the economic impacts of COVID are such that the world is going to be facing extreme hunger events around the world, and a recent UN report on food security said that 9% of the population is likely to be facing hunger in the near future as a result of COVID, and of course that's going to be exacerbated by the fact that countries have less to contribute to humanitarian aid. And so I suppose, what we will want to be doing, and of course it will be a small contribution, is just looking at how the UK and New Zealand together, using the counter-seasonality of our agricultural sectors, how we can work together to export food into other markets and ensure that the global supply of food is still working. And the Minister spoke very eloquently about New Zealand's reputation as a very trusted exporter of food. So it's how we keep food moving around the world, and that will also, of course, beyond the trade space, move into how we work with our humanitarian effort and how we work collectively to see off famines that might be threatening.
We've got a question over here. All the questioners must be on that side.
Andrew.
Tom.
Kia ora, thank you very much. I got a couple of questions. When you talked about shared values, so thinking about that from Wharaponga, where does Britain see the role of the Treaty of Waitangi, and who, in terms of the negotiating party with Britain on behalf of the New Zealand government, how much Maori are participating in those negotiations of the agreement? Otherwise, I'm not really sure how my interests in Wharaponga will be well looked after.
So the UK, of course, the British government was, of course, the original treaty partner, but the UK now, of course, is a foreign country and a foreign partner like any other. Of course, we really, really value that shared history, that very close history, the family links between us. But it's very important that we always acknowledge that, of course, the UK is not the treaty partner anymore. That is now absolutely the New Zealand crown. The UK is a foreign country that wants the closest possible relationship with all of Aotearoa New Zealand and with Maori of Aotearoa New Zealand. And that is a big focus. But it's absolutely clear that in any negotiation, it is government to government, so it's UK government to New Zealand government, and so all the interests of all of Aotearoa New Zealand and Maori as well will need to be going through the New Zealand government, and those will be the negotiations. So the UK is not in any way going to be negotiating with other parts of New Zealand. The UK's negotiation is always going to be with the New Zealand government. But it's important for us as we, that we're constantly building our understanding of the whole of the New Zealand economy, understanding the aspirations that we can then inform our negotiations, inform that understanding, and inform the conversations that we are having.
Hi, Commissioner Laura. I really want to say I'm truly encouraged by listening to you and share your thinking with us all here in Gisborne around your hopes for the pending agreement FTA discussions that are laying out in front of us. I truly am encouraged. I think you're right. There are so much that we have in common. the questions that are being asked around climate change, big issues. Some of our whānau couldn't get here today because the roads up in Tolaka Bay were all washed out. And we're all very clear that that's a direct result of climate change. I know the United Kingdom has an enormous amount of knowledge. In fact, a lot of the things that are now embedded into New Zealand policy around the cap and trade system, a lot of that kind of thinking I know came from the UK around putting a price on carbon. So there's a whole lot of things that I'm really encouraged around what you just said, the opportunity to be talking together and embedding the views of Maori into that trade negotiation with the United Kingdom. So on behalf of everyone, Laura, a warm thank you for making the time to come and be with us today here in Brisbane. And we thank you. We're going to break now for morning tea, but can I say, just as a bit of a prelude, so after morning tea we're going to invite Simon Draper. He's with us here from Asia, New Zealand, so we're going to sort of start to turn the focus from where it's been so far with our Minister and with the High Commissioner from the UK, to start now drilling down and having a look, moving towards what our haukainga think, and we've got some of them here that will talk to us today. But Simon is going to join us after the break, after a cup of tea, and he's going to start talking about Asia, followed by our own men to talk about, again, his views on trade with China. So can we break now? But can we only take 5 minutes, please? I just want to try and catch up some time. national level here in New Zealand and in the United Kingdom around trade relationships between us. And they talked a lot about COVID-19. And as we've been watching COVID-19 playing out, and here in our New Zealand bubble, you know, this is why I did make a point of saying to the Minister, thank you, Minister, for all of the work that you've done. We have become somewhat isolated while the rest of the world is going in the other direction. We see all of the tragedy playing out in the Northern Hemisphere particularly. And one of the things that I've paid particularly close attention to is watching the other countries like New Zealand that have done a particularly good job of navigating themselves through COVID-19. So in the earlier stages, I was watching Australia, and I think, well, Australia looks like they've got their act together, but obviously now we're seeing it's going in the other direction again. But I was also watching very closely what was going on in Asia, because we do have very, very strong ties. I won't steal your thunder, Simon. We do have very, very strong trading ties with Asia, places like China. And so I've been watching China's response to COVID-19, and it gave me some hope. And we heard from the Minister today talking about our fishing, our primary produce, our produce has been getting into those markets. So there's a sign of hope for us as Maori that Asia may be one of the first parts, the markets, the large markets of the world that might start to open up faster than other parts of the world, like in Europe and in the US. So in that context, I wanted Simon to come and spend some time with us today to talk about his view about what's going on in Asia. So with that, I'm going to hand over to you, Simon, the head of the Asia New Zealand Foundation, to talk about trade as he sees it in Asia, and with potentially what are the opportunities for Maori. Over to Tania and Simon.
And Alistair.
And Alistair. Kei a koe, Alistair.
Kia ora tātou. In this basket here, I have names from the registration table. We're going to draw out one ticket, and I'm going to read out the prize winner. And then you come forward and collect your prize. This will happen at the beginning of the next 3 sessions.
Ka pai. Robert from Taumata will draw. And the lucky winner
Nā mana e nā reo a tēnā koutou katoa. Kia rangi nui e tui honei, kia papatuanaku e takato nei. Me tātou e tū tonu rā a te hunga ora e wainga ia rāua, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kei te mihi anō hoki ki te mana whenua o konei kia koutou o Ngāti Porou. Kei te mihi, he uri tēnei e mihi atu ki a koutou no nai tūhoi me te whakatohia no pōtake a hau i reirau e tipua ke nā reira e aku nei pa ki tua atu i te nā hero o waiweka kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Quo e harau ia Simon Draper. Kei te kite mai koutou i tēnā. Engari me mihi au, ko Tania te whenua a hau, ko Tania te whenua, ko te kai arahi o tēnei rōpū, te rōpū o tō tātou timuake o Simon o Asia New Zealand e kia nei i te reo Pākehā. Ngari i tuku atu tētahi o āku kōkara no nai tūhoi i tētahi kupu he ingoa Māori mō tātou i tērā tau. Nā reira ko te ingoa Māori o tō tātou rōpū ko te whitau tūhono. Ko te kaupapa o tērā, kia kite ai tātou i tēnei kupu te tūhonohono, ko tērā te mahi e pāna ki, i tō tātou mahi o Asia New Zealand e pāna ki a Asia. Te honohono i Aotearoa nei ki tērā takiwa o te ao. Nā ko te āhuatanga o te whitau e kore e taia te whati. E koira te tikanga o te whitau tūhono. Anō nei he take tino whakahirahira e pāna ki tēnei āhua o te mate karauna. Aha koa, ko te mate karauna e haere huri ana te ao kei reira tonu tātou te iwi Māori e mahi ana te mahi. Mai Aotearoa ki ai e kore e taia te whati. Anā ko tērā anō hoki te kaupapa o taku tumuaki, mō tāna kōrero kia koutou i tēnei rā. Nā reira, kai te tuku atu te rākau ki aia, kia Simon Draper, ki wainga ia koutou i tēnei ata. Tēnā koutou. Hara mai, Simon, kei a koe te kōrero.
Kia ora. Thank you so much. Ina rau rangatira mā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Simon Draper taku inua, ko Oniroa taku turanga waiwai I Waiheke. I whanau mai a hau I Manurewa, no reira, tēnā koutou katoa. So I'm a Pakeha boy from South Auckland, who Chris would argue made the mistake of joining the government a number of years ago. And I'm really honoured to be here today to represent the Asia New Zealand Foundation. And I have the cruel and unusual punishment. I'm glad I've got Laura's, the British High Commissioner's mood lighting here, but I'm between two great orators with Laura and Ming Foon. But as we're talking about Asia, I thought I'd greet you in Asian language, and Ming's Chinese is much better than mine. So, Wide Han Yorobun, Papashil Tende, Shigunil, Iroke, Newo, Chushoso, Teidani Kamsamnida, which is Korean. All you need to know, thank you, all you need to know is there's 5 levels of honorifics in Korean, and I use the highest honorific with you. So it's like I was talking to the president. Okay, so Asia New Zealand Foundation, Te Whito Tūhono, the unbreakable bond. Our mission, our job, is to equip New Zealanders to thrive in Asia. So we're 25 years old, and until recently, most of our work was involving sending New Zealanders to Asia and bringing Asian experts here to New Zealand. And if I'm being brutally honest, which Chris told me to do, I am actually here on false pretenses. Because whilst I'm grateful to speak to you today, I'm actually here for the day to listen to you. Because my staff tell me I need to listen more, and as I've got older in life, I've realised I need to listen more. But one of the other issues is, like the British High Commissioner, I was at FOMA, and I've spoken at a number of Maori business events about Asia, and essentially the feedback I get is this: yeah, we know all that. Of course Maori get doing business in Asia. They're practically family. So some of my words will be well known to you today. Yesterday in Auckland at the China Business Summit, I heard the Prime Minister talking about her visit to China. And she said the most memorable part of her visit to China was a very personal recollection from Premier Li Keqiang about the sense of connection he had made with Māoridom when he visited New Zealand. So the Prime Minister spoke about the need for New Zealand to better reflect its Māori identity with Asia. Now, I've banged on about this, for those of you who have listened to me before, for quite a long time. And I know from this audience, many of you already know it. But it was frustrating in a way to hear this at this business summit yesterday as a revelation. That said, it is a really important and positive message, and it's one that needs to be told over and over until people get it. So in many ways, I know the last thing you need is an old fat white guy like me standing up talking to you about Asia, but I ask you to indulge me. So at the Foundation, just a little bit about us. Our core mission, equipping New Zealanders to thrive in Asia. New Zealand's geography is not going to change with COVID-19, and Asia is going to continue to be important. As we all know, 7 of our 10 largest trading partners are in Asia, and I'm going to make the argument that they will probably become even more important to us as globalisation, COVID sort of takes globalisation down to regionalisation a bit. We've been working at the Foundation quite actively to work out how we can better represent Te Ao Māori. We're a national organisation. We provide a lot of opportunities, but I have to say where we've failed is we have opportunities for rangatira to go to Asia, to experience Asia, and we don't get as many applications from Māoridom as we would like, and so I'm hoping we can over time change that. We're working with Tupatoa to increase Māori participation in our internship program offshore. We support Māori entrepreneurs. Kerry Nathan was there yesterday. She said she wrote a really bad proposal and someone accepted it to fund them. Well, I was the guy who accepted it to fund them, and that had started her journey into China. We have a Southeast Asian ASEAN Young Business Leaders, which I'll speak about a bit later. With Te Taumata, we're working on ways to connect with Indigenous groups in Asia, and it was good to hear the Minister talking about the work with First Nations in Canada. I can't help but say when I go to Taiwan and introduce myself, I often get a mihi back at me from the Taiwanese, and likewise in Japan. I do want to acknowledge the support that Tania Te Whenua has brought to the organisation as we start this journey. And we have Te Kahui Māori members of our leadership network, people like Ben and Pania Matthews and your own Josh Wharerenga, who has been really helpful in guiding us. Yesterday I spoke with someone, Pania Tyson Nathan, who will be known to many of you and who sends her warm regards, about what I could usefully share with you today. So here goes. It's going to focus on Asia, challenges and opportunities, part of the COVID recovery process, and what we know about the role that Māoridom is going to play in Aotearoa's trade relationship. Last year we did some research, we do it often, but this was research on the Te Ao Māori perceptions of Asia. It was done by Ihi Research, and it took in the views of 1,400 Māori, representing 80 iwi. 147 respondents answered in te reo. And what it told us is what we already know in this room: how naturally well-attuned Māori are to engaging with Asia, irrespective of how much knowledge they feel they had of Asia or contact they had with Asian peoples. Cultural norms, manaakitanga, respect for elders, the importance of hosting and sharing food, and storytelling role of Indigenous craft are all important in Asia too. 60% of Māori said it was important for New Zealand to engage culturally and economically with Asia. When we asked Māori who they felt warmest to as to other people, who do you feel, connected to? It was the Japanese. Māori feel warmer towards Japanese than any other cultural group. While 60% of Māori say knowledge of Asia is important, fewer Māori felt that they benefited from that relationship. And I spoke Korean because I understand one of the very first Asian engagements you had in Gisborne was with the Korean people in their forestry sector. Only 8% of Māori felt that enough is being done to equip Māori to thrive in Asia. So, New Zealand's future, politically, culturally, demographically, is tied to Asia. So I'm a dual British national lawyer, but I have, I think if you look at the data, Asia is going to continue to be incredibly important for us. But I don't need to tell you that, because you already know. So what I thought could be useful for this audience is COVID-19 and what are the opportunities and challenges it's going to pose. So in terms of COVID across Asia, and as someone has said to me, Asia is a very big country. Asia is more than China. That's probably a good place to start. Across Asia, control of the virus and economic recovery is a bit of a mixed bag. Taiwan and Vietnam have the virus largely under control at the moment, but places like Hong Kong, South Korea, and Malaysia are going through ongoing spikes. Other statistics on COVID numbers from places like India and Indonesia show the virus rapidly spreading, and official figures likely to be well under-representing transmission rates. So one of the bits of news for people here dealing with Asia is we are in a bubble already here in New Zealand. What we are hearing from our friends in Asia is it is very much still it is affecting their daily lives. They are pretty much, a number of them, in lockdown level 3 or 4 now. So in terms of your engagement with Asia, don't assume what you have in New Zealand is what you've got across all of Asia, because it's not. Some parts are recovering quickly economically, notably China, which returned, I think, to growth in the second quarter, and as the third quarter figures are likely to be very strong as well. And as an old Prime Minister once said, John Key, it was China that saved New Zealand in 2008 from the global financial crisis. It wasn't really anyone else. Other parts of Asia, Singapore economy has suffered a contraction of 40%, but it too is expected to rebound now that lockdown measures are easing. Their government stimulus package is 20% of GDP, which you compare to ours is a huge amount of money being pumped in. In our export markets, Japan and Korea have pretty much kept us going, I suppose. They're doing okay, but Vangali has joined us, so he can talk more about that later. One of the things that we are seeing, and this came through the Business Summit yesterday, again for you producers, health has become increasingly more important for Asian consumers. So Zespri at the moment, they're talking about the vitamin C content of kiwi fruit. They're talking about the health benefits of it, and that the need for you with your customers to demonstrate that your product is healthy and you can trace it is going to become even more of a value as you export going forward. Greg Foran from Air New Zealand was talking about his time in China, the importance of trust, something that that Maori entrepreneurs are really good at, is building that trust. And this comes down to a second challenge, I think, that you are going to face. We are seeing in COVID, post-COVID, a lot of movement towards digital platforms. I think Zespri had gone 50% increase in their digital sales. So you're moving from business to business to consumer. So my question to some of the businesses here are, do you know the platforms? Do you know the difference between WeChat and Kaiko and Alibaba and Line? Because those are the platforms they're using. How are you going to, if the markets you're dealing with are moving to online, do you know what those platforms are and how you're going to be able to sell on them? The other thing that's happening in that space, and it comes down to a big part of your value add, is if a huge comparative advantage of Māoridom in business with Asia is that cultural connection, that affinity, that authenticity, how do you maintain that when you're not travelling there? How do you maintain that when you're increasingly going to be working digitally? In terms of what I can tell you about consumer confidence in Asia, we've been running some business surveys. We have 200 young entrepreneurs across Asia. We've been asking them, you know, what are you seeing? What are you feeling? Unsurprisingly, their sentiment was pretty pessimistic. Other than health of staff and family, the main business concerns are around cash flow and customer base. That said, and maybe it's because they were entrepreneurs, but there was quite a sense of optimism that COVID-19 is going to give them a sort of bandwidth and space to innovate. It's going to force them to find new opportunities. It's going to force them to find new markets, and it's going to force them to reach new consumers. Asian entrepreneurs are telling us that they expect permanent changes to their business models. So in my, those who know me know I err on the melancholy at times. I've argued that the last sort of 50 years has been the exception, that we haven't entered a period of instability, we have exited a historical rare period of stability. That 1945 to 2015 was the exception. So I suppose what I'm trying to say is that the change and pressures that you are facing now aren't going to go away. They're not going to go away in a year or 2 years or 3 years, that we're in a permanent state of instability. Once even there's a vaccine for COVID. The great power relationships and all those things mean the certainty you've had for the last 50 years is probably gone. But others argue against that, and more power to their arm, but that's what I think. 90% of those responded said that air traffic links had been significantly disrupted, followed by land and sea transport. So the way we're going to do trade, like I say, business to business is going to change more to business to consumer. That's going to really affect, I think, the value proposition for lots of New Zealand companies. So as I said, do you know the difference between WeChat, Weibo, Kakao Talk, Naver, and understand the role of social media in different cultural contexts? One of the things we know from our research is the way that young New Zealanders see Asia, by young I mean under 30, is completely different from the way that I see Asia. And the way they learn about Asia is completely different. They don't learn about it from the mainstream media, they learn about it from food, they learn about it from gaming, they learn it from influencers. If you want to look at good soft power diplomacy, look at the Koreans. I have friends in Auckland whose children learn Korean just so they can follow K-pop songs. So that the way that they are learning about Asia is different from the way that I learned from Asia, about Asia. As I said, one of the things we're really grappling with as an organisation is how do you maintain relationships when you can't travel? Greg Foran was telling us yesterday from Air New Zealand that we'll all be able to travel soon. I have to say, one of the things I got from yesterday with the Prime Minister and listening to business leaders is I don't think we're going to be doing much travel in New Zealand for quite a long time. I could be wrong, and others may have better information than I, but every sort of side conversation I had was, maybe some students back in 2021, but that's a long way away. One of my constant messages at the foundation is that relationship with Asia has to mean more than we want to sell you stuff, and I've been critical of New Zealanders for being a bit too transactional in their approach to Asia over the last 20 or 30 years, and we need to talk about cultivating deep relationships that carry you through the bad times as well as good. And this is where I believe that Maori are particularly well placed, because you believe in a relationship first and a transaction afterwards. Whereas many New Zealand businesses go from a transaction first and then maybe we'll have a relationship. One of the really fun bits of my job has been learning about the rise of social enterprise in New Zealand. Again, it's something that is well known in Māoridom, it's well known in youth, and it's very popular across Asia, but it was new to me as a 50-odd-year-old Pākehā who had been in government and in business. The importance of kaitiakitanga, the importance of guardianship, the importance of protection of land and sea is something that you see in the Philippines. It's something that you see in Malaysia. It's something you see. We have this cool young woman who works with 50,000 farmers in Indonesia, selling product to the United States, but she has no contracts with any of them because it's a social enterprise. And one of the things that we've been finding is the Māori and iwi businesses often structured around the principle of a commercial goal driven by a social agenda is something that we see coming out of Southeast Asia in particular, and something I think that Southeast Asia is actually ahead of the curve. We've got a lot to learn from them. So what does the future look like? So we're going to be talking about opportunities for a more exclusive growth model, way in which Māori might drive that work. Challenge ahead is how we combine Māori values and approaches to long-term relationship development, which is key in Asia. Can't emphasise that enough. High-tech model, which allows us to go digital and reach consumers in no way. This will be crucial for your businesses here, and understanding how those platforms and models work. At the foundation, we want to contribute to that conversation, but it's, we're a relatively small player, but we like to think where we can add value to that, either through our business program, our entrepreneurship program, our cultural program, or our media program. So let me close, always a word that people want to hear. If I had a message to this audience, it's this. Asia is going to be vital for New Zealand's business, potentially even more important to us as the world sort of shrinks a bit under COVID. Our region becomes even more important, and the Asia Pacific is our region. That you and Māoridom, we know from data, we have data to back this up, you know it, we have data to do it, Pākehā world's still learning about it, you have an edge when it comes to engaging in Asia. So my sort of counsel, for what it's worth, is to trust your instincts. You have it right in this part of the world about engaging with Asia. We have to learn from you in many ways. So you have an advantage in dealing with Asia. Asia's going to become more important. My counsel is maximise that advantage. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you all very much. I did say to Chris, I'm much better at answering questions than I am at actually giving speeches, as those who've heard them before. So please, if you have any questions, I'll certainly try my best to give you as direct and honest answer as I can.
Can we do that, please? And can I just ask, if you've got a question, if you can use the microphone. I've been told that the folks that are dialing in that live streaming, they can't hear the questions and they would like to hear the questions, please. Here we go. We've got a question. Yes?
You speak about the edge that we as Maori have in relation to having a connection with Asia. Can you share what that edge is from your perspective?
Yeah, so, I'll give you an example of where it came from. I was, part of my role, when the Prime Minister travels, they often take a business delegation with them. And I've argued to my foreign affairs colleagues, well, that's fine, take a business delegation, but take a token like me, so that when the Chinese or the Japanese or the Koreans say, okay, we get New Zealand, you want to sell us stuff, what else have you got? They can just point to me and say, well, we've got Asia New Zealand Foundation, they do media, culture, Diwali, lantern, and things like that. It's been quite a hard sell with officials, it's been quite an easy sell with ministers. So I was on Prime Minister John Key's visit to Indonesia, and we met with President Yonido, who's an interesting guy. And we had a Māori business delegation and then the rest of us. And it was a formal welcome, and it was, 500 people. And President Yonido started off in Bahasa Indonesian, and he started with a proverb. And the Māori delegation started laughing because there's 100 words in Bahasa Indonesian which are the same as Te Reo Māori. So you go into this market where you've got 100 words of commonality. And as you know, words are more than just words. They are ways of thinking, they are meaning, they have all those things. So first of all, I think there's that you can't buy that sort of cultural connectivity. When Japanese students come to New Zealand, their preference is to be housed in a Māori household because they don't get laughed at when they take off their shoes. That when they go there and sit with groups of people eating, that's what they... So there's this automatic comfort. I mean, Ming may be able to explain this better than I, So there's a degree of comfort. So you get that. You get that Asia is cash rich, asset poor. Many Māori businesses are asset rich, cash poor. You get that their time, they are doing business for their children and grandchildren. Most New Zealand businesses are doing business for the next financial quarter or the next year. So your time horizon is the same. You will invest in you will sit and talk. So that's the edge, It's you know, I'm a product of the 80s in New Zealand. We sort of know the price of everything and the value of very little. You know the value of these relationships. That's what I think your edge is. Complementarity in products, trust, relationships that span generations. That's how I see it.
Ka pai. I'm going to move us forward. Just got to say, Simon, that this afternoon or after lunch, you will hear from one of our whānau, Whaimutu Jews, who's the chairman of the Ngāti Forestry Program, that's had probably one of the longest relationships of forestry with Asia in South Korea, probably of any company. And it's a testament to the things that you're saying, that there's much to be learned. So that particular relationship has stood the test of time. More than one rotation of trees, so that's more than 30 years. And it's going strong. So it's a true testament that everyone will, most people in the room will know Whai. So Whai can talk about that particular practical example. Just a couple of last points for me. I think that also resonate with me is that not much travel that we can expect going forwards. We're going to hear from Vangelis. He'll share some views later in the day about his view about how the world is opening up or closing down or where it's going.
Yes, so Vangelis looks the healthiest he's ever looked. He's not like suffering from jet. He's like 10 years younger at the moment. It's just fantastic.
You'll get to meet Vangelis later in the day to build on what Simon has said with us here today. And high tech. We're getting this theme that's coming through from the Minister, from Laura, from you too. It's a new way of doing business using technology. So with that, Simon, I really do want to move us forward.
Yep.
I'd like to thank you, and Te Taumata is working with you and your team in terms of how we might do some stuff to replicate some of the stuff we're doing elsewhere in North America. So thank you for the time coming along today and sharing your views.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
So with that, everybody, I really, with a lot of pride and delight, I'd like to introduce one of our own to come forward and share his views on China. Kei hea koe me.
Tuatahi e te pautikanga nau te e whakapuari a tātou hui, e whakamanahia tātou whakamātou ko whakaemi nei, kei ro i te Tairawhiti ki a tātou manuhiri piki mai, kake mai, koutou kei waenga tātou o tā nei, mō taha, mō te mana motu hake o te ao Maori. Me ki tautoko ngā mihi ko mihia, koe tātou mate huhua, rātou ko whiturangitia, hoki ngā mahara ki a tātou ankara, anko api, ko tōna ki, nōku te whenua, nōku te mana. Me ki e te High Commissioner Laura, te nākoe, me ki koutou ngā rangatira e whakapiri mai kei waenga tātou ka mautui. I don't have any notes, right? So, just a little bit of history. Uncle Api said, Asians and Maoris have a whakapapa link. And so the first Chinese persons that came here were Maori. Right? Secondly, 1842, 2 years after the Treaty of Waitangi, Apok, he landed in Nelson. He saw some wahine bathing, and he says, I'm not getting back on that ship. You know, the biggest export is actually people. People have been exported around the world, and it is that intellectual capability of people. And in actual fact, Chinese people were first invited to New Zealand. Please come to help our economy in the gold fields in Otago. 12 people came. In actual fact, they didn't come from China. They actually came from Victoria, Australia. And because the economy was going down, the Pākehā gold miners, their fingers were hurting. They said, look, can we get some Chinese people over and help our economy out? And Choi Sil Hoi, he was one of the entrepreneurs that came, and he was the first one that actually invented a gold dredge, world's first gold dredge that actually churned up the gold and harvested the gold from the rivers. From that, we've had Chu Chong of Taranaki, first one to actually export butter, right? Chinese. First to actually export kake, fungus, wood ear, the ones that actually saved a lot of whānau in the depression years of 1912. And then we follow on from that, the first Chinese person to actually open a supermarket in New Zealand was in Auckland. First one. And why I'm saying that is because we are flexible, we are innovative. It's okay, you can borrow our kiwi fruit. We don't mind the intellectual property rights for that. You can turn it into whatever you like. But that's the aroha ake, kia tate. You know, all this about property. We don't value the property, intellectual property right. We say, why don't we share our knowledge for the betterment of mankind? Because when you have property rights, it actually costs more, and some people can't afford it. And so the notion that I'm coming from a Chinese person, is because we have a sense of responsibility. Our purpose on this world, in this world here, is our sense of responsibility to our whānau, to our families, first and foremost, and to our country. So when we diasporic go all over the world to different countries, back in the 1860s, there were about 5,000 Chinese men in New Zealand. The government said, no, you cannot bring your women. Hello, your worship. The government said, no, you cannot bring your women. There was only 5,000 men to 8 women, 8 Chinese women. And so hence, thank you for the whakawhanaungatanga of allowing your wahine, Maori, British, Scottish, Irish, to be part of your families now. And our role and responsibilities is about, not about lovey-dovey, okay? You know how we have the system of matchmaking, and Maori had the notion of matchmaking those days, not nowadays. They tell you to go and bugger off. But the notion of matchmaking was very important to kinship, to mana, to whakawhanaungatanga, increasing and supporting the whānau of each other. And you know, in my role as a dad, it's okay. They said, oh, what is, you know, you go away all the time. Wife is not, how does the wife feel? Well, I hope that she still opens the door for me when I come back. But the main thing is that my role is, and our responsibilities are for our children and for our elders, my parents and our grandparents. And my father's responsibility and my parents' responsibilities, when they were alive, they sent money back home to China. And that's with Pacific people as well. That's one of the other people that are currently doing that judiciously to support their whānau in the Pacific, because they don't have the means, because we are supposed to be here in the Gamsan, in the Gold Mountains. Gamsan in California, Gamsan in Victoria, Australia, Gamsan right here in Otago, which means the new land, the new gold, the Gold Mountains. And our responsibility is to go to those places and make some money and go back. In 1902, you may have heard of the SS Ventnor. It was to carry our ancestors back to China and to be buried there, back to their ukaipo. And that is, I can get the notion when the news of the general news says that, Māoris are body snatchers. No, they're not. They're only trying to ensure that their kawanga and tikanga is upheld in terms of returning the body, the tūpāpaku, back to where the pito was. Quite simple. So the narrative is very important. You know, nōku te mana, nōku te nōku te whenua, nōku te mana is very important. A very key concept for Māoridom to hold on to. When you settle your treaty claims, it is not to buy shares in companies, because you have lost your mana. Your mana has gone to Coca-Cola, to Google, to WhatsApp, to Tencent. Other people are controlling your money. You need to actually hoko whenua. Because one nui in Mahia, I went to school with the Walkers and the Ormond family. The Ormond family have sold most of the land in Mahia, right? One day comes along Peter Beck and says, gosh, I want to set up a rocket lab where I can fire my rockets into the sky. And he went and he found this place called One Nui. And One Nui is owned by the Walkers. They don't really have to farm now, but the mana of having the land is paramount. Mana is, it's like I've always said, whoever owns the land is king or queen. I've got our Queen Bee over here, Ingrid, Whangara B5. It goes from Pauawa to Mātaki. Awesome. Awesome when you drive for at least 40 minutes from Gisborne to Tolaga Bay. On the right-hand side at least is all Māori whenua. All. Awesome. 90% of the coastline is Māori. I read in your articles there, 50% of the seafood is Māori. You've got to have the resource before you can actually do the trade. And you've got to have control of that resource before you can have the trade. And so buy more quota. Don't buy shares. Buy more quota. Buy more land. The other thing, time is nothing. They talk about COVID, SARS, pandemics here and there, downturns in economies, the GFCs, this current one, the Asian share market crash, the New Zealand, Australian share market crash in the 80s. That's nothing. Don't worry about it. For Māori, you are intergenerational. Mō ake tonu tō rā moa pōpō, mai Māui tiki tiki a tāranga, taino ki e nai nei, me ki me anga whakamua. From the day that you came to Aotearoa, where Māui fished up this wonderful land, te ika nui a Māui, no pōraurangi anō, and also to today, going into the future, time is nothing. I just want to emphasize that because everybody's talking about time. Someone's starting to colonize your minds to say that time is important. E hara. Time is not important. Te mea nui is the trust in the whakawhanaungatanga. Your generations of many generations to come, and I come from thousands of generations, you've come from thousands of generations, High Commissioners come from thousands of generations. There is no hurry, I can tell you that now. Because your hurry is to get things right, is to have that trust and have that intergenerational thought, have the mana. Your mana is important, that you do not sell your mana. And you know, relationships are similar to dating when you come to trade. Who fell in love the first time and just got married? Or who has had several before they decided, and then that wasn't the right one, and had tried again. Cost a lot of money, that stuff. Somebody actually asked me, relationships. How good are relationships in New Zealand? And I said they were paper thin. Paper thin. And the reason why I say they are paper thin, there are 12,000 marriages in New Zealand each year. There are 8,000 separations each year. I'm not saying that all those ones that got married this year are going to be separated. Don't worry about that. It's intergenerational, right? And so the interesting thing is that those relationships are thin. And the good thing about trading relationships is that you make sure you get paid first before you send the product off. How many companies have been doing trusted in the past for a long time? They do go broke. I was just looking down in Gladstone Road the other day, 30 years. Who can remember a shop that has been there for 30 years, let alone 20 years, let alone 10 years? Businesses come and go. But the good thing about Māoridom is forever. You are here forever. The beautiful thing about the laws of New Zealand, it allows you to be here to actually tuku your whenua to the future generations. Slide. Thank you, Tim. Spot the difference. I just cut and paste just this slide out of Google today. Wonderful, that Google. Now, nearly three quarters of the world's population is in Asia. Okay? I was told many years ago, tangata whenua are dying off. Tangata whenua are dying off. I said, no, you're not. China's got 1.4. India's got 1.3. Indonesia, tangata whenua, o rātou wāhi, 600 or 700 million. There's heaps of tangata whenua. Don't be afraid, there's no tangata whenua. We're all still here. And the thing is that we still have our whenua and we're still governing our whenua. And one day I see, and I can see this, maybe you can tell your grandchildren and children, their future generations, Māoridom will be the biggest influencer of the New Zealand economy, of the Aotearoa economy. I bet the word New Zealand won't even exist in a few generations. I bet it will change to Aotearoa. If you continue on the pathway of ensuring that you look after your whenua for your future generations, that you add to the whenua like Whangarabi 5 have, they bought land over here and land over there. You don't have to be parochial just to say that you're going to buy land only in our area. You buy land wherever is going to benefit your iwi. On another point is that for Māoridom, I know that you're parochial in employing your own people. That's good. One of the good things about the Confucius language schools is that the Chinese government actually pays for teachers to actually teach Mandarin in the schools. In Te Tairawhiti, unfortunately this year is not to be because they can't come over, but there were 10 schools here in Te Tairawhiti learning Mandarin. Ko te reo te mea nui. If you can't converse, how are you supposed to have relationships? That's why ducks and chickens do not get married. They do not have duck eggs and chicken eggs together. I don't know, quack egg. Right? It's simple. Ko te reo te mea nui. If you can converse in the reo of that country that you're trading with, you're not going to be half tricked anyway, right? At least you can actually converse and delve into it. And it's not only te reo. I am a prime example of participation, being with the people. Being with the people is not just te reo, it is the tangihanga, it is the mārena, it is the rā whānau, it's all those things that I participate in. And it is incumbent for me to actually breed some more Chinese people to actually have the same skills and background as myself. It is incumbent for Maori organisations to employ the people that you trade with. So if you trade with China, you employ some Chinese people. You trade with Japan, Korea, Indonesia, you go and employ some of those people. Don't just look inward to yourself, because your relationship is with those people and you need their intellectual knowledge. Don't employ, I shouldn't say this because I'm part of the Human Rights Commission about age, right? Employ young people, right? Employ young people. You know the thing about young people? They have no fear. We are sitting in this room, we're quite comfortable. We like to analyse the contract that Rob has written to its nth degree to make sure that everything's covered. But when we're young, we just go and do it. Remember when you were young? You just did it. I nai nei, me tūpato tātou. Ere, ngau tero, just in case we get stung. But when you're young, and you'll know that the youngest people are the richest people in the world. Not those old fellas now like us. The young people are the entrepreneurs. They have no fear. We have a concept that when you're young, you have no fear, and when you're old, you're too clever for your own good, right? And that is why, I'll just give you a little concept. That is why the soldiers, the people in the Navy, the people in the Air Force, they are young because they have no fear. Just take a note of that. Why do you go to the army when you're 18? Because you can, because you feel fearless. No problems. Look at our Maori battalion boys. Uncle Noel, 15. He didn't want to milk cows. But all the young ones went over till they went over and said, shivers, these fellas are firing at us too. You know? So that's the same in business. Young people, entrepreneurs, have no fear. They just go and say, yeah, let's take a chance. If it comes off, it comes off. If it doesn't, we can actually get up and start again. No problems. That's all I've got. Because we were ahead of time, but that's enough messages for today, I'm sure. But tēnā koutou te taumata, me koutou te poari o te taumata. They said it's populated by Ngāti Pro. Sorry, Chris. There's only one wahine on there. Come on, boys. Hey, we've got to have more. Look, diversity is good, right? And that's why, you hold up a blank piece of paper, it's only that colour. But if you patch it up like the rainbow, it's beautiful. And that diversity actually helps you grow your organisation by employing more Asian people of that area, those areas that you do trade with, by making more friends. If you want to make more friends, you know the thing, I'll just tell you one more thing, right? In China, even though they allow 2 children now, they still only have 1 because it's too expensive, right? And the thing is that if you're just looking at wealth alone, okay, if you're looking at wealth, you got your mummies and your daddies working hard and they've accumulated all this wealth, right? Maybe 4 or 5 units in some businesses and all that, right? And then, when the two get married, they assume all this wealth. There's 2 lots. And then when their kids get married, there's 1 child, they get 4 lots, right? So marry one of them. Right? That's one way to be wealthy. It's to marry one of them. Hoia no, 3 minutes.
Okay.
Any questions?
Questions for Ming? Challenge Ming. I know. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Kia ora, everybody. Meredith Akota Brown. In your previous role as the Mayor of this region, has Council gotten better in its relationship with iwi Māori? I know that you have spoken already of all the work you did in that relationship space, so kia ora to you for that, Ming. But what is Council's role in the moving forward to support our iwi Māori hapu whānau in regards to today's korero?
That's not a loaded question at all. Your best thing to support Māori in your economy is to enable them to do their work. They do not want to be fed every day. They actually want mana. They want to be self-determining, but your rules and your regulations must allow Māoridom to do their work. And thank you to Rehet and our council back those days. Māori sit 50% with the council on all resource management act in Ngāti Porou. We make decisions together on water, on land, on maunga, on seabed, on everything, on all resource consent. So maybe that's one of these things that you can take back home. Now, I'm here to support you to do that because one of the mātaku things in other councils is that they said, oh, these Māoris, what are they going to do? You know, they might not make the right decision for us. There is fear. But there is an example of trust. And the best trust is in that first step is that Resource Management Act where we can actually share decision making. So you have mana.
Any another question? Yep.
Oh. What's that, 2 minutes? No. Kia ora. Oh, John.
This is a very quick one, Ming. Being the youngest entrepreneur in the room, my question is, at the moment I see there's a huge market in China regarding flood prevention. I see 26 or 27 provinces have been badly hit by floods. And as you know, I do weather modification. So I was wondering, the best way for me to make an impression is perhaps to get you to mediate between myself and the Chinese government to help them prevent further flooding in China. That's just a challenge to you as well as China.
Thank you very much. The feng shui is 非常好. The feng shui is very good. Yeah. Anyway, just one more last thing, all right? I've got 1 more minute. The last thing is grow the best, safest product in the world. Because the best, safest product in the world that has mana motuhake attached to it is always going to get a premium. Don't worry about growing quantity, grow quality people, grow quality kai, grow quality mana, grow quality iwi, grow quality everything. Everything that you do is grow quality. Te tiro kia apple, okay? Every part, that little button, the packaging, the writing, every part of your business shall grow excellence. That's why they call it taumata. Your hui is not called taumata for nothing.
Koinami.
Kia ora.
Takatira, e hi ka mā. Ming, some closing comments. Pārekari ke ngā taringa i te whakarongo i tahi o whakaaro, me ngā wero kei roti a koe, kia mata. Some of the things that we've heard from you, Ming, I truly thank you because I think it brings a different perspective. on the way of thinking about these things, that you reminded us. You know, don't be, too distracted by time. Don't be too distracted by time. We are here mai rāno, ne? You also said change the name to Aotearoa. Well, I'd say to you now, if you look at the name of our rugby competition now, they're calling it, what is it, Super Rugby Aotearoa. So it's happening. The change is happening. Learn te reo. I think those real simple things, Ming, that you've shared with us are so fundamental if we as Maori are going to reach out and take our place alongside other nations, learn te reo. We've known that as Maori, but I think that's another lesson that maybe others can learn from us. And your final point for me, a key one, Ming, is about our young people. We're going to hear from some of our young people later on this afternoon and some of the bright ideas that they've got in terms of moving the trade agenda further. One last thing, I remember Ming and I sitting somewhere, I don't know where it was, Ming, and somebody said to you, "Hey Ming, how do I make $1 million?" And you said to him, "Easy, grow 1 million cabbages." And, it was, I guess, the thing that struck me about all of that, it was its simplicity, in terms of the thinking. Yes, I think you're right. We maybe can, in this day and age, tend to overcomplicate things somewhat. And, and so it's really healthy, Ming, to have those comments from you to remind us of those simple things. Kia ora ki a koe. So with that, I'd really like now, and we are a little bit mindful of we're sort of running a bit behind time, but it leads in really, really well. I'm going to invite one of my taumata friends to host the next session to introduce our haukainga.
Ingrid? Hello, my Ingrid. Linnell, are you here? Hello, mate. Just while they're getting up here, Ming, like a young fella who showed no fear, you leapt up on the stage in a single bound. It sort of defrosts your theory about elders with no fear. Having said that, I thought about leaping up here myself, Ming, but I would have ended up with a broken leg in an ambulance, so I was fearful. So I take your comment. Tairawhiti iwi, tairawhiti tangata, e ngā karangatanga maha, huri no te motu, a tēnā koutou. E te kai kiri mana o ingarangi, Laura, e mihi ana ki a koe. E ngā manuhiri rongonui, a tāta katoa hui mai nei i tēnei rā, kei te mihi atu ki a koutou. A ko te taru waitahau, i te taha tōku pāpā no Ngāti Parau, te whānau rua taupari, ko te whānau white, me te whānau hene tāpura, ko te whānau tūhau. I te taho tōku māma no te arawa Ngāti Pikia, me tainui Ngāti Mahanga. I have the privilege of introducing at this session some of your haukainga who are working on the ground, delivering, where action speaks louder than words. And they are the decision makers. So it's really, really good in this session. We're going to hear from these implementers of action. And the first one is well known to you, as probably they all are, Manu Caddy. Manu, I did not have a resume for you, but Auntie Google come to the fore. And I know that you've got a background in social development and community development. You have a design degree. You've been advertising in central government and also Westpac banks. You are now the chief executive of Hikurangi Group, and I understand pursuing the sort of biochemical or biopharmaceutical area as your note of expertise, in particular putting Tairawhiti on the map in terms of medicinal cannabis and hemp. I can tell you now from Te Arawa that we have a few growers over there that could come and help you out. and also in Tūhoi, our neighbours next door. Anyway, without further ado, Manu, kei a koe.
Te mihi tuatai, tautoko mihi ki te haukainga, te mano o te whenua, tēnei te mihi honore ki a koutou. Me te minita, te māngai o te whenua ingarangi. Me ngā kaimahi o Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade and other government officials. It's good to be here, and it's not so good to be in such a bright light, but we'll do our best. And have I got a clicker or? Yep.
Oh, yep. So, ko ai au, he uri au te waka o Tainui, Ngāti Haua, Ngāti Whare, Ngāti Pukenga, and I think there's a mahuta in there as well. But I'm also, I guess, a product of international trade. I'm not sure how many foreign affairs are involved in that whakapapa, but there's quite a few places that people have come from to this place, and just a reflection of, I suppose, the awesome products that can result from international trade. I'm going to point this somewhere. We're a little company based in Ruatoria, a couple of hours north of here. We started as a social enterprise, and we like to think that we're still a social enterprise. Our whānau, we're looking for alternatives to industry like farming, dry stock farming and forestry, which while they provide some jobs for people, are not providing enough and have some collateral damage as a result of the environmental impacts that both have on our whenua. And just over the last week, being on my wife's block, 130 hectares, that's washing off into the Makatote and the Mata and the Waiapu, was just a stark reminder of how quickly, and while Ming says time is a material and there's not an urgency, I think there really is an urgency, and we need to find industries that are higher value industries that produce jobs and produce lower impacts on the whenua that is still largely owned by whānau on the coast. So we looked at native bioactives, we looked at indigenous organisms like kānuka, oil and kina, and those projects are progressing. We also looked at the indigenous resource that we have in our whānau and the expertise in growing cannabis. So we started in 2016, our first crop, and got licensed and tried to understand the regulatory environment we could see was shifting both domestically and globally, and saw an opportunity, I suppose, for our little part of the country and part of the world to participate in what's becoming quite a large global industry, with a focus on pharmaceutical, medicinal cannabis. We did look at hemp, and then hemp's on the program, but medicinal cannabis was the only part of the cannabis industry that we could see real opportunity for us on the coast. So we've been pursuing that, and have had a number of firsts. We were the first company in the country to get a medicinal cannabis license in 2018, and have been working very hard to stay ahead of others, and have progressed quite a long way, and were able to participate in the setting of the regulations for the new medicinal cannabis scheme that came in on the 1st of April, and help shape those to ensure that they were as inclusive as they could be for whānau Māori. And we've also had a little bit of input into the shaping of the draft bill that's the question in the referendum. And again, if you've seen that, you'll see that Māori benefit is a priority in terms of the allocation of licences, and we like to think we had a little bit of influence on that. But it's about our whānau, and it's about creating jobs on the coast, particularly around Ruatoria. And to do that, New Zealand is always going to be a small market, and so we've had to make sure that the company is globally focused and has opportunities to grow. And so we've got this sort of production strategy around really premium product, and with a focus on Germany initially. We've signed our first export deal with a German partner, and I'll go into a bit more about Germany, but there's some reasons that we're focused on that. At the same time, we want to also be supplying New Zealand patients with affordable product, and we see this as a way of being able to do that. And New Zealand's good at breeding and agri-tech. Cultivation is an area that we're putting some effort into. Technology. We're opening our facilities next month that are sort of when Ming talked about quality, this is the pharmaceutical quality production. It's not food grade, it's pharmaceutical grade, which has been a huge effort over the last couple of years to get that ready and be able to participate in the pharmaceuticals industry. So having a pharmaceuticals company based in Ruatoria came with its challenges, and we've had to make some compromises along the way, but Germany is focus. It's a large market, it's an ageing population. Most of their prescriptions are subsidised fully, so that unlike New Zealand, medicinal cannabis is actually affordable and accessible there. It's growing at 50 to 75% a year, which is huge. And New Zealand has this mutual recognition agreement that MFAT was part of negotiating. And so we have an opportunity where the New Zealand regulators approve our product that should automatically be accepted in the EU. Unfortunately, it's not quite that simple, but this certainly, if we didn't have this in place, it would be a much, much longer road to market in the EU. And we have some questions over the relationship with the UK and that MRA, how much of that's going to apply post-Brexit. Some other markets we're looking at, there is some opportunity in Asia, particularly Japan, maybe South Korea and Singapore. The UK has some opportunity, Poland, Brazil, Australia, and potentially Israel, though it has some ethical issues with it. If you've been to any of this, is in Vienna, and sitting in there listening to the representatives of different countries, the international drug policy environment is complex and really well behind science and social positions for many parts of the world. So there's an opportunity, I think, there for New Zealand officials to do much more on some of these antiquated, outdated international agreements around drug control and trade, and the human rights abuses and public health issues that are being neglected and the human rights cases abused under the auspices of these drug policies. There's some really terrible stories of people being killed and persecuted in the name of the war on drugs. New Zealand has this referendum. We've looked at the Canadian situation, and I think the legislation that we've got is largely based on that, and some opportunities to reform our situation with drugs in New Zealand. And we know that Maori disproportionately impacted negatively by the prohibition that we've experienced for the last 50, 100 years, and so this is an opportunity to put some of that right. And it was great to see the New Zealand representative in March, just before lockdown, taking a strong position in some of the, particularly Russia and China and the States are very backward in their thinking around drug policy, and we'd love to see some more movement there, and again for New Zealand to sort of take its position as an international leader in human rights and ethical public policy at that global level, understanding that it's sort of down the list of priorities perhaps, but there's a big opportunity there. So just see 3 questions that I guess we have to ask is APIs and there's a lot of acronyms in there. Active pharmaceutical ingredients aren't covered by the MRA, and it would be great if that could be, and the EU officials were over here in December, and we're still waiting on their report, so if there's anything MFAT people can do to move that along, it would be great. We do have that question around the status of the MRA with the UK post-Brexit, and what commitment does the New Zealand government have to reform global drug policy. Kia ora.
Opportunity for any questions? Anyone got any questions out there? There's really bright headlights straight over here. Any questions? Okay, Akwe. You got a microphone over here? I'm getting a tan in this light.
Yeah, I just got a simple question. Is the licences for medicinal cannabis, is that open to other iwi? Or is
open to other iwi?
Well, other ecosystems.
Yep. So the medicinal regime is there, and it's a bit clearer now than it was previously. And so from 1st of April we can do commercial licences. Up till then it was just research licences, but anyone can apply for a licence are pretty simple to get. The challenging part is, as I say, that pharmaceutical manufacturing. So we're talking to grower partners around the country who may be able to supply our factory here. And so there's those sort of opportunities. If you don't want to go through the rigmarole of setting up a pharmaceutical facility, you can still grow in a pharmaceutical way. And the good news is that we've had some tests done recently. It looks like we're going to be able to grow outdoors as well as indoors, which was just going to make things a lot cheaper. And again, New Zealand's got quite a progressive regulatory regime now around that stuff, so there's opportunities there for us to supply product that's going to be much more affordable than growing it all indoors.
Kia ora. Thanks, Manu. More questions? Oh, I actually have one for you. I was very serious about Te Arawa and Tūhoe having some growers there, mate. I mean, the reality is that we have a lot of growers out there, maybe not necessarily legitimised by the system, but certainly legitimised, very experienced growers. Very serious question. Do you see a role for our growers out there coming to the party and being legitimised in another way?
Yeah, as I say, that was really the driver for us, that many of our whānau have had to look over their shoulders for many years to grow the plant that provided some supplementary income, and for others it was their staple income. That is at risk under a legalised regime, and if the referendum's successful, and so there's quite a lot of support and interest in going into the legal cultivation. Unfortunately, the medicinal, because it's pharmaceutical, it's going into sick people, there's a lot of rules around that stuff, whereas under the referendum legislation, it's going to be more of a food-grade product, and I think the barriers to entry will be lower, so more of our whānau will be able to set up their own facility with varying levels of security. The government will still be worried about diversion, but I think under that regime there'll be even more opportunities. But under the current regime, under just medicinal pharmaceutical, there's still opportunities, and that's where we are talking to potential partners around the country. And as I say, open, broadacre, low THC, high CBD varieties can be grown anywhere.
Oh, we got one more question over here. We'll take one more.
Kia ora, Manu. You know, thanks for that. Certainly don't doubt that you guys are doing a wonderful job for the whānau at home. But my question was really off the back of Ming's conversation about mana and, you know, making sure you buy licenses and not buy shares. And I wondered, in terms of your presentation, around the amount of Māori development, and where do we as hapu and whānau sit within the scheme of the corporate world of that entity, and how do we make sure we add value so that we are actually not necessarily just the people growing cannabis, but we're actually building our capacity and capability to actually be more than that. So yeah, I just sort of wondered how we all fit in that particular space.
Yep.
And therefore, when I hear Ming's conversation around time, I totally agree and understand, because the reality of time, for me as a person who's from Te Aitanga Mate and still lives on the homelands of Wharepunga, it is very scary to be part of commercial development and wondering on the old foot around how do you protect the integrity of what little land you have left and that sort of stuff. So I'm intergenerational, and it takes me a long time to jump, and I just feel very concerned around how do we do an and so we both win. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Yeah, there's quite a lot in there, and we can follow up afterwards. But as you know, we did go out to the community to begin with to give locals the opportunity to be the first shareholders in the company. We'll have another opportunity later this year that will prioritise locals who want to be shareholders in the entity. And at the moment, the largest shareholder is still the locally owned entity, and so a good chunk of the company is owned by a charitable entity, which has opportunity for marae hapu to also be shareholders in time. So there's opportunities there. Certainly around job creation, you know, we're trying to find an industry that, in bioactives was our focus because it has such a low impact on the whenua compared to most others that are there at the moment, and it's high value, so that we can create jobs that pay well above the existing average wage. to whānau who live at home, and it's been great going into the kura, into Te Waiu, into Te Ngata, to talking to students there about the opportunities that they have to work at home, to be, you know, if they go and do science, if they do engineering, if they do horticulture, and marketing and accounting. There's a range of opportunities that we're going to be providing, and that we already are providing. We've just recruited someone from Waipiro Bay who's been working away out of the rohe for most of his life. He's a very talented and experienced person that we're able to provide a job back home for, and he's very excited about bringing his whānau home. So we're seeing that intergenerational shift happening already, and we're not even at the start line yet. It's, you know, the commercial licenses haven't been issued yet, so we're unable to actually generate revenue until, actually we hope to have it in the next couple of weeks. But that's really just getting us to the start line, and there's still a big future here, and hopefully, you know, well down the track, our mokopuna and uri will be able to look back, and there'll be, you know, even if it fails, you know, it's still a high risk venture. Even if it fails, there's been massive learning for us through the process, and we can apply that to other ventures going forward.
Kia ora. Next up needs no lengthy introduction. She's an icon of perseverance and socioeconomic development in the Tairawhiti. Obviously, maybe carry a lot of wounds in the process, as they all do when you've been that long in the game, Ingrid, and you're still there chairing Whangara B5, one of three that come under the farming group and Whangara farming group. And so, without further ado, Ingrid Collins. Kia ora.
I have been here a long time. 46 years actually on Whangara. We were Whangara B5 and now we're Whangara Farms. So tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. I was told that we'd be sitting on the couch answering questions, Tina, so I'll shake hands with your throat when I've finished. So what you can see on there is a little bit about our story as Whangara Farms. And the question that I thought we were going to be sitting on the couch answering was, how did we get through COVID? And it was a shock, and as we know, to this whole country. I also work in a medical centre that we had to, I had to go home because I'm over 70. And so I was working from home, which was really, really difficult. And it was just trying to keep an eye on both of those essential services at home with the neighbour's dog for company was quite a long haul. However, we survived. I survived, and then Chris asked if I would come and present as to how we got on with COVID. But Ming, if you're still there, because I can't see a thing with this bright light, we know that there is something else that the Chinese must be good at with 4 billion people. They must be good at something else, I'm quite sure. It's like how we breed our cows and our sheep. Oh, I didn't mean it like... I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I meant that we have 75,000 stock units on our farm. and so, no, I didn't mean it like that, Meg. Get on with what you're talking about, Ingrid. Talking about the land, yes, you're right, Ming. We have just bought another property down at Mahanga, at Mahia. We're hoping that one day, we looked at it as a finishing farm. It's a rundown dairy farm, and it came right at the time of COVID. We were meant to close off that deal in February, and we couldn't, because we couldn't get our manager onto there, we couldn't get the stock down there, and we didn't want to leave it. So we asked for leniency with the vendor to let us, we were held back by 2 months. So it was a bit of a shock, except we kept the money in the bank. We didn't have to let the money go for another 2 months, so we were able to survive. But when you think of that and you think of how it affected the world, I will say, Laura, that one thing about silver ferns was that they were able to get, for some reason, they were able to get the lamb legs away for Easter over to Britain, and so that was a big thing. But for us, working through that, we have 9,600 hectares now, and we've got 19 staff on that farm. So it's a busy farm, but having COVID, and if you all know what farming is like, we had to have our boys work in pods. And that was really quite hard because it's usually a meeting every morning. This is what you're going to do. They couldn't do that, so it was all done through telephoning and things like that. So it was really, really hard. We have come through this pretty much taken a little backward step, I think. And I think for the whole of New Zealand, farming is something that we have all this pressure put on us to be green, and we try very hard to do that. We've spent thousands, but what gets me is that all these, what do you call them? Like you apply for money, and grants, we never seem to get anything really very much. Well, we don't get anything, as a matter of fact. Somebody came back from MPI and said, who is this Ingrid and what's her other name? I was born near Ingrid, but when I went to primary school, the teacher said, what do you want to be called, Nia or Ingrid? And I went, my name is Googie, I don't know. So I didn't know, so she liked Ingrid, and it stuck with me. But, you know, that was such a silly thing to be turned down, because at this particular time, everybody is looking for grants. There's my beautiful church in the island at Whangarā. This is where I come from. I should have done my pepeha, I'm sorry. But we have a board of 19, beg your pardon, we have a board of 5 that run the farms. There's 3 incorporations, and we brought them all together in 2006. That was a big job because Whangarā B5, like everybody refers to, is the biggest incorporation, and it was our people that didn't want to join up because we were doing okay, but we could see, and it was like we said, we're all family, and we needed to bring us together so that they could cope. We could help them, and when you look at where we are now, we have 2,000 shareholders, and you look at where we are, it was a good thing to do. And we had, this was during the Ahu Whenua, was it last year? Yes, it was. And we had to go out and have photos. So I thought, oh, well, we're going on the farm. I'll just get dressed in my Whangarā shirt. And I get there, and all the board, the rest of them, I mean, I'm the chair. And doesn't that look, I'm happier in gumboots than I am in dressing up. But we have 3 shareholders, 1 from each incorporation, and we have 2 independents. Now, we advertise, we look for the best people. It doesn't matter who they are, but we advertise everywhere to get those people. And at the moment, it was Bernard Card and Murray Jamieson. Murray Jamieson is a cow cocky from Hamilton. So it was a bit of a, crossover. And then we have Richard Schofield as our general manager, and Chris Torrey as our secretary. So for us, in this world of COVID and change, we try to produce the best product we can. And I will say that when Silver Ferns let us know that we had to hold back stock, that had a real impact on our farming operation, because at that time we were just at the end of summer and we didn't have much grass, and we wanted to get them down to Pānui is the name of the farm that we bought, because being a dairy farm, the grass was, you know, so high, but we couldn't. So that had a real impact on how we had to keep our stock back. And that also, you know, led to a lot of stress on those animals. But I must say that Silver Ferns built perspex little things for each of their workers. And that, to me, was something that was, as we went on into the end of March, we were able to get some of that stock away. And what else did I have to say apart from that? Yeah, I think that when you're in this farming world, and we know that agriculture is really the biggest, our trading, it's one of our biggest trading things, and we have to meet all the regulations. So hopefully, once we recover from this COVID pandemic, and it was really a bit of a shock for all of us, I hope that New Zealand especially will be able to keep providing healthy, I mean, we've talked about it, safe, no generics. We went to America a couple of years ago, and we, with McDonald's, we were the first farm out of the European and the British market to be recognised as a flagship farm for McDonald's. Now that was a huge thing, because they take like 12 months or something to grow their animals, because they are on all of those, you know, enhancements that they feed them. Ours are completely grass-fed, and we don't give them any of that other stuff. And so that is why New Zealand, we can hold our heads and say the only ones in the world that have had that recognition of being a flagship farm, even though it's for McDonald's. So don't forget, when you go to McDonald's, you ask for whangarā beef in your farm. So, any questions? I mean, Tina, where are you? Are there any questions? Did you see what she had on that other slide? She had Ingrid Scruffy, and then she put that up.
Questions over here, Chris?
Mrs. Collins. Ko Tina Kreiti ana hau, and I'm the Tina that helped her put some stuff together. But what that comparative slide she's got in there talks about the impact from COVID. Whilst it's only small, it was significant. But what I'd like to say for Ingrid on her behalf, there were some real positives that we haven't included in there. So farming on whangarā farms has also been positive through the COVID times.
I haven't got my glasses, so I couldn't see a thing that I'd put in here. I'm sorry.
Any other pātai? Komai te paki.
Oh.
Thank you. Our next speaker in this session is part of a duo that produced this wonderful document on intellectual property management, geographical indicators, that's been under review and been handed to the Minister, Nanaia Mahuta, and her cohorts to be considered in the context of trade. And this is a very vexed issue, but Linnell, in association with Penelope Gibson, who's based in Paris, produced this. And Linnell is a principal in one of the law firms. What's your law firm again? AJ Park. But she's, according to Madam Google again, she's noted as Australasian intellectual property powerhouse with her experience in trademark specialty, expertise in Indigenous law and protecting cultural icons, and has a particular interest in the pharmaceutical companies as well with respect to those particular issues. So she is very, very well heeled in this space in an issue that has really been vexed for our people and, dare I say, many countries around the world. So without further ado, Linnell Tuffrey. Hoodia.
Tēnā koutou katoa, tautoko ana i ngā mihi kua mihia, ki te haukainga, ngā iwi o tēnei rohe, tēnā koutou. Ki ngā mate kua whetūrangitia, moi mai rā. Rātou kua wehe atu ki te pō tātou e tuana ki te ao tēnā tātou. Nā mihi ki te puari o te taumata, nōku te whiwhi ki te mahi i tēnei tau, i roto i wainga nui i a koutou, nō reira kei te mihi ahau ki a koutou. Kia koutou katoa, tēnā koutou. Ko wai au he uri ahau no Ngāti Ruanui, ngā ruahine, ngā rauru. Engari i whānau mai, i tupu mai ahau ki Porirua, i raro i te koroa o Ngāti Toa rangatira. Ko Lanau Tawhihuria tōku ingoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora, so I realise that I'm the last speaker before lunch, so I have to summarise the report. I have to very quickly, hopefully, summarise the report that Dr. Penelope Gibson and I worked on for the taumata, which we were both very privileged to do. So I had hoped to kind of go through, I'm not sure if everybody's had a chance to read the report, so I did want to kind of go through a little bit of a chronology to where we got to and the conclusions in the report to hopefully summarise it and provide you with a bit of context. So if we look at Māori interests and in particular geographical indications, they come from two origins, and this is something that was discussed at quite length in the Y262 report. And if we look at intellectual property rights in particular, to the ground. There we go. Thank you. So if we look at intellectual property rights in particular, they originate from overseas. Most of these rights originate from overseas. They originate from things like the Industrial Revolution, globalization, innovation. Most of our current laws originated from trade agreements, and in particular our membership of the World Trade Organization. They introduce concepts of exclusive ownership, the idea of the public domain, that anything that falls within the public domain is free for anybody to use. And then they create these things called intellectual property rights, which geographical indications are one of. Did that flick? And then if we think about Māori interests and the way in which Māori hold knowledge and their cultural property, knowledge has traditionally always been held collectively for the benefit of the community, underpinned by a number of values, including kaitiakitanga, but also other things like manaakitanga, kotahitanga, and others. And kawa and tikanga play a huge role in regulating how we use that knowledge, when and how we use that knowledge. Our mātauranga Māori is integral to society and how we lived at times. Our reo Māori also has a number of rules and regulations, tikanga and kawa, that apply, which we apply on a day-to-day basis. And unfortunately, there is little protection for all of these Māori interests within our current intellectual property framework. There is some, but very little. And in fact, the values that underpin our knowledge are not protected at all in our current system. And as a consequence of that, we've had this issue arise where we've had a number of, sorry, this is not working very well, misappropriation and misuse of our knowledge. So these are all examples of misuse, misappropriation of our cultural imagery. We see uses of, this was Canterbury using the koru designs on shoes, the tiki, hei tiki appearing on Mattel cars, Bionicle using names like tohunga as the names of their toys, Māori Tears as the name of a beer in Belgium, the story Tūtanakai and Hinimoa appearing on beer from Auckland. These are carafes that hold alcohol that feature some of our eponymous ancestors like Te Rauparaha, Honeheke, and others. And then, there's current ones like kapiti cheese using tūtere moana on cheese. And then there's also misuse of our flora and fauna, manuka honey, people calling manuka honey calling honey from other countries manuka honey, and also our knowledge, etc., being stolen. So how, within the EU Free Trade Agreement, New Zealand has been asked to sign up to a new GI framework, a new Geographical Indications Framework. And so that's another intellectual property right that is going to appear, probably going to appear in our system. And how is that going to impact on Māori interests? What can we try and do to, counter any potential issues that might arise from us signing up to the GI framework? So I was going to talk a little bit about intellectual property, but I think I'll skip that because I'll just accept to mention again that GIs is one of the intellectual property registered rights that are available in New Zealand at the current moment. A lot of the detail on each of these rights is in the report. Okay, so as I mentioned, Māori interests do not traditionally fit within the intellectual property system because they are collective rights versus individual rights, which are recognised in the intellectual property system. Māori interests are enduring, and so that means they last forever. Compare that with most of the intellectual property rights, which last for a set period of time. And then lastly, the intellectual property rights are maintained. I'm sorry, I've flipped it, but I can't seem to flip it back. Maintained even if the rights are not disclosed and are not commercialised. So in intellectual property, once you commercialise some rights, you lose some of those rights, especially copyrights. They start to expire once you start commercialising them. So it's really important to Māori to make sure that any rights they have are enduring and last, even if they are not disclosed or commercialised. So this issue was discussed in the Y262 report, and these next few slides sort of summarise the main points from the report that apply to GIs. So in particular, it is necessary to protect Māori culture and identity because that is how we protect New Zealand culture and identity. New Zealand's law should make room for the relationships between kaitiaki and their taonga works, taonga species and mātauranga Māori to flourish as a matter of national interest. Taonga works and mātauranga Māori should be legally protected in certain circumstances. Taonga-derived works should also receive some protection. The benefits of doing so will be felt not only by kaitiaki but by the country as a whole. And kaitiaki interests in mātauranga Māori and taonga species should be protected. And in relation to GIs, the report talked about GIs and that the current regime that we have is limited to wines and spirits, and so therefore extending that protection to food products in particular would be a step in the right direction, even though those rights still would not protect all of Māori interests in our taonga species, in our taonga works, in our cultural intellectual property. And in relation to our international agreements negotiations, the report, the Y262 report also discussed that point and talks about that the Crown has the right to make foreign policy and represent New Zealand in international affairs, but they also need to ensure that there is active protection of Māori interests when they are undertaking these international negotiations. The degree that is afforded to the Māori interests in any particular case cannot be prescribed in advance, and the protection the Crown can offer will also depend on the international circumstances which may constrain what the Crown can achieve. So if we think about at this particular point in time, we're faced with a post-COVID-19 world and what that might look like, and so therefore that may have some influence on what happens with the EU free trade negotiations moving forward. There is a Māori engagement strategy document that NFAT applies during its, it has as part of its mandate, well, I guess part of its guiding policies, I should say, and the report recommended that engagements for strategy be updated to include not only binding but also non-binding instruments, and that engagement with Māori beyond consultation where appropriate, depending on the nature and strength of the Māori interest. And another requirement raised in the Y262 report was that the MFAT should be reporting regularly on all of its international instruments that it's negotiating at any particular point in time. And there's been some improvement in that, I guess, through the Taumata Board, which has been established and which has set up this hui today. So, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, I think one of the key findings that we wanted to get to from our report was how can we use this, well, I shouldn't say use, but how can the negotiations ensure that we get better recognition of Māori interests within that GI framework, and then perhaps even moving beyond that into future negotiations. So I've gone there. Oh, sorry, I'm not flicking through my pages. Okay, so one of the main key points that we found in the report was that Māori are traders and exporters, and they have been for such a long time. For a long time before Europeans arrived here, before any of our whanaunga from Asia arrived here, we were huge traders and exporters. And there's no doubt that the benefits expected from the EU-NZ Free Trade Agreement will also flow to Māori, because Māori are a significant exporter currently. They're also, so they're definitely going to benefit from the lower tariffs in the EU-NZ Free Trade Agreement. In addition, adopting an expanded GI framework in NZ will also benefit New Zealand traders and exporters, and in particular Māori traders and exporters. And that is because of the benefits that will be achieved from the GI framework. The GI framework itself will enable New Zealand to identify those names that have a particular significance to Māori, and a perfect example of that is potentially Mānuka honey is a name that could be protected as a GI and enable us to prevent others from selling honey under the name of Mānuka in Europe and potentially other countries. So there is some benefits there from the GI framework. However, some of the other recommendations we included in our report is that signing the EU-NZ Free Trade Agreement should be subject to a number of issues, and that includes an assurance of ongoing active protection of Māori interests guaranteed under the Treaty of Waitangi, implementation of all the Y262 recommendations and concerns, and the concerns raised during the consultation around the Te Tairawhiti document, ongoing technical and financial support to Māori to engage with the new regime, a full and comprehensive review of our IP system to better reflect Māori interests, increased research and development funding for Māori, a review of science and research, a review of the science and research discipline to better reflect Māori interests, a review of price prospecting and access and benefit sharing policy in Aotearoa, a development of a new data protection management regime, and a commission to sort of manage all of that, including carrying out audits of cultural heritage, cultural knowledge, establishing a register of that knowledge, establishing best practice protocols, including access and benefit regimes, adjudicating on any conflicts, reviewing the exception clause in the free trade agreements, implementing recommendations of the strategy for engagement and the Trade for All Advisory Board. So that's my last this very quick summary, but I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Any questions from the floor?
Oh, yeah, perhaps Penelope.
Penelope's coming in from Paris, Chris. Now, Penelope Gibson is the other part of the Jew I mentioned that produced this wonderful booklet. These are two of the, and I would say this without upselling it, that they're two of the preeminent IP specialists in the world, and we're very, very fortunate to have them in our midst and to doing this for us. And they've raised some very, very important myths. So, kia ora, Penelope. Can you hear?
We can't hear you.
You're muted.
Is that muted?
Is this muted? Are you muted? Sorry. Kia ora, Penelope. We're just winding up here, but just want to acknowledge your participation in writing this document with Linnell. And so, do you want to make any just final comments from? Are you in Paris?
I'm actually in Bordeaux, in the south of France.
Oh, in the south of France, not too far from Paris. Okay. You want to make a comment, Penelope, about just a summary on your thoughts on this booklet and the impacts for our people here in Aotearoa, New Zealand?
I think also we can pick up on the qualitative mark, because there are certain forms of intellectual property, like certification marks, collective marks, and certainly the GIs that can demonstrate the quality of Maori goods. There are ways to protect traditional knowledge, representation of traditional knowledge. And I think what this report, by the end we were quite excited about the potential for collective management of those rights. So there was a lot that really gelled with Maori objectives. And I think also just picking up on the Asian connection, thinking beyond the EU, the impacts of GIs and seeing the same qualitative indicators, China has become the top patentee, and it used to be all the vote to say that, well, you know, Chinese technology, Chinese patents are very low standards. So they're actually passing the novelty criterion internationally, and there is some superb science and technology happening in China. So, there's the opportunity to connect on a collaborative basis and to bring some of that knowledge to New Zealand, to improve, to enhance, to work with derivatives in all sorts of sectors, agricultural from green technologies. And I think that's a very, very exciting opportunity for New Zealand, given the proximity, the regional bias post-COVID, and the standard of your respective technology and research.
Thank you, Penelope. We're going to take some questions right now, but for both of you. So, Dr. Robert Joseph, you got a question? Get the mic for him? Yeah, Robert, you need to use that.
Kia ora whanau, kia ora lana roma Sandy in the middle of lunch, so we'll try and make this real fast.
My question, so what you've said and in the report basically indicating GIs are one of the best ways to protect Māori intellectual property that's currently on the market anyway, but my main question is domestically, what's the best way to protect it, and what's your view on from Ngāti Toa Rangatira, the Kamate Haka Attribution Act and how effective that is?
I wouldn't say intellectual property is the best way to protect traditional knowledge. GIs is I think intellectual property can help protect aspects of traditional knowledge and aspects of cultural heritage. The GI framework that is being proposed in the EU agreement is better than the one that we have. And so for that perspective, it is better. And perhaps perhaps Penny, you might want to comment on that in a bit more detail. I mean, I think also we talked about in the report is, there's the addition in the EU, and Penny knows this a lot better than I do. There's the different levels of GIs. There's like the TSG, is that the right acronym? There's different levels which provide additional protection, which will definitely also provide better protection for traditional knowledge as well. But to your question of the Haka Kamaite Attribution Act, I find that act is a very low, that is probably the lowest level of protection you could probably provide any cultural heritage. It only provides Ngāti Toa Rangatira with the right to be, what it states is that any time somebody uses the haka in a commercial sense, they must identify Te Rauparaha as the author and that he's from Ngāti Toa Rangatira, and that's it. They don't have to pay any money. They don't have to, not that Ngāti Toa wants money, but I'm just making the point there. I think it got misrepresented in the media. You know, even if Ngāti Toa Rangatira wants to enforce that, they have to go to court. So they have to expend money. They can't get damages if they have to go to court. So it's actually quite a low level and probably not at the level that we would want. It is up for review now. It is meant to be reviewed, I think it's from April last year. They were supposed to start reviewing the Act. Whether they extend that protection, we'll have to wait and see. So I think that's quite low. I don't think that's very good.
I think Martin Mukaira was going to stand up and do the haka and protest at that low level.
Well, no, he wasn't going to stand up and do the haka. He was about to say that there were various views about this haka. All right? So you're talking about Te Rauparaha.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for my kuia to look after and hit him, all right, there would not be there wouldn't be ka ora.
Kia ora, Martin.
I think Penny was going to say something.
Sorry, Penny, did you want to make a comment?
Sorry, I was just going to add to Lynelle's exactly right, and one of the things we point out in the report is that no one form of intellectual property protection is adequate. They are all flawed for various reasons. But I think what was evident was for Maori best interests, then we look at it in the short, medium and long term, and to achieve certain steps in Maori's smart economy, and COVID has again proven that if you can deal with intangibles rather than shipping products per se, then that is of significant benefit to Maori. So you can phase or stage your acceptance of the current system, use it for its best effect in the short term and medium term, while concurrently it's obviously reviewing the intellectual property system. But the negative effects, Maori unfortunately it's on the back foot in a lot of ways, because there's been a lot of disclosure and a lot of misuse of traditional knowledge, as there has been around the world. I think again in the report we highlight the initiative by the Indian government to catalogue ancient medicines and ancient treatments so that there would be a fair benefit back to the indigenous groups within India. So I think that's probably one of the key points of the report.
Thank you, Penelope, and thank you, Lynelle. I think we're going to, one more question over here.
Sorry, guys.
Your mic on? Just so Penelope can hear you.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you for that. Really scary stuff when you come out of wharaponga. Because, well, you sit here and you listen to this stuff and you get really scared about it. And ultimately, it's a New Zealand conversation and an international conversation. And you look at this iwi stuff and you think from a hapu perspective, again, it comes back to our capacity and capability to really engage in a meaningful way to protect what is ours. And especially when you're talking about geographical indicators, so how will we be able to really, really look after ourselves? Really love the inclusion to push for the Y262 recommendations. A little bit worried about increasing research and development funding on Māori-driven research and development, because in a lot of the research money that the government throws around the place,
even though it's about Māori, it's not necessarily done by us. It's done by organisations that might have one or two Maoris sitting on a board, but not necessarily the interpretive lens of what it means for me to be a uri of Te Tairawhiti. So, and again, the sort of stuff around here of incorporating Māori values in our tikanga and whatnot into the science and research discipline, along with the promotion and normalisation of such research generally for all students, that is really scary to me, because then we capture and put our mātauranga on a piece of Pākehā paper that then the Pākehā man next to me is far more educated to articulate than I am from wharepunga. Yeah. So, you know, this, unless you build our capacity and our capability, this is going to be more stress for us in the homelands. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Do you want to make any final, very brief comments, Penelope?
Can I say something, please? Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou, Rhonda Tibble speaking on a follow-on from my Auntie Ag here. I love the presentation of information by both of our experts. What I see coming out of your korero is that there's a growth area here in terms of a work stream, and that work stream will affect certain workforce outcomes for a certain set of people. So picking up on what Auntie Ag said, so this is a battleground, and it's a battleground to protect our cultural integrity. But it's at multiple layers, just like geospatial information systems. And my question really is now that you've pointed out there's a workforce required, what then is the next step in commitment of future government, because we don't know what's going to happen, we have our assumptions, to maintain that this is actually staffed, but not only that, that there's a regional and also a localised aspect of what this knowledge needs for dissemination downwards. Kia ora.
Kia ora. I guess in terms of building capability and capacity, the report does recommend that government fund the ability for Māori to, you know, develop that capability and capacity to engage with the GI system, because that is critical. That is absolutely critical. So that's definitely in there. In terms of the comments around the science and the Māori-driven research, and I guess perhaps it's not worded appropriately, but I guess the goal is to achieve, you know, a Māori-driven science and research sector, in essence. So it's independent. It's at its core is Māori values. Tikanga kawa is at its core, and so that reflects our science and research and what that should look like, rather than being driven in the manner that you've talked about. And I know that's a big problem in our current science and research. And I know they're trying to do some work in that space, and I'm actually speaking at a science challenge tomorrow about this exact same sort of topic. But they're trying to do some work, but it still needs a lot of work. And I think that was the main impetus. But hopefully I've answered both of your questions.
Penelope,
and Penelope.
You got a comment before we close off?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear all of that, but I think we've been delighted by the response to the report. We have sort of put a very skeletal approach that first of all we ascertain what intellectual assets we're talking about, and from that we can plot a route. But integral to this is empowering Maori and groups of Maori in a collective fashion to protect and manage and open up the rights initially in the more traditional accepted intellectual property rights that currently exist for the benefit of Maori, and part of the report sort of strays into that strategy that will both inform, enable, empower, and give this quite unique model for Maori to pick up for Maori benefit. There's obviously a lot of work to do. We sort of finished the report, which got quite long, and realised it was just the beginning. But your comments are absolutely spot on. You've highlighted some of the key aspects that we know will be some of the most significant moving forward.
Well, Penelope, to you and Linnell, thank you for your fine contribution to our beginning. It's all about the follow-up now and how we actually can translate that to things that happen for our people and to benefit our people. So to you and France Bordeaux, kia kaha. It's wonderful to have you join us. You can't join us for lunch, but we'll have lunch on your behalf. And to Linnell, thank you for your expert, to both of you. For my te paki paki, mo tēnā te tau. And to our group on stage, one more, for my te paki paki for them.
As we move to lunch, just a couple of some comments from me. I'd like to thank as well Manu, you, and Ingrid, and Linnell. You fellas are all, for us, important leaders of us as Maori people here on the coast, but for us as Maori people across the board. You're all doing some pretty smart, innovative things. You're all working internationally in your own ways, but you're doing it in a way, Manu, I'm looking at you particularly, and Ingrid, you're doing it from home. You're doing it from home, and when I listen to you fellas and you're talking about all of these, complex discussions that you've got in different parts of the world, and fundamentally what you're saying is why you're doing it is you're doing it to create jobs for our whānau at home. The way in which you're doing it is very, very sophisticated. So I applaud each of you for what you guys are doing. And Penny, if you're still listening there at 2:30 in the morning, just so everybody knows, it's we are in this world. We're all working together across different time zones, etc. To bring these sorts of people, I want to really applaud the work that Linnell and Penny have done. It's complex. It is really, really complex. And what I really want to say is the Minister has this piece of work now, as you heard the Minister saying this morning. To Rhonda, your question, I think, which was a great question, it was about, so what's happening next? So already there is some work that's happening. On the Mānuka front, there's a bunch of government funding that has been made available to fight that fight on behalf of all of us as Māori in terms of the naming rights issues. So the government has this document, and I say to Laura, if you're still around, I know your people, in terms of the UK, New Zealand negotiations, are looking at this document too. So all of the views from our experts like Linnell and Dr. Penny Gibson, this piece of work was described by our 3 peer reviewers. Jackie came from Ngaitahu, our own Whaimutu Dues from here, and Paul Morgan from Wakatu. And Paul, I think, made the most telling remark when we were reviewing this document before it got finalised. Paul's comments were, it is the most sophisticated piece of work ever done in this country on Māori intellectual property rights, and it's now formally with the government for consideration. So that's really what I take out of the work. It is complex, your fellas mahi Linnell, but you fellas have done a sterling bit of work in this year, and now it's forming part of the discussion that our friend here, Vangelis, so just moving to this afternoon, after lunch, we're going to have Whaimutu Dues come along and talk about trees, C's and B's. And so you'll hear more from home. And then after that, Dr. Robert Joseph, he is going to introduce our friend, who's sitting at the back here, Vangelis Vitalis, and Vangelis and his team. They are the leaders of all of these trade negotiations that are going on between New Zealand and the rest of the world. So you're going to get a different perspective from Vangelis and his team on the things that they are having to confront as part of those negotiations. So with that, I want to, shut us down, and we are going to have a quick lunch, please. And if we can be back by what time, Ngāmini? 20 minutes, please. Can we do that? 20 minutes. Thank you.
This is the last one. Whai.
Ega mā tēnā tātou. We're going to kick off again shortly, and Taru is going to introduce the last of our hau kāinga speakers. But before we do that, I'd just like to put in a plug for today's hui is the first of 3 days here in the Tairawhiti. Today's hui has all been about, as you're hearing, all the international trade stuff. We're going to hear more about that this afternoon. But I want to put in a real big plug for the next 2 days, and the chief executives headed by Herewini Te Koha and his colleagues, chief executives. They have brought together a really strong lineup here at the Emerald Hotel tomorrow to carry on the korero about the COVID impacts and what some of the domestic issues that he and his colleague CEs are having to contend with, like unemployment, job losses, those sorts of issues. So I applaud what they've done, and if you are able to stay on and come and listen to that korero popo, it's here at the Emerald Haramai. Ia koe Taru.
Whai, you want to come up? We do want to come up, don't we? Kia ora no tātou. While Whai is making his way up here, Whai is the chair of Sea Lords, the chair of Moana New Zealand, chair of Ngāti Porou Forests, and also Ngāti Porou Seafood. So there's lots of chairing in that space. He's going to be talking about the trees, seas, and bees. Might I add, and the flowers and the trees and the moon up above. No? Okay, fine.
And the way they look.
Okay. Oh, hang on. You got a drawer over here. This next business card drawer. Your card's not in there.
Draw number 2. Olivia Gilby, the University of Canterbury. We have an academic coming up. Haramai.
How you been?
Good. You?
Good to see you.
I saw you on TV last night.
Oh, yeah?
Starring.
Oi no, kia ora tātou. Tēnā kūtau i tai mai i te timatatanga o te rānei. Nā reira nā kūtau i para te arawhata ki te rongawa, nā kūtau i mihi atu ki rātau i te hunga kua haere. Ngā mihi kia kūtau, tēnā kūtau. Tēnā aroha mai ki tēnei i tai tō muri mai. It's called bad time management. And as you heard the introduction, I do a lot of sitting on chairs. Yeah, who said there's no H in that word? So I'm to talk about trees, seas and bees, apparently. So I thought I would start with a couple of things. Firstly, in terms of each of those and the way some, at least my nanny and others taught me. And I will get back to trade and the impact that this might have. Firstly, there's a rule, management rule here in Ngāti Porou, and it's called the 4x2 rule. And it's not what you're thinking, Martin. It's not taking a 4x2 to use it to manage people. It's called 4x2. It's for Ngāti Porou, by Ngāti Porou, to Ngāti Porou. And we can go into a little bit of that, but generally it speaks for itself, especially when I'm talking to potential partners. And also along with that is part of that also, but part of that is also one of our drivers, at least one that we're trying to put into our businesses and community organisations here, is mō ngā uri whakatipu. So everything is done with the view that this is for future generations, plural, and that, as you can imagine, has and some of you are experiencing, does have, and you heard about this morning, it does have quite a profound impact on because it's why you're doing things, on what you're doing them, how you're doing them, and also to an extent when you're doing. But certainly it's about the what and the how, very much driven by that intergenerational, future-looking perspective. And lastly, which is a bit of a warning for anybody who thinks that they can come back and tell the home folk they know how to do things. Kaua e ngau ki te whenua. So whatever happens, we must not put our taonga at risk, because the whole point of all this is to make sure that they will be there and being enjoyed in future generations. That is, as my English forebears would have said, that is with full cultural hereditament. In other words, e oro tunu ai ngā tikanga. They borrowed that term and changed it into hereditament back in the 13th century in the UK. So, so how does that? So coming back to, I'll start with forestry. Coming back to forestry. In our case, forestry here in Ngāti Porou. Why forestry? Because from the 1930s, we became farmers. Because that's what the information, the best available information at the time said, is you've got all this land, you own great tracts of it, you were fortunate enough to have fought the Pākehās, you were fortunate enough to fought all your neighbours off, and you own all this land, so you should be able to develop it. And they did. And they were very efficient. They cut down a lot of trees off the land. Some of that land which they deforested and went into agriculture is actually best used for some form of forest cover because of its general characteristics and sometimes specific characteristics. So why forestry? Because for a lot of our lands here in this rohe, that's the best use. And then you go to making sure that it is compatible and it is environmentally sustainable. So it's not just a matter of slamming trees in the ground and then letting them grow and cutting them down and walking away. The purpose is hold the land, hold the people. That's why forestry. And forestry is a big player here in our rohe in terms of our local industry and our employment. And our landowners, and first of all holding their land physically and then holding their land financially and in other ways, giving us means to develop. A little bit similar to the seas, although we were still fighting about that in the late 1980s. Last century still, but last 1980s. And just sort of getting that settled now. And whereas with the land, apart from some of our tūwhare toa cousins who got a bit of a 100-year head start on us, most of us don't quite have the scale or organisational scale yet to be able to make a big impact in terms of producers of forest, plantation managed forest, that is. So that's one of the things we have to do. And I was asked a question over lunch: Are we ready? Can we do that quickly in terms of meeting requirements for producing product that customers want? And at the moment, not yet. That's going to take a bit of work. So to be able to trade with these goods, we need to be able to give the owners of the basic resource, in this case the land, we need to be able to give them the tools so that they can get their organisationals functionally and structurally pointed in the right direction. And at the moment, they're trying to carve their way out of prehistoric caves with a blunt chisel and a wooden hammer. It's called a ture whenua. And government resistance. So with the seas, a little bit different, because we do have some scale, at least with the iwi-owned organisations. Still could, as the chair of two of them, still could get more scale if we, when the opportunities arise, we will. But we're big enough now to be on a world scale, and I'll come back to some of the lessons. Bees we're doing really, really well. We have got some unique propositions, which we need to do more of. But again, we need more scale, and we need to be able to work together more. Actually collaboratively, not so. We had this thing about. We used to have this thing in. No, most of you are too young. So I won't point at the people that I know who aren't too young to remember this. But in the 1960s, we used to have a government policy called assimilation. And it was described at the time as, this is how we describe assimilation. It was a shark saying to a kahawai, let's assimilate. So we got to get to the point where we are actually collaborating together, so people are working to get productively more than they would if they're working on their own, and they're not. It's not because Party A is giving more to Party B. We just got to use our strengths collectively. It doesn't matter actually what it is. We've just picked trees, B's and C's because I happen to be directly involved in those three back here at home. But we do need to make sure that we are using those ngā mea hāngai ki tātou nei. Ngā mea o te kāinga. So what have we got that's really, really unique? And so what we've got to be able to do, notwithstanding that forestry is a big contributor and a big employer of people here in Arohe, and so is the seafood industry and around the country. And so is the manuka industry around the country, although we have an ambition, most of us, to be owning more of that value chain than we currently do. Is that, and the key here, as you've already heard this morning, is not, although part of it is making sure we have mana motuhake on what they call intellectual property. In other words, we have mana motuhake on our mana motuhake, is that we've got to get out of the commodity trap. And traders, I say trade negotiators, and traders will tell you that, oh, no, look, we'll just take your hoki block. No, those 10 kg cardboard boxes are fine, and we'll take those and put them into China because they're really, post-COVID, they really want those now. You shouldn't be developing your new 3 fillet product pack, which costs you 20% more to provide and costs the customers in Qingdao or Shanghai 40% more than they would be paying if they were buying it out of a box. So we got to make sure that sometimes you have to do that for cash flow and just move the product. But this is not a criticism of the people who have been working in these areas. But let's not waste the crisis. We've just been through 6 months of what have we got? We got reimagining, reassessing. I was writing these down this morning. Reassessing, reigniting. Basically changing how we look at things because we had to. So let's not waste that and use the momentum. So out of the commodity trap. And if Harrods doesn't want our manuka, then there's there's a vernacular way of saying that's fine with us, but then we'll find someone that will, on a regular basis, and pay the premium. And that's going to take some time, and it takes a bit of patience, and it also takes a bit of capital, intellectual and financial. And you heard this morning from people who are up for it. These people, the ones you heard from this morning, well, at least Ingrid and Manu, certifiably insane. If you know, who would do that out of choice? So, hey, but because you've got a different driver, we have got some. We need to take that time, and we can't afford to just sit down and sit around and wait. We've got to keep moving. But the trade, to be able to sell product in the right, we're only little. We are only little. You know, there's nothing wrong with Ngāti Porou East Coast aspiring to be in the first division. We almost got there. So we can get that close, we could do it again. But it's not about it's not about being too small to have ambition. We can have the ambition, we just got to make sure that we are working in the right area and got the right tools. And by that I mean, let's pick our market segments and let's concentrate on getting the wedge in there and working hard. Here's an example, then I'll finish. So we've been going to seafood fairs around the world, and I was thrown into seafood sort of stuff in 1990. Down, and I was second drop too in that case because the first two pulled out, and Cabinet was looking around. Kevin was looking around for someone else that could get in quickly, but more than three and a half decades been going offshore a couple of times a year to trade shows to do with seafood. And you always see products being displayed and new technology, and what you don't see until very recently is, and we saw this 2 years ago. Did Paul get here? No. Paul Morgan. We had, he told me he was, anyway. Don't believe what the traders say. So we had a stand up there in Qingdao, which is now the biggest seafood show probably in the globe. And it was Sea Lord, it was Kono, it was Portnick. Who else was there, Tina? Anyway, 5 of us. All Kiwi, more than 60% Maori owned, and especially when the Tūwhare Toa group came past, we couldn't get through. There were so many people coming to see the stand, and it was one of the best shows that the people there had. Bit of collaboration, bit of cooperation, and everybody had a great show. Now, that's business as usual. Now we've got to kick on to the next stage. So that's what I mean by somebody had this brain fart that said, why don't we all be on the same stand? We cut our costs down per metre. We have less need for people on the stand. We can have more people actually doing the negotiations and trading. Chairman's happy, productivity goes up. And we service the customers better. And it was a nice looking stand. So a couple of examples, and then, so that's it. There's one, and then there are some things happening in forestry, not so quickly, partly because it takes 35 years for the trees to grow. But there is more happening in that area as well in terms of being able to collaborate and provide product into a form where there are locally owned producers to take it out of a straight log form into a value-added process. Now, I was going to talk about some numbers, but I don't think so. I think the most important thing here, from my point of view, from here, taking something you'd be surprised to know, taking a Ngāti Porou-centric view, is that, we've got to take a long-term view. We have to be ambitious. We don't bow down. We may have to wait till the right opportunity comes, but we don't. When it comes to the things that we're fighting for, because it is future generations, there's a lot at stake. So you just got to keep going. When it gets too tough, when you think it's tough and you start to feel sorry for yourself, just think about your nanny and what she'd say. Yeah, so then you get up again and go start again. Bueno.
Questions from the floor? Now's your chance.
That wasn't part of it.
Well, you've got the man in many chairs up here.
Kia ora koutou, ko Lily Stender, taku ingoa Tologa Bay Innovation. Kia ora whamutu. One of the things you first said in the beginning was we mustn't put our taonga at risk, and everything we do is with that intergenerational lens, which I tautoko. Obviously the forestry is a huge part of our economic driver up the coast, and however, it hasn't necessarily provided all the solutions for us in terms of providing employment and beneficial economic opportunity for us on the ground. So over the last few days, I don't know if you've noticed, Uwawa has been destroyed again by the slash, and God knows what it's actually doing to our kapitikai, our kaimoana. A few months' time, we'll be walking around like that, you know. We don't know what's happening in the waters. It's, you know. Anyway, I'm hoping that you are working with the council and the forestry organisations to find a proper solution to this matter. May I ask, have you found a solution?
The answer is no. A solution or solutions to that particular condition. The ingredients of it, though, we believe we've identified some of the key elements. And so one of those is changing the forestry management practice. and so that, it's a little bit too much detail here, but just so we can make some sense here, we are talking about trees either blown down, washed down, or cut down, and it's a residue of the forest that were cut and left behind. All three have ended up in the floods, have ended up in the rivers, and then they go down the rivers and they end up either at the bridge or on the beach here. In this case, we're talking about Uwawa, but it happens in other parts of other catchments as well. In 2018, it happened here as well as in Nelson and other places. So we need to change the forestry management practice so that whole hillsides aren't cut at the same time. This is an oversimplification, but it basically, if it could be done in a staged fashion, that would reduce the risk of that hillside sliding. Secondly, we need to, and that may mean two companies have to cooperate to move their gangs from one of the woodlots to another, because unfortunately we don't have many cases where it's the same forestry company who owns the logs on the whole catchment, right? So that takes, I talked about collaboration, that takes some working together, sharing costs, making sure that our workers don't just become the casualty. They don't just become, okay, you're working this week, you're not working next week because the next scan's coming in and with company 3, okay? So we're going to change it for it. That's a harvest. That if that could be done immediately, then we might see some results in 5 years' time when those, depending on the flood course. Secondly, there's how we plant and what we plant, which is, and you'll see, that's 10, 15 years before you see the results of that. And then there's the harvest practice and where we harvest and what we harvest. And so they will take some time, but I do believe, and these are also looking for the best available science on this too, that we need to make sure that we are finding enduring solutions, not just a quick fix. Okay, so that's, and I can say, for instance, one of the catchment, I'll come back on the slash, one of the forestry companies I work with was able to tell the AGM last year they had no slash, and they're harvesting in 3 of the catchments which are highly prone to erosion. And one of the reasons is that the owners of the land and the owners of those forests as well, their Korean JV partner, agreed that they would have they ended up with 35% at least of the forest right area is either riparian offset or bush reserve. So they have got wider offsets before anything can get into the creek. That, however, means that the forest owner and the landowner are giving up, 20% of what would otherwise be harvested. And that's quite a big drop in income. They were prepared to take that because it was a conscious decision. So that's the sort of decision making that can have some impact. There's other things about that Tauwhare catchment, but that's a bit of a detail. We have a question down here.
Kia ora, ko Javana Ropia hau no konei, no ngā pui hoki. My question to you is around the forestry as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have, 95% of our forestry going over to China, and we have 2% going over to Korea, and yet we can't build houses here in New Zealand. With the COVID happening and everything shutting down, and everybody's talking about resilience and how we can help our own, I would say about 80% of our forestry workers don't own their own home. You know, that sort of thing is happening. We've got forestry workers that are still homeless in Te Tairawhiti. We've got that happening, and it's real. My question to you is, even around the seabeds, I mean, all it has to take is a algae bloom, and our sea is gone again. But what are we going to do after all our trees are gone in the next 5-10 years? What are our people? What's the sustainability that we have to actually give them foundations, and their biggest foundation is a home, for not only themselves but for their whānau and their mokopuna. So, you know, I just put it back to our companies, our organisations, our big companies here in Te Tairawhiti and through New Zealand, that these are the big issues on the ground floor, is a home for our people, is the homes that, you know, all these, we send trades, you know, stuff overseas to all these traders, and we're making the money for who? For what? I would just say for myself, my tipuna was one of the first Pākehā traders here in Aotearoa, no Ngāpui. He traded my nan for a musket and a blanket. So, you know, but we still have this issue today in the ground floor. So, you know, all this trading and everything that we have here, it's, hey, kei te pai tērā kaupapa I tēnei ata, I tēnei rā. Engari, he mamai taku ngākau, taku hiningaro, mō taku whānau, mō taku iwi hoki.
Kia ora. Kia ora, ka rongo te mamai. Ko te tikanga ia o te mahi I tīmatara e aku tīpuna. Me tatai noa ki aku mātua, ana ka hoki mai au, ki ahau. O tēnei te mahi ngahere, koena kia whai hua mō Ngauri whakatipu. So that was the driver that my grandparents, then my parents, and then I got given it. So some of us get shoulder tapped for these jobs. Mine was an ankle tap. Fell flat on my face. I had no choice either, was forestry. But that was a job, a task that I got. And the purpose of it is to be able to grow our ability to be able to fend for ourselves. Exactly that. And on the homelessness, etc., if there are people who are currently employed in forestry who are homeless, very happy for you to give me where they are and who they are, because I have a small company that I work with, that I chair. We have 75 employees through the contracting gangs. They are all housed and they're all paid. So, you know, there's something there. Well, I'm not saying there's anything wrong, but that's why we're doing it, so we can fix it. I think you said, I think I can correct it, we do not send 95% of our logs to China. They take 30% of the exported product, that's for sure. They have been a big customer up to now. And we export probably 65% of our output, of our log output gets exported. And China takes a third of that, roughly. Which is still a big chunk, because they're way ahead of the next biggest buyer of our produce. And then some of the product, so the 30 to 40%, which is consumed here, can be exported. Some of that is exported, but certainly a lot of it goes offshore in the log form, and a lot of that goes to China. I'm not saying that. And why can't we build houses here is a deeper question, which probably above my pay grade. But I agree with you about being able to do more for people that are unable to do not have that resilience. We've got to work on that.
Kia ora whai. Look, we're going to call it a stop there because we're running a bit behind time. So, ho mai te pake pake? Well, Chris, that ends this particular session. I just want to make one point and one observation as a facilitator for this session. I mean, one of the clear messages that have coming through from Meng, from the Hokainga as well, it just reminds me on Sunday, if I may reflect just very briefly on Whai's other half of his whakapapa. Te Aroha released a Vision 2050 on Sunday. The very clear message from that, going right back to the time of Pari and the homelands, bringing it forward to now, was this clear message: never forget who you are, never forget where you're from, and take the treasures of your ancestors with you. And with that, you can actually face any challenge. That it makes you resilient, and you can cast and create your own future. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora tātou. Can I just prelude to, before handing over to Robert to facilitate the next session. So this morning we started with the Minister, Nanaia Mahuta, representing a government's view about trade and Māori interests. We then heard from Laura talking about what's her thoughts are for the pending UK negotiations with New Zealand and some of the things that she hopes might be able to come out of that. We then zoomed off around the world into Asia, and we heard from Simon and our own Meng talking about China. So this next session, this really it gets to the heart of what today is really all about. So won't steal Robert's thunder in introducing Vangelis, but I will say that this gentleman that you're about to hear from now, he's been really at the heart of really changing the way that Māori engagement happens between the New Zealand government and Māori on these trade issues. This gentleman here, so I will leave it that to Robert to introduce our next speaker.
Robert, mate. Mate. Our chief negotiator has been someone who has driven this thing for us for a long time, and we just, out of respect, wanted to stand to show you our support for our chief negotiator. And just a very quick story. I remember one day when my son came home to my whare, and he had a friend with him, and his friend said, "Where's your father work?" And my son said to him, "Oh, he works at MFAT." And he said, and the question was, well, what's MFAT? "Oh, you know, it's one of those government ministries." "You mean the ministries for fat people?" I don't want to go there. But what I do want to say is that the Gillis has walked this line for a while. But the people behind me, he would say to you, are the reasons why he's able to do that as well. So I will not acknowledge my own staff. We have some very, very capable people here. And as I move him, and I'm going to ask him to come this way and start walking this way, we are called the Manatu Aorere. It was given to us by Tupuna Maori. They gave this name to us. How high? And with the Manatu ministry. With the Aorere, that was other name. Te whakarere atu a tātou mahi nā ki te ao. All right? So we fly our work to the world. Hence the term, Aorere. And so, listen to this. Pātu ki te ti, pātu ki te tāno, tua whakarere hea kamatsu, kakahia whakamua ko Ngāti Aorere Kia ora tātou.
Just really quickly, whānau, kia ora no tātou. Acknowledge Martin and their group and that appropriate start for this session. Also acknowledge that we are in the what we call the graveyard shift of conferences after lunch. But our next presenter, he's dynamic.
He's got a very important role, Mr. Vangelis. Vitalis, he's of Greek whakapapa, so he's a Greek New Zealander. And the first time I met him last year, he mentioned that, and he mentioned the importance of Maori helping the Greeks during World War II. And those important relationships. So that was important. I also acknowledge, aroha mai, ko wai au, te tāki taku mātua ko Ngāti Kahungunu, no Mahia, no Nuhaka, no Tāmaki Nui Ārua, me Wairarapa Moana, te tāki taku whai ko Tainui, ko Ngāti Maniapoto, Ngāti Tūwhare Tō, ko Robert Joseph Ahau, e mai ana hau ki te whare wānanga o Waikato, te wahanga ture. And on that note, I know we don't always acknowledge this, but my kahungunu whakapapa, we come all the way up here too, right? We're related. My wife actually is from whānau at Manutuke. She's a whaitiri, from the whaitiri whānau. Whaitiris, tūrangis. Whaitiris, tūrangis, they usually have to say after that, my apologies. But that's I guess, katua hoki konei. Anyway, whānau, so Mr. Vangelis, he's the Deputy Secretary for Trade and Economic Development. He's the Chief Negotiator for New Zealand for the European Union, New Zealand Free Trade Agreement. He was the Chief Negotiator also for the CTPPP, or CTPP. And I'll just say this last one with my whakapapa and the ties here. So my wife, me whānau, Henare Tūrangi, her grandfather, fought in the Battle of Crete. And they got a photo of him here with all the rest of your whānau here, right? And I spent some time in Australia too, and while I was there, I met a lot of Greek people, and once they found out we were Maori, the windows of heaven opened because of our people helping them. So without further ado, hara mawhānau, later.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the warm welcome, and to my staff as well, thank you. But to you in particular, Chris, for pulling this together again. High Commissioner, great to see you. Laura, nice to see you. And other guests, I think his worship has left, but it was good to hear the Chinese version. You're about to hear the Greek version of real history. They're an ancient civilization, but we're even more ancient than they are. Whakapapa is really important to Greeks. So for me, ko Serifos te motere. So my parents moved here when I was 12. We come from a small island in Greece called Serifos. Ko hora te maunga, ko Aegean te moana, ko Varda te papakainga, ko Perseus te tangata. So Perseus is Perseus in English. He comes from our island. He is the person who killed the Gorgon Medusa, who was a monster that was terrorizing the Greek islands during that time, so more than 2,000 years ago, and we still remember and honour that memory. But I did want to particularly say that there is a special place in the heart of all Greek New Zealanders for the Maori Battalion, and every year we do lay a wreath, and last year my children had the honour of laying the wreath in their memory, and we always say a poem in Maori, in Greek, and in English. I'm not going to recite it here. It's a very long poem. My poor daughter had to recite it last year, and it goes for about 7 minutes. But I did want to say, tus timomaste, ke detus xechname, tus mauros που πεθάνανε και πέσανε στη Κρήτη, στην Ελλάδα, detus xechname, tus timomaste. Basically, I said, we remember them, we'll never forget them, we honour them, we remember, and we never forget. And we really don't. That community has been laying that wreath since the end of the Second World War. So thank you. I wanted to do three things today. I wanted to talk briefly about, I guess, the way the world looks now in a post-COVID situation, and give you a bit of a flavour for how we are thinking about, how do we prepare ourselves for this. Then I want to talk a little bit about the trade recovery strategy. The Minister this morning provided a kind of an overview of it. I want to give you a bit more detail, in particular, on the various trade negotiations that we have underway, and My staff that are here today, many of them are directly involved, Claire Kelly, Michelle Slade, who are here, and I'm sorry I can't see you all, and various other colleagues who are here available to answer questions on a range of the things that we're doing. But I wanted first to say, and maybe the first slide could come up, just a reminder why trade matters to us. As a country, it's 620,000 jobs, 1 in 4 New Zealanders, and in this region, the Hawke's Bay, Gisborne area, it's essentially 1 in 3. That does not include the tourism sector, nor does it include the education sector. It's the people directly employed in the export sector. The other thing we know is that if you're in an exporting business, you employ more people. And you pay better wages. So that is a very important dimension to what we're trying to do in the trade sphere with these trade agreements. We are actually trying to help the regions of New Zealand, small and medium enterprises, women, Maori business in particular. And I do want to say for Maori business, trade is a particular priority for you. It needs to be, because many of the assets that you have are in the primary products area, and they face the highest barriers internationally. So if you're a manufacturer, the tariff barrier tends to be lower, but if you're a Maori exporter of fish, of wood, of kiwi fruit, of sheep meat, you are paying the highest tariff, the biggest barrier. So you have a real interest in these trade agreements when they can actually knock down, and I want to give you some practical examples of what happens when we knock those barriers down and what scale they are. But before I turn to that, I want to talk briefly about what the global context looks like for us. So internationally at the moment, the shock that we've had from COVID is something we have never seen before, and we haven't seen something like this before because it's a combined demand shock as well as a supply shock. And that combination really drives what you're seeing internationally, which is a contraction of the global economy. We are seeing a contraction here in New Zealand, and that is having an impact on trade. So international trade flows are expected to fall by up to a third, between 13 and 32%. That's the most dramatic collapse in global trade flows that we have seen internationally since before the Great Depression. That does matter to us because please don't forget that the trade links that we have internationally are the things that bring in our medicines. So when all the airlines stopped flying to New Zealand, part of my job and the job of my team was to make sure we were still getting medicine in, because 80% of New Zealand's medicines come in on planes, on passenger planes. When they weren't flying, you didn't have the medicines. Whether that was Panadol, whether it was Sudafed, whatever you can think of that you get in the pharmacy or your doctor prescribes for you, that comes in on a plane. If those planes don't fly, you don't get those medicines. So that was one of our big jobs during the crisis, was to re-establish those freight links and keep things moving and keep us healthy. The second thing I'd say about the global situation that we face at the moment is that the US-China trade war continues. It hasn't stopped because of the pandemic. It hasn't stopped because of what is clearly a major public health catastrophe in the United States. That US-China war continues, and it overlays the big challenges we now face internationally as we look out into the world as a country that has done extremely well. But we look out into countries where production is down, their own demand is down, prices are starting to soften, the world is starting to tighten. The other thing that we've benefited from enormously as a country is that the international rules for trade that give you the certainty that the contract that you've entered into with your exporter, that the barrier that you face will not change overnight, those rules are now under threat. As of the end of last year, we don't have an enforceable trading system anymore. We've had an enforceable trading system for nearly 25 years. And by enforceable, I mean a system where a small country like New Zealand could take the European Union to court at the World Trade Organization and win, and the European Union had to bring its regime into compliance. We could take a big country like the United States to court and win, which we did, and they had to bring their system into compliance. We took the Australians to court on apples, most famously, and they had to bring their regime into compliance as well. We have lost that system. That system expired at the end of December last year, and so suddenly, on top of the COVID pandemic we face that uncertainty. We know what that uncertainty was like, because that's the way the system was before 1994. Before then, if you were a sheep meat exporter exporting to the European Union, you did not know year on year, let alone 6 months on 6 months, what tariff you would pay how much of your sheep meat the European Union would take. In 1994, and with the establishment of the World Trade Organization in 1995, they got that certainty. We got the exact volume, we got the in quota, what's called the in quota tariff rate, which allowed us to get this preference into the European Union market, which of course at the time included the United Kingdom. And that tariff did not change one single time in all those years. Prior to 1994, it changed every year. And it changed between 20%, so the tax that you would pay for every $100, you'd pay $20 to Brussels. It could change between 20 and 45%. So you did not know. Imagine what that does to your planning system. So we have lost something in the last 5 months, something very significant, which continues to create uncertainty. And the other problem that we now face is rising protectionism internationally. So if you thought the situation was bad before, and if you're a Maori exporter in the kiwi fruit industry and you thought times were challenging for you, if you were a honey exporter, which I heard mentioned several times today, life just got more difficult for you. Protectionism is up. It may be a new tariff barrier, it may be a new certificate that you have to provide, but there are all those barriers are emerging internationally. Perhaps one positive thing that's come out of it is that we've moved much more into the digital space. There's been much more willingness to move in that. So maybe that global context, if I'm looking for a silver lining, it is much greater acceptance of digital methods of communicating, but also certifying product. So we're hopeful that we'll get more electronic certification procedures, recognition of electronic signatures, that those will be ways that will enable trade into the future, and there we do stand to gain a significant advantage. So if there's a silver lining here, it may be that some of these things may be a positive for us. But we're still facing a major environmental crisis internationally. Global fish stocks are in trouble. Climate change is an ever-present danger, and the flooding here, as you've seen, is certainly one of the consequences of what's happening internationally. And I want to touch briefly on that when I talk about how trade can actually contribute in a positive way to addressing some of the challenges that we face in the environment. So all of that is combined to make a very, very challenging word, maybe the next slide, is that this world we're about to get into is a world that we are not familiar with, that we have forgotten what that world looks like, and it's going to be extremely challenging for us as a small economy whose fragility of its international connections has really been exposed over the last 4 or 5 months. So if I can go to the next slide. But we do have a trade strategy. So Minister Parker and Minister Mahuta together, I think a month ago roughly, does that sound right, Claire? Or Caroline? It was about a month ago, launched the strategy. I always call it the 3 Rs. It's the retooling of exporter support, it's the refreshing the trade architecture, and reinvigorating our international connections. And the 4th R is building strategic resilience, and that is going to be a very important part of what we're trying to do with our trade agreements as well. Just very briefly on the first one, retooling exporter support, that's about MFAT, MPI, NZTE, it's really good to see you here, Tina, and colleagues working together in a much more collaborative way than we have even before, but to support exporters, to help you find markets, to help you work on what Simon Draper mentioned this morning. You know, how do you do business with a person that you can't physically meet, that you can't have dinner with, you can't have a cup of coffee with to sort out the finer details of the contract? How do you do that? This is where we'll help you. This is where we, together with NZTE and together with our other colleagues and other agencies, are going to, as the Prime Minister said, lean in to support. And we're going to do that in 3 ways. One is we're going to beef up our web-based tools. So there's a tariff finder, if you want to know what the tariff is in Europe on, medical cannabis, for example. I was just looking it up. It's actually good news. It's a 0 tariff. There's a whole lot of regulations around it, unfortunately, but never mind. But there's a tariff finder that you can just plug in a word, and it will tell you what the tariff is in the countries. And where we've got a free trade agreement, it will tell you what preference you enjoy, what advantage you enjoy over your competitors. The second thing we're doing is our embassies offshore, they are producing market intelligence reports, and they're for free, and they're on our website. Please go onto our website and have a look, download them. They are short, quick, easy reads. And the third thing that we're going to do is you should contact us. There's an exporter helpline, an 0800 number. There's also an email And you can direct message me on Twitter, so follow me at VangelisVNZ, just an attempt to get some more followers. Right, Laura? Not that we're competing. But look, we really do want to hear from you. We also want to hear from you when we don't get things right. So when we're trying to support exporters and we do the wrong thing, you need to tell us, because that's how we learn. That's how we're going to get better. And I know that together with NZTE, we are very serious about making this work. It's an opportunity. NZTE is going to be doing a lot of work onshore. I don't want to speak, sorry, Tina, don't want to speak for you, but there's going to be work done to enable companies to trade. And we, together with NZTE and MPI and our customs colleagues and others, are going to be working to push that out offshore to really help you. But let me focus on the 2 and the 3 here, the trade architecture and the refreshing of trade relationships. Look, that's about doing a couple of things. One is giving us a bit of an edge in markets, giving an advantage to New Zealand firms. You know, we had a huge advantage in the Chinese market for a long time. The other thing we're trying to do is level the playing field. So where our competitors have free trade agreements, but we do not, European Union is one of those, the UK will be another. That's when we need to catch up and level the playing field so that you are competing evenly and fairly with your competitors from other countries. We have a lot of negotiations underway, and I'm not going to go, I'll name check them briefly just to give you a sense of what it is we're looking at, and I'm happy to take any questions on the specifics either today, but of course anytime you have a question. Maybe to start with the 2 big regional agreements, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, that's the 10 ASEAN countries plus China, Japan, Korea, India, Australia, and New Zealand, so it's a mega agreement. Unfortunately, it looks like India won't be part of that agreement, but we are hoping that the rest of us, so that big block, will be able to sign the agreement at the end of the year. A very significant part of integrating our economy into the international global economy. The other building block for which Michelle is leading is the CPTPP agreement. That's the agreement that's the other half, I would argue, of the emerging regional economic architecture that does give us important preferences and advantages and levels the playing field in a number of really key markets, not least to mention Japan, where we're seeing a really big boost, for example, in kiwi fruit. I think Simon mentioned the benefits of vitamin C and so on. So there are really some those big agreements, those mega regionals are going to be a very important part of our future as we look out. And with CPTPP, of course, we are certainly wanting to encourage the United Kingdom to join. We hope Thailand may as well. And we're certainly looking to expand the agreement so it's not standing still. We have the negotiations about which Laura spoke today, which are currently underway, have been going on this past week, past 2 weeks in fact, with the UK. And then just a few weeks before that, we had our 8th round of negotiations with the European Union. I want to give you a sense of why it matters. Look, today, a New Zealand kiwi fruit exporter exporting to the European Union and indeed to the United Kingdom pays an 8.4% tariff. That means for every $100 of kiwi fruit you send, $8.40 is going into the pockets of the Customs Administration in Brussels. That's even before you arrive at the supermarket shelf. Your competitors from Chile, who are the main competitors in the European Union market, have a free trade agreement. They don't pay a tariff. So they go in at zero. You pay $8.40 per $100. You can see that that is a serious challenge in terms of your competitiveness in that market. Honey's another great example. 17% is the tariff that we pay into the European Union. So for every $100 worth of honey, $17 of that goes into the Brussels pockets, or into the pockets of but into the customs. That was a terrible thing to suggest, particularly with the UK High Commissioner here. What I meant was to the Customs Administration, right? That's your fee that you pay. Your competitors don't pay that because they have a free trade agreement. So you're already starting on the back foot having to pay the 17% tariff. Frozen fish, the tariff there is between 8 and 22%. These are unsustainable gaps in our competitiveness with our competitors who are already in the market. So if you think on fish, the Chileans, the Latin Americans, the South Africans, the Ukrainians, they are all in there. They don't pay a tariff, but we do. That is simply not a sustainable thing for us to be confronting. That's about jobs at home. It's about incomes at home. It's about our productivity, and it's about our future as an economy here, including the regions which are really dependent on those kinds of on those products. So these agreements are really important in a very practical way to people's livelihoods. There's PACER Plus, which is the agreement that we have concluded and hope to bring into force shortly. We only need 2 more Pacific Island countries to ratify the agreement. It's the agreement we have with the Pacific Island countries, but also with Australia. And there's an important dimension there for, I know Maori do good business in the Pacific and have really strong, powerful relationships of the kind of thing that Simon was speaking about earlier. 2 other important agreements, groundbreaking ones, the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement, Singapore, Chile and New Zealand, the first international treaty that was signed digitally, we believe, and it was concluded nearly 2 months ago. We hope to bring it into force before the end of the year. It does depend on all 3 of us completing our parliamentary procedures, which with COVID has been a bit of a challenge for our Chilean, in particular our Chilean counterparts. But that Digital Economy Partnership Agreement is, we hope, to be a foundation stone for what we hope will grow into a larger regional digital trade agreement where we hope, for example, Australia, Canada, Uruguay and some others might join us in that agreement. And the last one I want to briefly mention is the Agreement on Climate Change, Trade and Sustainability. I'm very convinced that trade rules can make a positive difference for the environment. And the Agreement on Climate Change, Trade and Sustainable Development is a practical example of that. In that agreement, together, which we're negotiating with Norway, Switzerland, Costa Rica, ourselves obviously, and Fiji and Iceland, we are looking to create trade rules that will eliminate fossil fuel subsidies. So fossil fuel subsidies, they're $400 to $500 billion a year are spent by people paying the oil companies to produce, a very damaging to the climate product. They're being subsidized to do that. We're saying, in the same way at the World Trade Organization we were able to deal with agricultural subsidies, let's use these enforceable trade rules to force the elimination of those fossil fuel subsidies. This is high ambition, and it's no coincidence that it's only a small group of countries that are doing this, working together, because we made a conscious decision. We did want to do it with a small group of countries, like-minded, high ambition, that are going to set real rules. And then we would like large countries to join us. Looking at the High Commissioner here, because the UK is hosting the Climate Change Conference next year, and we think this will be a fantastic contribution to the process for a G7 economy and a major global player to join. We know, unfortunately, the EU can't do that because they have all these difficulties, which we're hoping might be another incentive for the UK to join, because it will be able to point out that the EU can't do this, but we, the UK, can. So you can see me developing the messaging. But this is going to be a really important agreement. Look, the other thing we've been working on is that I know is very important to us domestically here and in this region is trying to get rid of the subsidies that people pay for fishing, which creates a very, very perverse incentive. You are not subsidized, your competitors are, and that needs to be dealt with. And if you think about your colleagues in the Pacific, where the global collapse of fish stock is really hurting, you can see what's at stake for them as well. And again, we're looking to the World Trade Organization. We hope that negotiation will be finished at the end of the year. And again, that's about real money. It's about leveling the playing field for you when you compete internationally. But it's also about actually trying to reverse or at least halt the collapse of what is a really important cross-border global public good, which is the fish stock. The last point I want to make on the trade recovery strategy is that we are looking very hard now. One of the lessons we learnt out of the pandemic is that there are some things that New Zealand doesn't have that we did not have enough of. And by that I do mean protective equipment, hospital-grade goggles, boots, and so on. I'm not suggesting we have to produce them here, but it is an observation that we do not stockpile these things. And maybe it's time that we did, to build our resilience. So one of the things we're looking at together, we've just launched a piece of work on this, is to think about how we build that strategic resilience. We are the only OECD country that does not stockpile product. The only thing we stockpile is, ironically, oil, but we do not stockpile any of this other equipment. This is not a suggestion, by the way, that we should produce it domestically. It's actually about ensuring that we have enough stock that we will be able to manage our own health and safety on shore, including for those people that are working in essential services, particularly during those lockdown periods. So we're thinking really hard about that. So the 3 Rs that you see there, retooling, exporter support, refreshing and reinvigorating our international connectivity, and building that strategic resilience. Those are, in fact, there's 4 R's effectively there. That comprises the ecosystem of our strategy to try to bring us out of this recovery. Because after all, 1 in 4 New Zealanders' jobs depends on this, and we know that we're going to have a really tough time. My pick is that October, November, things are going to get really difficult for us in New Zealand. We will see that contraction, and I don't want to cross across Treasury's line, because I know Trevor is going to speak shortly. But I do think we have a real challenge, but I am really convinced that trading our way out of this crisis is part of the solution. So look, I hope I've given you a bit of a sense of A, the challenge that we face, B, that we do have a strategy here to manage this. It is the 4 R's. We do face some real headwinds in our trade negotiations, but those trade negotiations are worth, A, real money, but they're worth jobs, they're worth better incomes, and they're all about regional and New Zealand's economic development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vangelis. I'm sure you found that very interesting, very relevant. Finally, we have a little bit of time for questions. Any pātai? Whaia.
Thank you for that. That was really informative, and especially for a sheep and beef farmer. Very important that we know how we can go about this. And I would like to know, what's it like to buy land up there in the Northern Hemisphere?
What's it like?
How hard is it to do that?
It's probably a question better for the High Commissioner. But I would say that actually we've had good access into the European Union, and by that I do mean the United Kingdom as well. We have got what's called a tariff rate quota, which essentially controls the volume we can send, which was a negotiated outcome of the Uruguay round of negotiations in 1994. Came into force on the 1st of January 1995, and has been a really important part of the access that you get. Unfortunately, the challenge that we face is that tariff rate quota that we negotiated in good faith with Brussels, because it is a legal obligation of Brussels, is now under threat because of Brexit. There's no easy way to say it, even with Laura in the room. And unfortunately, both London and Brussels have taken a view on those tariff rate quotas that we don't agree with, because we do think that diminishes our legal rights to what was a carefully negotiated outcome. I know I haven't answered your question. The other thing that I would say is, yes, you can buy New Zealand lamb all across the continent. In Greece, you know, because the Greek Orthodox Easter comes usually later or sometimes earlier, it depends on the calendar. There's often a big advantage, Greece, Romania and so on, with the Easter being later. There's 2 waves of major New Zealand exports of sheep meat into the EU market, and it's a good product, it's highly valued, and I think that's only going to get better as we go ahead. So I'd love to tell you that there was a serious problem that the High Commissioner should be dealing with. There is, in the sense that it's the tariff rate quota question, but in terms of access in general, it has been pretty good. We would like to have much more access, particularly on beef.
And I understand that, because we did a little exercise here in Gisborne about doing our lamb and beef to pack and save. They asked us to do it. So we did it for 2 years, and we lost $20,000 by not sending it to the works. But it was an exercise that we wanted to do. So for me, I'm really keen. There's enough Maori that own a lot of land, and the sheep and beef farmers as well, that, you know, we started our little incorporation off as one individuals. It took us 2 years to bring them all together. And I'm quite serious about this, that if we can't get together as Māori to move up there and purchase land, if we have to, I mean, we come from there. Well, some of my ancestors come from there, and there are people up there that we know are related. So is that a barrier? Do you think, can I ask the Commissioner, please?
Yeah, investment in the UK is always very welcomed, and I mean, I'm not an expert, but in
Oh, that's exciting, people.
And in the EU itself, right? So there's opportunities in both. We are more restrictive than they are, which is one of the challenges in the negotiation.
Thank you, Whaia. Time for one more pātai.
Kia ora. Just a quick question for us SMEs, us grassroots businesses. The other speaker, I think it was Simon Draper, spoke of the Asian markets, and there'll be a lot more business to consumer. So in terms of some of us grassroots businesses that are creating our own livelihoods and then digitising our businesses to sell online, do the tariffs apply to our smaller products as well?
Yes, I'm really sorry they do. So if you're sending a product like a leg of lamb, but you're using a digital platform to get it delivered in China, which I know is a big new growth market, yes, you would face the tariff. It is. I mean, I don't know, Tina, if you want to say something about the digital platform that NZT is working on, because I think this is really important. Because I do think this is a real opportunity for small and medium enterprises in that digital space. But it's not just if you know how to use Facebook, you can use this platform. It's actually a bit more complicated than that. But NZT has the answers. Oh, you're speaking after me. Sorry. Right, I forgot. Yeah, great. So, but I mean, there is actually a really important piece of work that NZT is doing that actually, in my opinion, will actually make a real difference to this.
All right. Thank you, whānau. Mai te paki. So just in summary, a common theme that's been coming through, and with Vangelis, I heard he mentioned those 4 R's: retooling, refreshing, reinvigorating, and resilience. I think common theme in capturing it in one word, another R, is relationships. And my background, not Robert, relationships. And my background is law, among other things. I did repent of that, but however. And so I've done a lot of jurisprudence and looked at laws around the world and so on. And I come to the conclusion, whānau, and I lecture this to our groups in Waikato Law School, that the traditional Maori legal system based on tikanga Maori was more effective than the British legal system and other European legal systems. Well, New Zealand legal system. And I tell you why. Among other things, we didn't need any police. Right? We policed ourselves. Failing that, the kuias policed it. Right? But I say to see there's that whole spiritual element, the wairu element. But I maintain that our tikanga legal system is a law of relationships. It's our relationships with ko te atua, te whenua, with our tupuna, our past with our tamariki, our mokopuna. It's a law of relationships. It's intergenerational. It's capturing a lot of the things that have been said here already. And I believe it captures a lot of the korero of Vangelis, actually. Kia ora tātou. Back to you, Chris.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Robert Joseph, for that. And Vangelis, just a few key things that I took out of that. You're saying that we're facing tough times, that the world economy is going to contract by a third in the not too distant future. But you also remind us of the hard cold facts that when it contracts, that's 1 in 3 jobs in the Te Tairawhiti are at risk from this contraction. So again, this is the theme that we started off this morning about why trade is so important. So Vangelis, a little story. When we first were formed through Taru's leadership, the Taumata, and we were all in Wellington with Vangelis, and they took this photo of us sitting alongside in MFAT, and MFAT posted it online, and my cousin saw it. And my cousin sits in Brussels, in Belgium. She's been up there for about 20 years. And she sends me this text, and she goes, "Cousin, I saw this photo of you with Vangelis. Ka mautui." And I said to her, "Oh, ka pai, cousin. Is he any good?" And she goes, "Cousin." She said, "He was the best boss I ever had." And I told Vangelis this, and he says, "Yeah, and I still owe her $20. So So in that context, Robert, you know, that to me, it is about relationships, as we as Maori, you know, big on relationships. We've been hearing that recurring theme coming through together all day today. So again, Vangelis, I do want to say to you, on behalf of us on the Taumata, we thank you again for all of the work that you are doing going forward with us, and the way in which that you've embraced and opened yourself up and the government up to, and the ears of government to be listening to the views of Maori like what we're seeing here today. I really want to say that again publicly amongst us all, and thank you for doing that. We've got a lot of work to do going forward. So now we're going to change gear a little bit further, and to really build on what Vangelis just said. The next session is really about Vangelis and his team do all of the hard yards. They get out there and they talk to all of these different countries about trade agreements. Hopefully by now you've got a little bit of a sense of what the heck a trade agreement is and why it's important. Now, when he does all his magic, what then happens is the rākau gets passed to another part of government or other parts of government to implement that stuff. So really the next session is really, we're bringing some of the other parts of government to come up onto the stage to have a discussion together with you about the various parts of government and the things that they are doing together. And I think we're going to start with who? Taria, how do you want to do this? Kapai. Okay. So they take a 5-minute break. They're going to organise themselves up on stage. Take a 5-minute break while they get themselves organised. We're bang on time. I think so. Look at that.
Will we have a microphone?
Yeah, we will need mics though, Chris. You want the mics? Yeah. I'll pass the mics. I'll pass this one. There's 2 of them. Okay. Yeah. So I'll introduce you. I introduced the whole session as government agencies, but I'll make sure to clarify that for you guys. Okay. Yeah.
Nice to see you, by the way. Didn't have a chance to say hi.
And you. Going good. That other stuff is going really awesome. The Canada stuff. Yeah. Awesome. You're going to start?
Oh, Tina's going to start us and I'm going to end us.
Okay, all right, okay. Are you going to lead off? Okay. Mai tātou. So again, our panel have now got themselves organised. So just to restate, this is really about hearing from some of the government agencies. It's not just the government agencies that we have on stage. So we do have Taria Tahana. Taria is going to talk about APEC and what's happening with APEC. We have Tina. And one of her colleagues, they're going to talk about the New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, some of the things that Vangelis alluded to, that now that he's got some of these trade agreements formulated or in the process, the role the NZT will play. We've got, is Trevor going to be with us? Oh. Okay. So we've got Trevor. Trevor's going to talk, give a view from New Zealand Treasury in terms of trade and COVID-19. Kia ora, Trevor. And then lastly, we have Stephen Jacoby from the New Zealand International Business Forum. And Stephen's going to share a view on the way that he's seeing the lay of the land right now in terms of trade internationally, and think about some of the interest or issues for Maori. And lastly, we will have Francis Watt. He's the, correct me if I get this wrong, Francis, the Trade Commissioner for, High Commissioner for Canada, based here in New Zealand. So Francis will give a view in terms of some of the things that are going on there. So with that, I'm going to now hand over to Tina.
Tēnā koutou te whānau mihi kanoa kia koutou o Te Tairawhiti. Nei rā te mihi mai mātou o te kāwana. Aha ko ka taia Māori mai i te tuatahi. Tēnā koutou. Kia koutou o te taumata. Kia ora mō tō kārangaranga ki konei. Kia mātou ki te korero whakawhiti ki Wainganui. He wehe paihana tēnei, no Ngāti Raukua, Ngāti Tūkorohi ki te Autanga. He maha o āku whānau, ko tō koutou whānau, ko te whānau Rangiuia, te whānau Tamepo, te whānau Goldsmith, no reira, tēnā koutou te whānau. He pai tēnei. Ko tēnā hau, kei konei taku tungane, Dylan Lawrence, he uri mokapuna hoki o Ngāti Wehiwehi hoki mai reira. And kei konei tō tātou nei tuihine, Tāria, kei aia tōna ake mana ki te whakamihi tēnei, and ko Francis and ko Stephen. Nō reira, tēnā koutou te whānau, kia ora. Well, that's it's been an amazing day just to sit here and listen to all the korero that's gone by so far, and listening to what's been important for the rohe and for all of you in regards to these conversations. So we just wanted to kind of make it a bit more practical, and fantastic lead-in, Vangelis, around how to do that. And no hospital passes on, NZT's got all the answers. So I work for Te Taurapa Tūhono New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, as does Dylan, who's our GM Investment. And so we also head up our Māori business team across the organisation as well. And so we just wanted to kind of give a bit more of a perspective, because we're hearing the words a lot around how trade's important, export's important, and it's really important for our Māori people to be part of those conversations, and our Māori entities to be the participants in those environments as well. And so we wanted to highlight what that actually really means, and some of the benefits, the trials, the tribulations and the challenges in this current COVID environment that we're in. I think this is going to be our new normal going forward, so we've got to be learning to be adaptable, and we've got to make sure wharepunga gets access to everything as well. You know, I think that they're really real messages, because we can talk so macro all the time that we forget to come down and talk about what's important for our people on the ground, and what's important to our whānau, our hapori that sit there. We might not have all the answers in this panel, which is a bit of a surprise, because I think we like to think we've got lots of answers, but it's a collaborative response around how do we all use this time to formulate the right approach for us going forward into what is our new normal. This normal of partnership, this normal of collaboration with our partners, with our friends, with our cousins, tā wāhi, and all of that type of space, because we don't have the ability to do business in our normal way that we normally would do, which is our kanohi. That's our normal MO. That's how we like to go and see people. We like to go and shake their hands, go on a couple of dates, get married, have a couple of babies, not necessarily in that order. And that's kind of our model of trade and relationships, and all of that type of how we strengthen and make deep relationships together. So here at NZTE, Te Taurapa Tūhono, we do two kind of core things. Our role is to grow Māori companies. Let's put it right up front. Grow Māori companies internationally. So that's what our pinpoint focus is. And the other piece of that puzzle is to actually also facilitate investment into those Māori companies to make sure that they can weather the storm and be strong, and that key word around resilient in these times of trade. Sounds easy, but Dylan's going to probably give us a little bit more of the demystification around what that actually means. It's exports not for the faint-hearted, but we are an export-led economy. We grow far more kai than we can eat ourselves, although we probably need to change that rationale a little bit and change that formula to make sure our people are serviced better back home. But once we get that right, we've still got quantities that the world wants, and the world needs kai. They need our kai, whatever it will be. Kai o te hinengaro, kai te puku. They need the expertise and knowledge that we have through growing our beautiful lambs, Whai Ingrid, where, those types of things. We have these skills that we have back here, which some parts of the world don't have. And so there's some real benefit that will come from that, and it's got to be able to resonate down through everybody.
Kia ora, Tina. So I'll just give a little bit more colour. Is it quite loud? Give it a little bit more colour, and then I'll hand back to Tina to close and sweep everything that I've missed. So we work with 271 Maori exporters, 14 here in Te Tairawhiti. These 271 range in size from a few over 100 million in revenue, but over 80% of our Māori exporters do less than $3 million of export revenue. Some of the technology businesses are very small, but that's because they're waitlist to get their product to market. Generally, if they're not technology businesses, they are doing more than $1 million of export revenue. When we look at it in terms of sectors, in terms of Māori exporters we work with, no surprise, F&B dominates. And I'm going to come back to that for a reason and talk a bit more around the COVID impact to Māori exporters shortly. Jumping to the investment side, we work with Māori and corporations, Māori entities and Māori businesses to raise the capital to be able to grow in these international markets. And what does that mean day to day on the ground? It means we spend a lot of time with them to understand what options, because there are different options available around raising capital. So what option is right? Let's not, send you to do something which isn't right for what you're trying to achieve. Help you get investment ready. Help you understand who your right partner looks like. What does that profile of the right partner look like for a Māori business, a Māori entity, a Māori incorporation? And then make some introductions. And last year we helped Māori entities raise 114 million in capital. This year, 30th of June year end, we helped raise 140 million. But probably the best part about it is not the total size of the dollar, but it's actually the number of businesses we're helping. So 22 last year, we've got 49 that we're actively working with at the moment. I did hear a little bit about housing in an earlier question. We are working with Taranaki iwi around potentially doing a housing sort of project, and the whole reason we're trying to help in Tautoko there is we want to make all the learnings freely available to other iwi around the motu. So that's a big part of what we're trying to do, is actually build some intelligence in a lot of these areas to share it. We're doing an alternative land use tool with Ngāi Tahu, and as part of that, and ag research, and as part of that, being able to overlay what land you have and go, well, what is the highest value use for that land? What could I put on that? So these are just sort of some of the things we're trying to see if we can make better use of it. Look, I just want to probably just quickly give a run through, of the COVID impact from our helicopter point of view and our Māori exporters. And to echo Tina, I don't want to stand here and say that exporting is easy. And there's a lot of conversation around SMEs. It's don't underestimate the time, the cost, and the commitment to win in an export market. I'll just sort of give you a run through from our perspective about what we saw from a COVID perspective. Obviously, it originated in China, and from our perspective, a lot of our focus at that point in time was keeping our 70 people in China safe. That was where a lot of our focus was, as well as the intelligence back to New Zealand. Then we saw it run through Italy, Spain, hit North America, and then hit us. And from our perspective, level 4, and we all remember back to level 4, and a lot of the questions we were helping exporters grapple with on the ground was, am I an essential business? That was the very first question that exporters wanted to answer. Am I essential? Can I remain open? And helping them work through that. And then the next question that followed from that was, okay, how do I get my product to market? And I fell into the freight game. I ended up running my freight, and I did 214 charters to the rest of the world. And it actually originated from a company that came to me. They'd just raised capital, and they had, in Huntly, they were exporting day-old chicks to around the world, and they had taken 100 Māori people out of the the dole and were employing them, and they'd just done that 3 months ago, and they rang up and said, we're going to have to lay them all off, and we've gone to zero revenue. We can't actually get our product to market because 85% of all of our air freight capacity goes out in the belly hold of passenger planes, and we shut our borders. And all of a sudden, Air New Zealand going from 200 flights a week to 3 to 0. Then all of a sudden, so it was a really collaborative effort from a lot of people, the freight forwarding community, MFAT, and the support that we got from MFAT in all the different markets. We got product on repatriation flights that they were bringing through. But the whole impetus there is understand your supply chains. When you're an exporter, really understand your supply chains to market. How much profit are you making, not only by product, but by market? Some markets are more expensive than others. Understanding that flow through. RBP, there's $20 million was pushed out into the RBP scheme, and we actually worked with tribal economies to ring fence some money from Maori, because we were also working at a different pace, and we saw that Takitimu Seafoods were going out and giving care packages to their elderly rather than worrying about their business, because that was the first priority. And so we wanted to make sure that there was a money ring fence for when you were ready to start thinking about your business continuity. Going down to level 3, how do we get the manufacturing sector stood back up? How do people start pivoting to digital? And Tina will sort of talk more on this. And then getting to level 2 and then to level 1, what does the world look like now? What markets are open? Trade is two-way. So if we're not getting any product back from Japan, it's really hard for us to get product to Japan. So understanding those sort of intricacies, I guess, and then going to optimise supply chain. So that's sort of, I guess, the COVID impact in terms of what does it mean on the ground for exporters day to day. And then Tina, I might hand over to close about what we're doing to help exporters and to look forward.
Yeah, ka pai. So there was just so much happening during that time, and you all know it. These were our whānau members that were part of this puzzle, and they were the ones working in these businesses. Somebody mentioned before, we work with the bigger end of town, and that's probably some truth in that. There has to be some scale with what happens with an export space. So then we have to find other ways for our SMEs, our smaller whānau businesses to come together to participate in this space. So that's the stuff that was being investigated at the same time. How do we keep those businesses surviving and thriving too during a time where the bigger stuff was going out on planes, etc. We've got a Māori team within NZTE, within Te Tairawhiti Tūhono, so we've got about 16 dedicated staff specifically focused on growing Māori companies internationally, and also specifically focused on bringing investment back into our Māori entities. And I say entities purposely. That's the Inks orgs, because we think about Māori business. It's not just the awesome manu caddies of the world. We need to support those types of entrepreneurial businesses as well. But it's the iwi trusts, it's the Inks, it's the orgs who think differently, and they move, like Dylan said, a different time frame, the different ability to pivot fast enough to then play in the same kind of zone. So why try and play in the zone? Let's play in our own zone. So we think quite laterally around how we work with Māori in an entity collaboratively owned sense. So we've got a helicopter up, and that might affect a whole lot of different parts of your business that you work with some of the services that we might have on offer. And through COVID, we did business continuity services, not just for companies, but for iwi entities. We did cash flow clinics, not just for companies, but we did it for our iwi entities as well. Those that were able to do it at that time, those services won't stop going forward. The Minister mentioned earlier in her delivery this morning that NZT got 214 million additional money through this current budget. Now that's 4 years out, so it equates to probably about 54 million per year, year on year on year on year. And so what will we do with that pūtea? It's pretty much already been tagged, and so we've changed our whole, and we're going through this stage of changing our whole service delivery model, which was what Vangelis was talking about. So our part of our puzzle is right at the far end. We're about focus, because you have to focus in order to survive in an export and an international global market. But it doesn't mean it should exclude everyone from participating or having the knowledge in order to get to a focused space. And so we've rolled out a whole new digital platform, which is not now available just for 5,000 exporters. It's available for anyone who wants to participate or wants to find out information, wants to get all the things that Vangelis was talking about. It's all accessible in one point. We work very much hand in glove with our whānau from MFAT, Manutū Aorere. And like Chris said, they are the ones that do the graft. They smack the door open and we come through with some of the tools that help support our businesses in our business community. So the My NZTE platform, so that's it, My NZTE. So you can log on, anyone can register. It's there to help, that's to navigate and promote the services that we do, so it gets you connected to us. Then there's lots of big information that sits on there. There's clinics that are run, so that's, you can register for the clinics to come in, and there's a whole lot of assessment and service offering that comes out of that, so that's to help our businesses. It's online and digital. I think digital, I was at the China Summit yesterday with Stephen, and digital is just another new normal for us. It's going to be a means of our channels going forward. So it's nothing special. We've just got to adopt it and move forward. So there's online digital platforms. We help do digital plans, because you can't just immediately move from a relational business, which is our kanohi, straight into knowing how to be tech savvy and how to utilise that type of engagement model, because you don't get to have the personal relationship build that you would normally traditionally with your customers. So digital planning and a deep dive into e-commerce to help our entities, our businesses, our potential exporters understand what e-commerce really means. And that talks to those tariff barriers. So you might say, yeah, I want to go and export to Hawaii, for example. What does it actually mean for you? And we do this a little bit naively from New Zealand's perspective. So this is around capability building. It's around sharing that knowledge and making sure that we've got eyes on anyone who's interested, and how do we help you and levitate you as best as possible. On that site too, there's the global reach, so how we're connected, who we're connected to. So we've got two teams of people. Here in New Zealand, we're about capability building for our companies, and so that's our customer manager team or our investment manager team. In market, we have our business development managers. So they're generally local. They know who's who on the ground. They know all their aunties. They know where all their quarters are at. So they're the ones that can actually navigate on behalf of our companies in market. That's going to be a bit of a new normal for us too, because we can't jump on planes in the same manner that we have done in order to keep those relationships alive. So entities like ours, we have to pivot to be more responsive to our Māori business needs, our business needs for New Zealand. So we will need to understand your businesses even more deeply, and then we're going to have to build a deeper trust together so we can work on your behalf whilst we're in market. And it's to digitally connect buyers directly to people. So e-commerce is interesting. We've done some pilots where we've tried to get the SME business through e-commerce platforms into market, and Vangelis hit it on the head. All those businesses still have to pay the same costs as the big guys. So it's not as efficient yet as it could be, but I know that our teams, our MFAT teams, are really working hard on looking at how do they make that more efficient for our businesses going forward. And we talk about the Australian bubble opening up. Dylan sits very close to that. And again, that's going to be a bit of a crystal ball gaze until they get their COVID elements under control, or actually everyone's going to spend a lot of time in isolation on both sides of the coin. So you're out for a month, literally, before you're even able to do any business. So we've got to be quite practical. We've got to be able to support each other. But we've got businesses, so planes can go, cargoes can be filled, bellies of these planes can go. So that's there. And like Dylan said, waitlist tech can go. It doesn't cost anything to send tech to another country. We just need to provide the opportunities for our businesses to learn as much as they can, get in behind them faster so that we can total all of that space. Yeah, and that's pretty much all of that.
I'm going to open up to questions for Tina and Dylan now before we move to the other speakers. And if there are any questions that anyone has about the role of NZTE, the key thing for me is, as Vangelis and Tina have both pointed out, they are the delivery arm for our Māori business exporters, and they've got $50 million per year for the next 4 years to be helping our Maori businesses, and Tina's talking about a whole lot of stuff there right now, so I really want to open it up because I heard a lot of questions from the floor. Any questions for Tina? They play such an important role, these two people, for moving this whole agenda forward, and so I'm really stoked, Tina, that you and Dylan could both be here. Any questions?
It will be around all day if you want to catch us separately as well.
Please do that. If you can't think of a question here right now, please catch up with them. I make the point again. This would be my last comment before we move on. Myself and Taru and Rawson, we had a discussion with Tina and her boss, Peter Chris from Gisborne, and we had this discussion together about a month or so ago. And so I'm really encouraged, Tina, to hear that some of the changes that are going on, because I remember when we had that discussion, you guys put up the roadmap of the NZTE services, and Peter asked for a comment from us. And university, I think our feedback was, man, that's really complicated roadmap for our SMEs to follow and to try to navigate through that to get to the kind of services. So I just make that point. It is difficult, but I'm so encouraged to hear that there's a lot of work going into changing that right now. Okay, there's no question, so I'm going to move on. There is a question.
Okay, got a couple of little minutes.
Yep.
Oh.
I'm Nancy Tuhura. I'm originally from Ruatoria, Hiruharama, based here in Te Tairawhiti, Gisborne. You know how you identified your interaction is with iwi and maybe other structures, right? Do you also network with hapu, who really have got the kaupapas happening, but don't seem to engage, or don't seem to be able to engage with the main supports to help us develop those kaupapas?
Yes should be the answer to that, Whaia. You know, we're here to engage with any of our collectives that want to lift the economic prosperity, and of course, so that's like a no-brainer. But remember, our piece is to support them in their internationalisation piece or in their capital raise for that. So we need to work really closely with our other cousins, our other mates across our ecosystem. So Te Puni Kōkiri, we also need to work, you know, Te Tumu Paidor's in the room. So again, they're parts of our support system. We've got Callaghan Innovation, we've got Ministry of Business Innovation and Enterprise. So in theory, we should be working seamlessly to support what our hapu needs are, because we know that's where all the real decisions are made. And we know that post-settlement treaty entities are different mechanisms to what our hapu iwi, our hapu Māori entities are. So we're trying to still be more responsive to the needs. It takes a while to get a ship to turn, and so we're trying to move quite fast. We've got people on the hoy over here as well as we're trying to pivot to be relevant.
Okay, thank you, Tina. I'm going to move on now, and I'm actually going to call one of our manuhiri out and invite him to speak. I've tapped him on the shoulder and asked him if he'd be prepared to speak briefly, because he represents one of the groups that's been referenced here today, and they are a sister organisation to New Zealand Trade and Enterprise. They are hugely important to this trade kaupapa going forward, and it's Callaghan Innovation. And we have a representative of Callaghan Innovation in the room with us here now. So I've asked him if he wants to share a few thoughts. Reese, if you were happy to do that, please.
E rau rangatira mā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā tātou katoa. Reese Smalls is my name, and if Tumanako Wereta was still alive and at this hui, he would call me a state-owned Māori. So that's my only qualification. My whakapapa is principally Tainui and Te Arawa, but they tell me there's some Irish and Welsh whakapapa in there as well. I am part of Callaghan Innovation, but in a particular role, we are hosted at Callaghan Innovation with one of the government's national science challenges, Science for Technological Innovation, which essentially is the high-tech national science challenge. And Chris, of course, has been involved in science and innovation for some time, underpinning the importance that contributes to Māori business and to the Māori economy. And so there's two things I'd like to share with you from our, brocrat world in Wellington. Three things, actually. One is that the government in the last budget, effective 1 July, has initiated a fund for increasing Māori science and innovation, $33 million over the next 4 years. That's the headline. What they didn't tell you is that from year 5 onwards, it's $15 million a year. Now, there's lots of money and Māori money or Māori targeted money sitting across the whole New Zealand science system, but this is particularly tagged to be led by Māori organisations and Māori enterprises. So this is not for scientists and not for universities necessarily, but targeted at the outcomes that Māori organisations want. Now, the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment is leading this fund. They are creating the equivalent of a kāhui Māori to not only influence policy and strategy direction across the whole of the science funding, but also how it might shape this up. And it's doing it from almost a blank piece of paper. So watch this space, get involved, put your hand up, because that's going to be quite a significant step change. The other thing is that in our National Science Challenge, about 4 years ago, we had a hui, probably about half the size of this, with Māori businesses and enterprises, trusts and corporations, that asked us to do 2 things. One was, how can we get a chief technology officer or a chief science officer within our Māori trust or our iwi trust organisation? And this is a little bit sort of advanced for many of us in the science system, not quite sure how that works. So what we did is we stepped up and supported through the Federation of Māori Authorities, and the High Commissioner already referenced the special MOU that they have, to create what is called FOMA Innovation. And we have 2 representatives from that working group here today. One is Professor Stephen McDonnell, who's going to stand up so you can grab him at afternoon tea time, and Rawson Wright, who is the Business Enterprise Advisor, to drive that kaupapa so that we're having conversations around science and innovations that are driven from the grassroots up. What do Māori trusts and corporations need, and then how do we in the science system respond to that? The other thing that came up at that hui, and I'll finish after this, the other thing that came up in that hui is Rikirangi Gage, who of course is known to many of you in this part of the motu, said, when I pass away, he said, I want my mokupunas, this is his words, not mine, mokupunas to come to my urupa and stand over my grave, and a hologram of myself come out of the ground, and I want to be able to tell them all about their whakapapa, but I also want to be able to advise them about their future, whether it's to do with hauora, whether it's to whatever. He said, I would have loved to have my tupuna on my shoulder when I went into treaty negotiations with the Crown. Well, do you know what? We have a team working on that project right now, led by Māori out of Waikato University. Dr. Hemi Whanga has $4.2 million on that project, and an enormous team who are doing artificial intelligence, artificial realities, to not only transfer our traditional knowledge and our reo to the future, but so that future interactions will be done through artificial intelligence and artificial realities. Rikirangi and others are involved in that project. So this is stuff that your taxpayer dollars are paying for, so please continue to pay your taxes to keep us in the lifestyles. I didn't say that, no, did I? To keep these sorts of projects. Now, that's just some of them that we're doing within our National Science Challenge, but some of the stuff that's happening within the science system, we don't always get it right. The science system hasn't necessarily been designed for Māori organisations, as we know. People like Te Tairawhiti Trust buy some of their science from offshore. And we know, of course, and Chris was very close to Api Mahuhika in his thinking around, Api taught my father. My father only passed 1 subject in school certificate. Those remember what school certificate was? Because he went to St. Stephen's School in Bombay Hills. My father only passed 1 subject, that was Māori. Failed the rest, but guess who his Māori teacher was? Api Mahuhika. So Api was always very proud of that. But Api had this vision here in Tairawhiti for the Paraurangi Innovation Centre or Innovation Institute. And I know some of that stuff is going on here. So anyway, lots happening. Grab myself, Stephen McDonnell, and right behind him, one of my colleagues, Dr. Willie John Martin. There are some doctors that make you well. There's some doctors that make you sick. He's the former. So grab him as well to ask him any questions. So kia ora tātou. Thank you for the opportunity. Chris, kia ora.
Thank you, Rhys. I hope you'll get a sense for that. These 2 organisations, one is the trade export folks with Tina and Dylan, and our sister organisation with Callaghan Innovation, they're hugely important to moving forward the trade discussion that Vangelis is leading. Hugely important. So thank you both, Tina, Dylan, and Reese. We need to move on. Who's up next? Hey, up, Trevor. Unmute. Trevor. Oops. Hang on, we're getting the technology working. Oops. It's not working. Yes. Can't hear you, Trevor. How? Do we want to carry on, Taria, while we get the technology working?
Okay. Tēnā tātou, kei te tautoko au ngā mihi kua mihia, kei te hare kua au ki te taimai ātinana, ki tēnei whenua o ngā iwi o Ngāti Parau, nāku te honore, ki te taimai anō i wainganui i a koutou. Ko wai ahau, ko Ngāti Pukeau te iwi, I te taho taku māma no kānata ia, so ko tēnei taku hoa no tērā whenua. Kia koe I te rangatira Chris, Karamia, tēnei te mihi aroha. Kia koe moto ringa raupā e pāna ki tēnei kaupapa. Mō ngā hua mō tā tātou whānau hapu iwi. Nō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So, yeah, I am really enjoying being here with all of you ātinana. We've done many zooey huis over the last 3 months, and I know for a lot of us, there's something that you lose when you're sitting behind a screen and trying to engage with people. So what's my mahi? Well, I am one of the public servants that is going to be working alongside Vangelis, who has another big role coming up, and he is going to be the chair, the senior official chairing the APEC meetings. So once every 21 years or thereabouts, we get an opportunity to host APEC. And as Vangelis talked about, it's a really important part of our regional connections. There's 21 economies that are part of APEC, and every year officials, working groups, ministers and leaders come together to talk about economic kaupapa. And one of the reasons for me and really wanting to be part of this forum, I led a delegation up to the UN to the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and noticed that in that context there was very little korero about our economic interests and our economic perspectives on what was happening. And in the big multilateral world, APEC is one of those critical forums where those kind of korero happen. So Vangelis has got a really big job ahead with us supporting him to take the leadership of that kaupapa. And some of you might remember in 1999 when New Zealand last led this, we had President Clinton down, and it is the only time that we've had a sitting president come down. Also within the Asia-Pacific region and these 21 economies, which are an important part of our trading, are 270 million Indigenous people. So there's a lot of us across these different economies, and every year governments are meeting and they're talking about economic policies, and we are largely invisible and have very little ways of contributing into that forum. So New Zealand's taking what I would say is a bold stand in allowing or enabling Māori or Indigenous to be one of its priorities as it goes forward. So I think just in terms of the challenges, like many of you have experienced with COVID, the government has taken a decision to deliver APEC virtually. Now, we were going to have 22,000 people coming to New Zealand. We have over 300 meetings that will occur across the course of the year. And there is obviously 17 time zones that we are now having to coordinate across. So it's a huge undertaking, and one that as the APEC team, we're figuring out what all this means. So I've come today to ask for your help, because we know that's not going to be easy. But the government did see it as an opportunity for us to take leadership, for us in these challenging times to kind of demonstrate the way in which New Zealand does diplomacy, you know, where we are very much seen as a team player, as being creative, as being flexible, as midi-midiing the big egos and including the smaller economies. We're the second smallest economy within APEC. So they have never done it virtually before. So also we know people are getting a little hoha with all of the meetings online. So, challenge. I think that's a real big challenge for us. How do we still enable Māori and our perspectives to be part of this forum? What has happened now is we've had to narrow down the focus of APEC, and we were going to have a number of events around the sideline, Indigenous connection events. That all becomes a little bit more difficult over a digital platform. Certainly not impossible, but a little more difficult. So we will be very focused on the policy outcomes and what that looks like. I think the other thing that we are finding, we already have a policy program and we're starting to seed in kaupapa that we think will resonate with other economies around Indigenous peoples. And I have to say that's also difficult. There are a number of economies that don't recognise their Indigenous peoples, that don't think this is a forum that we need to be part of. So it is requiring quite a lot of diplomacy and patience on the part of our team to continue to have those conversations, to get our take on the table and to move those things forward. So one of my job as part of the Crown is to sort of create a coherence amongst the different agencies on what is it that we can contribute. The UN put out a note saying that Indigenous peoples at this time of COVID have generally been more seriously affected. One good thing is we're a young population generally, so we haven't here in Aotearoa in particular suffered in quite the same way as other economies. But where we're really starting to see our people get hit is around jobs and, you know, at the job end. And as a number of people have pointed out, we haven't seen the worst of that. So this forum is an ideas incubator. It's a place where we can have korero with these other economies around what are they doing. And really our objective is to try and influence other governments to do more for their Indigenous people and for us to be able to build those connections. So as I say, it will start in December this year, APEC starts, and it will finish in November next year. And the challenges for us is really now, what are the opportunities in this digital space? And some of the questions that I'm grappling with is, how will we ensure that Māori's interests are represented in our policy? And coming to hui like this today are a good way for us to hear from you of things that are important to you. But we will be doing more of that once we've got our policy agenda confirmed. How do you, in a digital environment, create an authentic experience that people get that Māori are part of this country? How do we do that? How do you take some of this flash technology and use APEC as a way to beam it out to the other economies? How might we create a space for our whakaaro, our Indigenous whakaaro, to inform and influence, particularly the next 20 years, because one of our jobs in APEC is to set up what we're working title, calling the Aotearoa Action Agenda. So we have an opportunity to set the agenda or the action plan for APEC for the next 20 years. And that's actually where I see the real opportunity, because if the other economies are a bit sensitive, well, where are we going to be in 20 years when our moko, where my tamariki are hopefully, doing this mahi, where will we be? So we've got an opportunity to really think about that in our host year and under Vangelis's leadership. And then the last one is, this is going to enable our digital diplomacy to really be showcased. So how do we as Māori be a part of that? How do we build our capability, and how do we use a digital platform to increase access for Indigenous peoples within this region? Travel and cost are no longer a limitation. So how do we democratise this knowledge and enable them to inform it and to understand where things are going? So like my mates here, I'll be here for the day. This is an ongoing conversation. We are very much an organisation, as in APEC New Zealand, that's having to pivot very quickly. We had a whole big team that are hugely skilled at delivering physical events, but suddenly now it's gone online. So we are learning very quickly and very much in a state of reset and refresh. So great just to be here to let you know that APEC is still going ahead, but some challenges, and we really need your help. So kia ora mō tēnā.
I'm going to open it up to some questions. Maybe I'll pose a question first. Should we even care about APEC? Just at a very, very simple level, should we even care about APEC? I think we should, but
I care about international trade till I came today, so I think we should.
Are we?
Are we?
So if we agree that we should care, so then to Taria's point, now that it's now become a digital affair, how do we help Taria to make... I'm actually sitting alongside Vangelis and Taria on one of these planning groups. And up until this, the COVID thing, where it's all been shut down, it's now been made online. The debate was, prior to that, how do we actually tell a New Zealand story? How do we make it a uniquely New Zealand story? And it was challenging to get that kind of discussion going, where I hold, and I'm sure that listening to a lot of the discussion here, the thing that makes New Zealand different is the Māori story. So that's the challenge, is how do you weave that story into now a new technology forum? And I just posed to you something that Ming said this morning. He said, remember when you were young? They have no fear. So what I would say to you, Taria, make sure you get the young Māori techno people that are on those things all the time, and don't have bureaucrats designing this thing, because they'll get it wrong.
Ai, tautoko.
Thanks. Hello. You hear me okay? I think I prefer to talk about this with you personally. But it does involve a traditional Maori practice which has gone out of circulation, mostly, largely because people don't have the knowledge, but I do. And I'm just trying to revitalise it and perhaps broadcast it in that sense in terms of digital technologies. But really the technology that I use is supra-digital technology. It's more advanced. And you could build a story around the whole thing as to how it started in early Maori society, particularly in the voyages from the islands to New Zealand. You can see it practiced in that case. But you can also give it a modern, contemporary application and also a future application. But I'm only talking about one particular kind of technology, which could be applied to other things if we could think of other traditional Maori practices that could be alongside that as well. But that's the seed of an idea I've just got now. But
Kia ora matua. Yeah, well, that is something that we're currently working on, trying to, basically because it's consensus based in APEC, you have to get the other economies to agree to any projects you want to do. And we currently have a project that we are trying to promote, which is around science knowledge and the inclusion of traditional knowledge practices. So that's something, if APEC agrees to it, we will then potentially be able to have a dialogue with the other economies around it and bring in speakers that can talk to some of the very practical things that we're doing in that area. But that's sort of the first step for us as we're trying to get permission from the other economies to talk to those kaupapa. So yeah, it'd be good to talk further with you about it.
Tadia, can I, thank you, before I pass on to the lady down in front who wants to speak, I just want to reiterate the point that Tadia is really making here. The answers are not necessarily in this room, but we're hoping that the answers are connected to you through your connections, through your families, through your whānau, through your hapu, through your iwi. And that somewhere in there, someone in your whānau, hapu, iwi space has created something or has an idea. Okay, so what Tadia and we are doing is saying to you, look, we don't have all the ideas, but we know they're out here. And if we can, if you see something out there that you know works, then contact us and we'll add it to that base and have a look at those. So I think just so that you all know, while we're asking you in here, we're asking your wider whānau networks as well. Kia ora.
Last question and then we need to move on.
Kia ora Tariana, ngā mihi atu. We talked about the space in which Māoridom would have some type of input when APEC came to Aotearoa last year. And we talked about the way in which Māori would be represented or showcased. Now it's moved to digital era. That does change some of the dynamics, but it doesn't change the culture and how we actually display that and what that looks like and the interface and how that moves Māoridom into that space of trade, which is a very important part for us. Specifically, Ming mentioned that this morning about the cultural relationships. And if anything would move Māori into that space, it's about the Indigenous cultural relationship we have with other countries like China, like India, like Pakistan. It's the ethnic groups and that bond that Māori share that actually is something we should be taking into consideration, because the future trade for us is reliant on who's going to do business with us. So I think it's very important that when the package goes out, how it goes out must actually display what Māori looks like to us in Aotearoa and to those around the global world. Just in that regard, I just want to mention something. I know that we have a lot of officials that come into town. I just want to be clear, Ngāti Pro's up there. Kei konei he tūranga waiwai no te aitanga maha ki norongo whakata. So I would like us to remember that as a part of an important part of understanding our own culture and where we are. So thank you for your input, thank you for the teams, and also for Te Taumata, because it's been a long time in coming putting this kaupapa together. But I think it's really important to allow the whānau out in all the regions to have some input by actually on the website that you guys have, allowing the feedback to go through that area, because for different areas we have different kaupapa, different strategies, different tikanga, different kawa. Kia ora. Kia ora. Kia ora.
Thank you, Maurice. You've been at every one of the hui, and you're here again today saying the same things. Kia kaha. So with that, Trevor, have we got you?
Kia ora tātou.
Ah.
Mai anō te whaki whaki. Shall I just go?
Yeah.
So you probably heard enough to do with the daunting challenge about the opportunity that is COVID. COVID has landed in our laps and it's got a silver lining. Some of the things we need to think about, though, rest in our own Maori. And it's with that I begin by saying, kia ora, I'm Trevor. I am born in Waipiro Bay and raised in Waimarama. This bridge behind me is my vision of the new Kaiti Bridge. Or it is also about some of the things we need to leave behind in building a bridge and getting over them. One of the things that lockdown revealed for us were the tanga. The whanaunga tanga and the manaki tanga were compulsions to move forward and care for those within our whānau, within our hapu, within our takiwa, within our townships, and even miraculously many iwi across the country I saw had adopted other folks into that net of manaki tanga. And that is Te Ao Māori in action. And all of a sudden we're looking for a different business as usual, and we may be wanting to revert to the underwhelmingness of drawing borderline between each other, where we need to think about colluding, collaborating, connecting, creating, and the other C's. I just want to support all of the speakers. I popped in during the day, and aloha mai, this is the new Trevor Artificial Intelligence. So this is my avatar. You know, I'm beaming to you from .com. If you say treasury fast enough, treasury, you do what some of my colleagues start doing these days. They do a treasury slip, and then sometimes they say Trevory. So I want to pay a tribute to you, Uncle Charlie, if you're still there. Ko te karakia te ata nei, mo te waiata pāua, tēnā koutou, Te Tairawhiti. I want to pay a tribute to the caliber of speakers today. Laura, Auntie Ingrid, even though she was shouting about the gumboots and the heels, we made it through the taumata. Chris, for the disruptive nature of your ambiguity and your courage, tēnā koutou, for asking us to think new. Vangelis, you know, I think you're actually from the northern part of the Tairawhiti. You make so much sense here. You know, I'm aware of other parts of the eastern seaboard that don't make as much sense as you do. And I just want to say kia kaha, because certainly from the trade space, you've outlined that the world is actually currently a way different place. And so we need to pull together towards each other. And even this beautiful couch that I could see until I came on the Zoom, there's caliber in the couch, on the couch, and there's caliber in the room. So make the advantage of grabbing hold of that caliber, because some of the best things are done at the biscuits, not necessarily in the power. I wanted to just add my 2 cents, and then I'll stop and release you, because I did hear Te Taru or somebody say we're now into the graveyard shift of conferences, and I can see that their front row is a bit empty. And so I'll say it like this. This is not a speech from the grave. I want us to think about our reo rangatira. So we deliberately put the word rangatira into play, and it's all about leadership. But when we put tanga at the end of those verbs or those words, it invokes us to action. It invokes us to find solutions. It invokes us to create connections. It invokes us to move our way forward. Leadership rangatiratanga. When we look at manaki, in the lockdown, there was tons of manaki. I heard our brother from NZTE talk about Tākitimu. You know, we had 2 boats going incessantly catching fish and sending them out through the Pātaka Kai. And everyone who got a piece of fish, you know, when they did the evaluation form, some of the evaluations came back from our aunties especially said, boy, I really loved the fish. It was so fresh and there was lots of it. But you know, those splits were too big. I had to cut it in thirds and save some up for later on. And if that's the level of the feedback, long rain manaki tanga. The third part is whanau, whanaunga tanga. And so I'm just getting to the space that where Aotearoa requires leading, then we have to find one another in a space of tanga, where we can apply these things as actual strategic directions, as actual goals, and ultimately as measures. Let me talk about the Treasury just briefly. For the first 6 years for the first 3 years I was here, every time I met one of our whanaunga, they all looked at my forehead to see if it had a dollar sign on it. And they would always say, where's the money? Did you bring a check? And that's interesting. One of the things that the Treasury has learned and been learning about is things called multiple bottom lines. Our people are at the center of that, and our economic advice is about lifting the living standards of all New Zealanders. So we've embarked on some ambition around creating not only a framework for policy, but developing some well-being measures that clearly sit inside whanaungatanga, taiao, manakitanga, kaitiakitanga, and a range of tangas. One of the things in this space, in the Treasury space, which is the government's main economic advisor, is not only to add up mathematically and keep the budgets, but it's also to think into some of the things that have come through from the minister's themes this morning around changing work, around cultural property and things like that. So I just want to, if I could leave Chris with a couple of thoughts about returning to those tanga and drawing us alongside each other. I even heard Whaimuti talking about trying to collaborate rather than just compete. Vangelis also said that the markets aren't really open, but even if they do open with gusto, they will be markedly different. And so what was there maybe in January may not be there for a while. So that means we've got to put our thinking caps on. The last thing I want to say is make dust, don't eat dust, especially you people at Waipiro Bay. Number 2, invest in donuts, the donut economy where we make more and more go round our takiwa, our revenue, inside our clusters of SMEs, car play. I think the other thing is we need to tidy up our whare together, and we need to train for the next succession of downtown and uptown. So all of those have been echoed today, and I just want to thank you, Chris, for bringing me in on the call, and kia kua mahi, tēnā koutou. I was going to finish with a waiata that came out of that. I thought I saw Molly Keelan there, really. I don't know if she's tēnā koe Molly there. It's prophetic in a way. But people will know that Apirana wrote these famous words. But also, if you go downstairs in the foyer of that hotel, there's some caliber individuals on that wall as you go past them. Think about this. And he basically said, e tipu e rea ngā rao tōau, ko tō ringa ki ngā rako e te Pākehā, hei oranga mo tō tinaka. Ko tō ngākau ki ngā tāunga o mātua tupuna, ko tō wairua ki te atua. Nāna ne, nā mea katoa. So with that, I just want to wrap. I've got to sing and split. There's 2 movies now running in my computer, and I have to go to the other one. So with that, e tipu e rea I ngā rā o tō ao, arahia tō iwi e, tō ngā kauki, ngā tipu nā, tō wairua ki te ariki, kea tōtou katoa, te rangatahi, te aramo te ao katoa, kia mo, kia upupuri tea, te mana o ngā tupuna. Mauri ora tātou, all the best.
Kia ora, Trevor. Thank you for that. We will just move straight on to our next, last 2 speakers for this session. And Taria, how do you want to do this? So I throw to you, Stephen Jacoby. Stephen?
Ai ngā mana e ngā reo rau rangatira mā, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Tēnei te mihi ki ngā iwi o te Tairawhiti, tēnei te mihi ki te mana whene o tēnei rohe o tēnei whakata, tēnā koe. E kora mā, e koe ngā, e hika mā, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Waihau, ko St Albans, Hertfordshire, Ingarangi, te papa kāinga, ko Oriana, te waka, I kawe mai mātou ki Aotearoa, ki Tanaki Makaurau. Engari, I nāia nei, I roto I toku ngākau, ko Aotearoa te Turanga Waiwai.
Stephen, can you just check the mic is on? Is it on?
Yeah, it's on. You haven't heard anything I've said?
Ke te pai? Te maina? Ai. Ko Stephen Jacoby, oh, now it's really loud. Ko Stephen Jacoby, ahau, ko te kai whakahaere o te New Zealand International Business Forum, Tihe Maori ora. Kia ora. Look, it's been great to be here today. Thank you very much for inviting me. But Chris, e hoa, I felt a little awkward because you put me on a government panel, and here's my whakaaro. I'm not for the government, but I am here to help. Hopefully, I was once in the government, and many of my former colleagues, indeed, are in the room. And I work very closely. We work very closely with the government every day. The New Zealand International Business Forum brings together some of the country's largest exporters. I'm pleased to say, I think Whaidius is still here. Kia ora, I te rangatira. Sea Lord was one of our founder members, and the dairy, meat, horticulture, wine industries that make up our membership employ thousands of Maori people and have Maori stakeholders. So it's very good to be here. I'm also involved in the APEC Business Advisory Council, so working very closely with my friend Taria here. The APEC Business Advisory Council has a direct line of advice to APEC ministers, leaders and senior officials. Senior officials always listen to our advice. I te rangatira vangelis tēnā koe. And we are chaired by Rachel Taulele, who is the CEO of Kono and is doing a brilliant job in this new virtual world. And I'll talk a bit about ABAC, the APEC Business Advisory Council, in just a moment. But Chris asked me to talk about business post-recovery, and it's not an easy thing, is it? Because the recovery might seem like it's here today in Aotearoa, but it's certainly not anywhere else, as we heard from our NZTE colleagues, and it's going to take a while for things to get back to normal, if indeed they ever do get back to normal. We assume that at some point things will pick up again and attention will focus to how shattered communities and economies can be put together. But things are very hard to predict. So let me give you a prediction that you heard here today in Tūranganui a Kiwa, right in this room. The future ain't what it used to be. It's not my line, actually. It's from an American baseball player, but there you go. The future ain't what it used to be. Things are going to be different. They need to be different because of what's happened. And it will not be business as usual. when we get back to it. We might look back to another time, and maybe in January of this year, when things seem better. But you know, and I think Vangelis mentioned that to us a moment ago, things weren't great anyway at that time in the global economy. Protectionism was rising. We have a horrendous trade conflict between the United States and China, and we have a looming crisis in climate change being thrust upon us every day. Of course, we were doing business at that time. The members of the Business Forum were, and we heard, I think, from the Minister this morning how trade, even during the COVID crisis, had continued to hold up well, even though, you know, particularly in our traditional exports of agricultural products, food products, even if our international tourism and education was falling back significantly. And it seems that by and large we managed to avoid big problems for our market access overseas, although there were problems out there and they were becoming more pronounced. And thank goodness the leaders of the global economy by and large stepped back from the brink. They said all the right things in the WTO, in APEC, in the G20. They said we had to keep markets open. They said we had to keep trade flowing. And you know, in this time, we've learned a few things, haven't we? We've learned about the Zui, and we've all done that. I don't know how long we can keep doing this, though, mind you, whānau, in international business. And we heard this, maintaining relationships, long distance, and our friends at NZTE are here to help with this. But we're going to have to get back to in-person kanoi te kanoi at some point. That's important. But we've learnt that the government can be a partner. Whoever knew? But there we go. And kia ora to the officials here. I must say, and I do mean this sincerely, from a business perspective, in the last 3 or 4 months, we have seen unprecedented levels of interaction between business and government. We've had yet more Zooms and yet more Zuis weekly in different sectors. It really has been extremely good. They should be thanked for that. And it's very good news that NZTE has been given more funding to expand the range of its services and the reach of its services so that we can perform more effectively offshore. And MFAT has been busy negotiating a series of innovative supply chain agreements. We're at the very forefront of the way this is done internationally. Other economies and countries around the world are looking to New Zealand to lead this mahi. That's really important. And we've continued those negotiations for FTAs, the China FTA upgrade, the NZ-EU agreement that we've heard about today, the NZ-UK agreement, the Digital Economy Partnership, just to mention a few. But, you know, the question I think for us is, how can we, as the British High Commissioner asked us this morning, how can we build things back better? Because, as I said before, the future ain't what it used to be. We do need to avoid the mistakes of the past. We need to keep our governments up to the task of preaching openness and connectivity around the world and building up local economies, local communities, certainly Te Iwi Maori, certainly Maori business here in Aotearoa. That's been the kaupapa that we've been working on today. We've got a big opportunity to build in a better focus on climate change mitigation in the way we do things. This is really important in terms of building a sustainable, lower carbon future. We've got to work more with governments. They're up for it, they say. We've got to build new strategic alliances between businesses and sectors. Individual sectors may not now be able to do things by themselves, and we may have to cluster together more. And I would say we have to do a lot better a job of clustering between, for want of a better word, the Pākehā business of old and the Maori business that is starting to emerge in such a strong way. And gosh, we heard some brilliant examples today of innovative Maori business. I mean, I was so impressed with Manu Caddy's presentation, for example, in a completely new industry, up the coast. And we need more of those. We've got too few in New Zealand. We need more enterprises of size and scale. And we should make full use of the opportunities coming up. And I'd just like to talk briefly about APEC, because this is a huge opportunity. I must say it seems like a big mountain to climb right now when we have to do all this virtually, but we'll make it a winning post, I've no doubt about it. But the opportunity is to shape the way business is done in the Asia-Pacific region for the next period. That's why we are doing APEC. It would have been very nice to have welcomed 22,000 people and the presidents of China and the United States, I guess, depending on who it is, and others, I didn't say that, to New Zealand. But the real opportunity is about shaping that future. And I know there's a lot of effort going to this. It's something that Rachel Tolele tells us all the time at ABAC, drawing on her experience at Kono. They have a strategic plan that goes for 300 years or something, or 500 years. There we go, 500 years. I've never been very good at maths. This is the future we're trying to build. And I said a moment ago that ABAC is important because it has a line of advice direct to leaders. So we write reports, we present them in dialogue with the leaders. That's actually really powerful voice. And you can be very proud that that next year, Rachel Tolele will be leading that mahi on behalf of Aotearoa. Some thinking has already begun to emerge about what we might want to focus on from a business perspective in ABAC, addressing trade barriers clearly, promoting supply chain connectivity, enhancing Indigenous business, building on the work that's been done in APEC 21 by Tari and her team, developing principles of climate leadership from the business community, enhancing a more active transition to renewable energy, and facilitating a more enabling environment for digital technologies. This is big picture stuff, you know, but unless we get this stuff right, we won't have the sort of environment in which business can thrive here in Aotearoa. And I'm delighted that Carrie Stoddart-Smith is with us today. Kia ora, Carrie, because Carrie has been helping us at ABAC and at the International Business Forum think about how we can engage with Maori business in this mahi. And has been working on this program, and we're looking forward to this engagement getting underway very soon. And there are three really big opportunities, I think. We can, by talking with you and getting your ideas, integrate a Maori business perspective more fully into what ABAC is working on. That's important. We can strengthen understanding of Maori and Indigenous business within ABAC itself, amongst the other business people from the Asia-Pacific region. And you heard Taria say earlier, by the way, that it wasn't a foregone conclusion that all the economies will necessarily welcome this perspective, but we can make that a reality for them, which is really good. And thirdly, we can reflect Maori business concerns and the advice that we give to leaders, ministers, and senior officials. And look, we're up for working on this, and I'm just so glad, Chris, that you invited me to come, because I've actually learned a lot, and what I've learned is better than what I'm actually talking to you about. But, and that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. We've got to integrate that better. I think, just as a final point, and then I'll conclude, but as this recovery intensifies, and I think we're going to be called to think a bit more about the big picture of why we're in business. You know, this applies to all of us. Why are we doing this? And hopefully it's because we want to improve the present and future well-being of our communities, because we have a care for the land and the environment and the people and the tikanga that was passed down ngā tupu ngā tuku iho. Hopefully it's about that. And whatever the recovery looks like, we are going to need to come together more than we have done in the past. We've got to come together like we haven't done before. Business, government, Māori, Pākehā, all around the motu, and internationally, to create a better environment, to create a new way of doing business, more adapted for the times, the difficult times that we find ourselves in. I think today's hui has been a really important step on that journey, Chris, and minu kia koe me te mema o te puari o te taumata. Nau reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, Stephen. Look, it's been a long day. We're remarkably on time, keeping to time. So is there anyone that's got a burning question that you'd like to ask of Stephen? Or I'll be around. Gotta go. So Stephen will be around for a little while longer. I know it's getting along in the day. I just want to say to you that I've had a note when you mentioned Rachel, one of her fellow directors on the Cornwall board. He's on our board. He couldn't be here with us today, and he's just texted me and saying there's dozens and dozens of people watching online right now, this discussion. So that's great. So the discussion is not just happening in this room. The korero is not just happening in this room. So with that, for our last speaker, I'd like to invite Francis. Francis is the Trade Commissioner for Canada, based here in New Zealand, and Francis has been sitting alongside me, and we've been doing a few things. So Francis, I'm going to throw to you, please.
Thank you, Chris. Kia ora. Was that what, number one? No, I know it's you two communicating. So good afternoon. I'll try to be brief. I know that we are close to the afternoon tea. So just a few words first. I come from Quebec. It's on Cree land, and when I grew up, there was a reserve right next to where I was living. The relationship was not always that great, but we understood how to work together. It takes time. But one thing that I want to say, I know how you introduce yourself. You always talk about your river and your mountain. My river is called Abitibi, which means where the water separates. So on one part, the water flows towards the Hudson Bay in the Arctic Ocean, and on the other side, it flows down towards the St. Lawrence River in the Atlantic Ocean. So when we were driving somewhere, we were, you say this, we're going down to Montreal, and when we're going back up, but we're going down on both sides, so we were never going up anywhere. So this is where I grew up. I've been doing this job now for about 15 years or so, working for Global Affairs Canada. And my role, so Global Affairs Canada, think of it as kind of what MFAT does, combined with what NZTE does. So we're much more efficient. So my role here in New Zealand, so I'm the Canadian diplomat. I'm based in our consulate in Auckland, and my main role as Senior Trade Commissioner for Canada and New Zealand is to help Canadian businesses do business in New Zealand. That's the first part. Try to attract investment from New Zealand into Canada, and foster S&T collaboration between our two countries, between exchanges between universities and professors and all that. When I arrived here about 3 years ago, we have a very small team. We're only 3 people in our consulate in Auckland. When I arrived 3 years ago, my job is to set our priorities. What are we going to do with finite amount of people and human resource and financial resources? So when you start looking around, where can we make the biggest difference? There's a lot of that trade that's happening on its own. They don't need us to help. Metals, iron, ore going back and forth. We don't play a role in that. Wheat, it's all being done by traders. We don't play a role in that. So where can we make a difference? And I started to look at the indigenous economies, first because it was a new priority for us as a federal government, but also what you guys were doing here, and I was just totally blown away. You have a great advantage here as Maori that we do not have in Canada. You're one nation. Maybe differences in different iwis and stuff, historical differences, fine. You have one language, right? We have 534 all across Canada. And 534 tribes, some of them speak the same language. But that creates a huge impediment, enhanced difficulties, I should say, to get people talking with one voice. I say 534 tribes, but you have First Nations that are very different from the Inuits up north, that are very different in their traditions and their way that they do things, very different from the Métis. So the Métis are mostly in Western Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, are the descendants of the explorers who were going on a canoe, and they kind of had babies with local indigenous tribes of that region. And they have very different traditions. So that's one of the hurdles that we have to work with. But we're getting there. We're looking at what New Zealand as a government and as different treaty settlement and different things that you have done, and how to enhance trade with your Maori values. So that's a lot of the work that I've been looking at. So to get back as to what were the priorities that I was going to set, I said, okay, we need to learn more or engage with the Maori community and our First Nations, Métis, Inuit back home. But it turns out, as I was doing this, I'm thinking, oh, that's a great idea. I'm thinking I'm going to change the world, right? It turns out that these exchanges have been going on forever. Not ever, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but for a very, very, very long time. I see Te Taru in the back there, who went to Canada in the 90s and had an agreement signed with a First Nation over there. Which one was it? It was Squamish, right? Yeah, Squamish in North Vancouver. So these exchanges have been going on for a long time. Now, what do we get from those exchanges? And this is the heart of what I want to say, and this is what Chris and I have been discussing for a long time. We say these cultural exchanges, they've been happening. You've had First Nation groups come here to New Zealand, all across, and great meetings, great ways, great exchanges, but after they leave, what's left? Great relationship, we got an email, I can send an email, hey, what's going on? But what's happening onto the trade front? It's not just about selling your stuff. So it's about relationship that we've been hearing from throughout the whole day. It's about relationship, but there can be a lot more that we can do between on indigenous to indigenous trade. And that's what Chris and I have been working. What are some things that are concrete that we can do? The first thing that we did was during the World Indigenous Business Forum that was held in Rotorua in October 2018, we had a delegation of about 40 Canadian Indigenous businesses that came through. And we're trying to get them to meet, I was working closely with most of the people here, try to make this happen. But unfortunately, there's not a lot of that came out of it yet, because those relationships were just starting to be built. Now, a thing that was trying to do, that was before COVID, and unfortunately it did not materialize, but I still have this in the back of my head. Those trade relationships come from people, right? Of course. But how do you get people to commit to that? You need to get them to meet each other. And the idea that I had and I was pushing for, let's take the tools that we have now, instead of creating a whole bunch of different tools and trying to get budget from my ministry in order to do things. Let's use what we have, like the working holiday schemes that we have. The indigenous population is grossly, in both our countries, are grossly underrepresented in those working holiday programs. Think of yourself, some of you have taken part in those things, you go travel, you go work in the UK for a year, right? And you come back and you have all this network of people that you have now that you can, 20 years from now, they'll still be there. I've done that. I still talk to folks that I was with in France and in Germany 25 years ago. So why don't we use young indigenous people, and that's going to be, we'll see what's going to happen with COVID, but that was the idea, right? Have somebody go work in a First Nation company in Canada And then they come back, and then it's you have this network there. They come back with different ways of working and different ideas, right? So it's beneficial to all, even long term. So that was one of the ideas that we had. Now, the other one that I'm working on now, and I'd like to gauge your interest on this, I've been talking with my trade minister. We want to organize a trade mission here to New Zealand, a virtual one. Now, exactly how that's going to go, I'm going to be talking to you. How exactly I'm going to make this work, but would that be something of interest, right? Would it be, do we need to focus on a sector? I always say back home that we cannot focus on a sector. Our First Nation companies, although they're heavily invested in primary sectors, like you are, we don't have enough company in let's say, clean tech, for example. We don't have enough indigenous companies in clean tech to have a big enough delegation. So we need to be able to be open. And we heard, was it you, Simon, earlier? We were talking about the Qingdao seafood. No, it was a gentleman after, sorry. Somebody was talking about the Qingdao seafood trade show. And that's right. What I was trying to find is like, okay, indigenous to indigenous trade, what could this look like? Well, why, on seafood, for example, why don't we have a partnership, a JV between a Maori and a First Nation seafood producing company? You go to Japan, you go to Korea, and here's my catalog. You'll have year-round crayfish and year-round lobster, because you don't get lobster here, you only get it on the east coast of Canada, right? Where the Mi'kmaqs are. You can do this on a variety of different products. You can do this on tourism. Sell high-end tourism to people who want to experience a Maori experience, right? They come here, and then 2 years later, they liked it so much, so let's go up to the Yukon, right? Those are travelers from, wealthy travelers from Sweden. They will go after this. But this is what you're proposing, right? Just proposing once that tourist comes here and does the Maori experience, he's not going to come back. But 2 years after that, he will want to go do something different that nobody's ever done, because it's all about Facebook likes and pictures of, right? So just one last thing, and I think there is somebody here in the crowd. There was a lady, Ingrid was asking before about purchasing land, right? Specifically in the UK and in Europe. You can definitely do this in Canada, and you have your own Mangatu, iwi here, who are in the back room there, who have done so fairly successfully, I would say. Right now, I don't have the latest details. I'm talking to some of them tomorrow. But could you speak about it a little bit, about investing in Canada in the agricultural field, or do you don't feel comfortable? I'm talking to you.
Francis, it's lovely to catch up with you again. Just on the Indigenous seminar that we did a long time ago, yes, it's a pity that there weren't any connections, but it was a pretty, and there are some Te Arawa ones here, it was a pretty ballsy ask, I think, just because the Canadians were Indigenous, and just because Maori were Indigenous, it kind of did not gel as much as we may have thought at the coalface. It was certainly a wonderful experience to see a number of Indigenous peoples in a big population like Canada, wide expanse, and the number of little things that they were doing was certainly gratifying for a lot of us that were there participating. So I can hear what Francis is saying about the difficulties. I certainly know that following up on that working holiday one sounds like a good one. But as a number of people in here know, Francis, the Mangatu story about IFL in particular, farming lambs and taking them right through from birth and slaughtering them and finding markets over there.
was merely a way of just jumping out of a system that was too restrictive in New Zealand around some of the issues of size and what you can do in New Zealand, and forever being caught up with ownership of other corporates and things. So that's the kind of drivers that Te Aichanga Mahaki with Mangatu Blocs and our farming company IFL took away. And the similarities between what we're doing over there and what we're doing here are the same. And so the knowledge flow does go backwards and forwards. We learn a lot from there, and a lot that we do here, they're finding valuable over there as well. But it certainly is, the countries are 13 hours apart in an aeroplane, 13 to 15 hours apart, but the governments are the same, the restrictions on what you can do are the same, the laws that you've got to keep on top of are the same. So any type of initiative going forward can be fought in both countries. Certainly our one biggest failure, and we get hammered at every AGM, is that we as a iwi group have not made a significant connection with tangata whenua in Canada. And your brief at the start is how I just chucked my hands up. They're so big. You said 534 tribal groups, and I'm not too sure how we're to connect. We are lucky in New Zealand. We do connect back to our land. A lot of that 534 are distanced and divorced from where the original kāingas are, and we might be plopped on there, and that small block has got no recent history. And then the other thing I felt a difficulty was some of the balance sheets of some of those rūnanga that you have over there are the size of our own New Zealand's balance sheet. They're fantastic riches. And then I'm standing there on the door and thinking, why the heck would they want to know me for? So thanks for this opportunity, Chris. It is a big, vast country. It is good to talk to Canada. It's close to America, who we hope will change back in their next election. And we have learned one thing: China is good, and it's good to have another country to go to too. Kia ora, Franz.
Absolutely. Thank you for this. And yeah, I should have made that point too. That what struck me most when I first arrived here in New Zealand is how similar Canadians and Kiwis are culturally. Also, with laws and the political system works pretty much the same. The school system is very similar. We both have a big annoying neighbor. But it's really those similarities that struck me. And it's easy. I was coming here first, I was meeting with a company, and so, here's my business plan. You want to take a look at it? No, wait, you don't have to give me that right now. But the openness, and it's the same in Canada. You will find the same type of, you'll be welcome, you won't be feeling too far away from home. So on this, I'll leave it to Chris for questions. Or
are there any questions, or we do need to move it along? Is there any questions of either, I might put you on the spot here, Pene, I hope you don't mind, either Pene or Francis, about the Canada mahi. Kareo?
So what does Canada want from us as Indigenous people? What's an exportable product or philosophy between you and us?
Exportable products?
Yeah.
One of the issue on Indigenous trade, both in Canada and here, is we're very focused on primary sectors. So forestry, well, we produce the same trees. Well, not the same trees, but so it's not really competitive there. But if you focus on high-end, Manukau honey, that would go. So these types of high-end products, it would sell very well. Certain species of fish, lamb is already going there. But so it's basically what you already produce, but timber. Timber is going to be not really going to be competitive, And dairy, I see Vangelis looking at me here, and I don't want to talk about dairy, but but it's a different story.
All right. Okay, I'm going to wind us up now, and we're going to have a break for a cup of tea. Can I just say, we are on track to finish at 5 o'clock. That was our target, so we will finish on time. And as a prelude to our final speakers, we save the best to last, honestly. So we have got a group of young, to pick up on some of the themes that we've heard from today. They are young professionals, Maori professionals working with a team of Indigenous professionals, and I'm going to leave it at that because they are going to present some of the work that they and others have been doing over the last month or so. So we're going to have a team that will dial in from Canada, talking about and sharing with you, probably to answer that kind of question that was just asked. What's in it for Maori? What's in it for First Nations? I'm going to just leave it to that, but it's best to last. Okay, 5 minutes, please. Or 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I'm going to ask them what they want to do. I'm just going to ask them how they want to set it up. Awesome.
112. One, 112.
couple of minutes, everybody, and then we will get started.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to put glasses up there.
Hi, everybody, and we will make a start. Okay, just Alistair, you've got one last act.
I have one last duty to perform, but before we do the draw, I want to do a bit of a promo here. And it's for our whanaunga. It's for our whanaunga here. He produces this product in Tologa Bay. Yeah? And the name of his product is Kawa Ora. And it's supplying Kawa Kawa Balm, this product. It's going for $20. And we have some spare ones out there on the registration table. So spend your money before you leave here tonight. Ka pai?
Ka pai, awesome.
Yeah, that's it. Cool. But you'll find the card that comes with the product, and so it'll tell you all the instructions how to use it. So use it wisely, you use it carefully, and you'll enjoy it. So we're going to go ahead and do the last draw for the night.
So we're going to move now, and can I ask Hira, controlling all of our technology, if we can get, please, Raylene from Canada up on the screen. And got some sound. And while we're doing that, just by way of intro and building on Francis' discussion, this is something that came out of some discussions that he and I had pre-COVID and through COVID, and it's culminated in this exchange. It's a live exchange that's happening between our Maori people, 22 Maori and First Nations professionals that have worked together, slogged it out over the last month or so, and they presented a bunch of proposals to the ministers of New Zealand, Nanaia Mahuta and her counterpart over the weekend. And so with that, I'm not going to steal the thunder of Raylene in Canada. Over to you, please, Raylene, if you might want to introduce yourself first.
Great. Hi, everybody. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And hopefully you can see me. I it's a real pleasure to be able to present, especially the fact that we're halfway across the world from each other. But my name's Remy Whitford. I'm Cree Métis, and I'm joining you from Buck Lake, Alberta, which literally is in the middle of nowhere in Canada. But Buck Lake is located in the province of Alberta. We're on Treaty 6 territory, which is the traditional meeting and homeland of the Cree, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Métis, and Nakota Sioux peoples. So if we can go to the next slide. Chris gratefully invited me to tell you a little bit about IndigiX. IndigiX was created just 2 months ago. It is still a very young program. And it was created out of frustration. Frustration on my part because I spent the whole of my career working abroad in the international energy sector and in finance. I spent time in London, in the Middle East, in Latin America, and I came home to Canada a year ago. So the last year I've been kind of reintegrating, seeing how the lay of the land is, how businesses are working here, and I came home specifically to advocate for Indigenous communities in the energy sector. So I found myself in this trifecta between community, government, and industry. And I very quickly got discouraged and disenchanted. So I had known Chris for a number of years. Last year, or I guess the year before now. And I just reached out to him for some support because I was really struggling with the systemic racism, the sexism, the ageism, all the isms here back in Canada. And I remember calling him one day and just saying, you know, it is so bad here. I want to just go back to the Middle East. And he said, no, you can't do that. So when COVID hit, we were working with the Canadian High Commission and New Zealand High Commission to begin to piece together a program where working holidayers, Indigenous working holidayers, could travel between countries. But when COVID hit, it became very clear that that was not going to happen anytime soon. So again, Chris and I were frustrated. We really wanted to connect Indigenous professionals from both countries, and we saw the value in doing so, but we didn't really know quite how to do it. So that's where the idea of a virtual exchange came from. So IndigiX was created primarily to foster meaningful connections between Indigenous professionals, both professional connections, but also friendships, and just a wider network. It's meant to assist in developing Indigenous economies, and by developing Indigenous economies, you need to connect to people first. And I think that what it's proven so far, and we've only had, we're in the 4th week of the program, but it's absolutely demonstrated the power of global Indigenous collaboration. So we're quite proud of what we've created. What we have done is we've invited 22 Indigenous professionals from both Canada and New Zealand to collaborate, to meet virtually over a series of 4 weeks, and to choose a topic that they feel passionate about, something that's not dictated by industry, it's not dictated by government, and to come up with recommendations and to trade ideas of what's working in each country, what's not working. So it's been an absolutely wonderful experience, and it is by no means over. We're just in the first step, but it was created with this intention. So if we can go to the next slide. Great, and the one after. So as I said, we're a group of 22 Indigenous professionals. Chris and I co-founded the group, and we just reached into our networks, which turned out to be very, very easy. And we found 22 incredible Indigenous professionals from both countries. So we have lawyers, we have bankers, we have an ex-politician, we have communication specialists. But what I've noticed is that the delegates in our program play many different types of roles in their communities and in their professional lives. So we have a LGBTQ2S+ leader on the team. We have a minister in a church. We have a number of small business owners, we have soccer moms, and we have a parent of 2 sets of twins. And I just think that this group is perfect to demonstrate just the vibrancy and the different types of lives that we all lead. It's been wonderful because we've been able to come together for a common purpose, and that is to collaborate and to create something essentially out of nothing. And I think what's most important, and I hope the delegates that are here to speak to you today will confirm this, but I think that within our group we've developed a very high level of trust already, and it's only after 4 weeks. We absolutely respect each other, we respect each other's opinions, and we treat each other with respect. And I think that a number of us have formed deep friendships that will long outlast any involvement with the PitchX. The next slide. Great. So what can you do with one global pandemic, 22 professionals, 4 weeks, and $0, which we will fix soon, I hope. We came up with 6 very different topics, and in total 10 recommendations. So here we have a clip of our first presentation, which was attended by Mr. Mahuda. And if we go to the next slide. On the next slide, you'll see the different topics that our groups have advised on. So everybody self-selected their own groups. They came together, they discussed what was important to them. They found some very interesting similarities and differences. So for example, the nation-to-nation Indigenous exchange, that was focused on public procurement and private procurement. And it seemed to be almost the near opposite in New Zealand as it is in Canada, so there's a lot of learnings to be had there. We had the presentations last Friday/Saturday, New Zealand time, and it lasted for 3 hours. It went 1 hour over, and to be honest, there was just so much subject matter to discuss. It was absolutely incredible. We go to the next slide. So in terms of government support, we've received a very high level of support from both high commissions. We had from the Canadian side, Honourable Caroline Bennett, who is the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs in Canada. She's quite high profile and quite engaged within Indigenous communities, so it was wonderful to have her on our call. And of course, the Honourable Nanya Mahuda, she's joined us twice and just has been an absolute supporter, which has been really important to our Maori cohort, but also our Canadian cohort as well. I think because we can't travel across borders, it's really meaningful that these leaders join our calls, even if it is only for a small amount of time, and just speak to us of what's important to them, what they're facing, and also listening to our delegates as well. So we've had very good government support so far, and we hope to continue to deepen that support. Go to the next slide. So where are we going? So the program, it came out of nothing, it grew a life of its own, and now I think it has legs and it's going to run a marathon. You know, the next slide. So what I would like to see, and truth be told, Chris and I still need to shape the future of LIVESTREAM, but I see 3 pillars. So I see the creation of ideas, generating ideas within groups between both countries, and identifying opportunities that are coming out of those ideas. So for example, we had a team looking at the availability of technology, Wi-Fi connectivity, to enable commerce and communication between nations. So there they actually, in 2 weeks, approached a mobile home manufacturer in Canada, got them to commit to designing a modular, what do you call it, a module that could be transported to our remote communities. So it's these types of things that I think that's where some business will grow from. But I think just putting those heads together, identifying the opportunities and trading ideas is going to be very powerful. I think the second pillar is engaging in policy development and thought leadership. So what we've noted right from the beginning is there's often an absence of Indigenous voices in policy development. So we hope that we can position our professionals to begin to engage in that and help shape it for future generations. And the third, which is by no means the least important, this is where it all started, is actually beginning to exchange people. So once the borders open up, we would love to have in-person summits. We would love to facilitate the exchange of Indigenous youth. And this one is really important to me, simply because I've spent my entire career abroad. I forget who I was talking to, but I did not face the same level of racism abroad than I did coming home, and that was quite a shock to me. So I really would like to provide our young Indigenous professionals with the opportunity to go abroad and to see their history, their culture be celebrated, as opposed to something that they have to hide or be ashamed of. So if you go to the next page. Great. Well, a bit of formatting there. But how can you support us? So we will be publishing a final report. We're aiming for 3 weeks. It may take a little bit longer than that because we're in the summer here in Canada. But if you go to www.indigitex.com, you can register to join our mailing list and you'll receive a copy of the final report. We encourage you to respond to our recommendations, and if there is a topic that you feel especially passionate about, we can connect you with the group who's leading that thought leadership. We were hoping to have the Canadian Minister of International Trade on a call on Friday. We didn't manage to get her, she had to run off, so we hope to engage with that ministry going forward, as well as the Ministry of International Trade in New Zealand. And we're always looking for partners. So as the program begins to evolve and take shape and mature, we need government, industry, Indigenous organizations to partner with us to make this work. I think, just in closing, IndigitX was created out of frustration, but it's really turned out to be a really beautiful thing. And I have no doubt that our cohort of 22 professionals and Chris and all of the government officials who supported us would say that it's just a true example of Indigenous resiliency and just the value of connecting Indigenous nations across borders, albeit virtually. So with that, Chris, did you want me to introduce the next group, or did you want to introduce them?
You introduce them.
Okay, great. So one other thing I would just like to mention is, without any knowledge at all, our cohort is 50% men, 50% women, which I think is amazing because it's very rare to see women in, positions of senior management. So it was just wonderful to have so many women on the program and contributing so much. So this is our all-female group, which I'm very proud of. And they are going to present to you on the topic of e-commerce. So we have Carrie Starrett-Smith, Aroha Dorset, Tanya Te Whanua. We have Vanessa Mountain joining us from Squamish, Canada, and Crystal Watsawai, who's actually in Toronto, but I think it's 12:30 at night there, so she wasn't able to join us. So ladies, I'll pass it over to you. And to the audience, I hope you are prepared to have your socks blown off. Thank you.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Raylene, tēnei taku mihi atu ki a koe, o tira ki a kōrua ko Chris, a te mea tuatahi me mihi atu ki a Raua, nā Raua no, a tēnei hōtaka e whakatū kai te kōkiri anō hoki, whai muri ake i tēnei rā. Nā reira, ki a kōrua nā rangatira, Raylene ko Chris, tēnei tō mātou mihi atu. Kia kōrua.
This technology is beyond the
So, kei te mohi o koutou i āhau, kua hoki mai anō,
Tania Te Whenua. I thought I might demonstrate in this session my ability to also speak English. So I have been charged with the formal introduction of our rōpū today. It's a great pleasure to introduce these wahine toa sitting to my side. First of all, Aroha Dorset, who is the commercial manager for Te Arawa Fisheries Group, and of course, who is Ngāi Tūhoi, and very proud of that. He whanaunga anō hoki i a ki ahau. And then to Aroha's side is Carrie Stoddard-Smith, who was acknowledged today for the work that she does with respect to APEC. And as a consultant, she has extensive experience in the area of international trade, and supporting the development of public policy around that, and is now the founder of Opinio Native, her own consultancy, where, as I mentioned, she consults back directly to MFAT and with regard to APEC in particular at this point in time. And we, as a rōpū, owe a lot of gratitude also to Carrie for taking a lot of the brunt of the work of the mahi that we've done on this program, and really leading the way for all of us in our rōpū, in our group. Joining us by Zoom today is Vanessa Mountain, who's a member of the Ngākwatiko band of, sorry if I'm mispronouncing this, Statiumi Nation, and has an expansive career also in Indigenous procurement, and is currently developing progressive business models capable of building both Indigenous communities and local economies. So this whole rōpū, all 22 of the professionals that were introduced by Raylene, have very impressive professional backgrounds, and I'm just very privileged to be invited to be part of that group. You know me today as here with Simon and Felicity of the Asia New Zealand Foundation, Te Whitso Tūhono, where I support the foundation to connect with Māori and support Māori in Asia as a consultant Māori advisor. So that's what I do. On one hand, I'm a consultant, and I've got a number of clients that I'm really privileged to work with, including Asia New Zealand Foundation, the Australia New Zealand School of Government, a number of the CRIs, Ag Research, Scion, Manaki Whenua, who I assist with Y262, Victoria University, who I assist in their School of Continuing Education and Executive Development. But I'm also a lawyer, and I apologise extensively for that. My whole passion is around the Treaty of Waitangi, and so that's why I consult. It's because it's an opportunity to practically bolster the way that the Crown and public sector departments, and also community sector departments, support our people in the way that they do the things that they do to meet our aspirations. But we, of course, are moving towards a greater aspiration, and that's where we are in those positions of leadership. And that is one of the things which comes out, you'll see later, with respect to our report, the mahi that we've done and the recommendations that we make. I just want to say that with respect to my role as a lawyer, and to really bring it home, apart from these organisations that I consult to recently, one of my proudest moments, I picked up a client, and that client is the new Wahine Toa chapter of the New Zealand Mangu Mob. And the reason why I'm particularly proud to work with them is because they are bringing a claim in the Mana Wahine inquiry within the Waitangi Tribunal with respect to the suffering that women in our country, our women, Māori women and our children, have, particularly with respect to intimate partner violence. And so that's me, that's who I am. Those are all the shades of the mahi that I do, and some of the perspectives that we as a rōpū have brought to this fantastic initiative that Chris and Raylene have developed. So without any further ado, I'd like to hand it now over to Carrie to introduce the kaupapa of our project.
Kia ora tata. I think as we've heard a lot today, it's been a lot around the lockdown effects of COVID-19 and how it amplified the importance of digital connectivity, but created permanent changes to how businesses operate and also to how consumers behave. But there's a number of constraints that impact the ability of Indigenous peoples to benefit from the digital growth of their national economies. So to introduce our topic, the key question we explore concerns how we might reposition Indigenous peoples as the owners and drivers of digitally based enterprises and support them with the technology, capability and capacity building they need to channel the virtual trade winds to benefit their communities and minimise the economic effects of an imminent global recession. So Aroha is going to kick us off with the presentation.
Next slide, please. So I'm just going to go backwards a little bit and have a bit of context. So prior to colonisation, Indigenous peoples traded freely and continued to do so well into early contact. However, the self-imposition of colonial governments on Indigenous territories, sovereignty, and the exploitation of economic resources served to dismantle the social, political, and economic structures of Indigenous societies. These historical injustices have compounded over time and manifested as overrepresentation in almost every negative statistic that exists. Our ability to trade directly influences our capacity to be economically self-determining. The global impact of COVID-19 has further exacerbated Indigenous inequity already suffered, and it is widely predicted, and you would have heard a lot about this today, that a decline in global economic activity will be felt for years to come. E-commerce, e-economies, and digital trade can help insulate Indigenous economies and even drive growth. The purpose of our kaupapa is threefold. Firstly, to strengthen trade and policy frameworks which can enable Indigenous businesses to benefit from global markets. Secondly, to explore bilateral policies and initiatives that support digital enablement and innovation. And lastly, to identify the key instruments and principles that will underpin reciprocal trade relationships. Next slide.
Kapai, and so the hypothesis, if you like, our starting point was a presumption that, or our observation, I should say, that Indigenous SMEs form a fundamental component of Indigenous economies. Whilst Indigenous participation in the e-commerce, digital and tech sector is increasing, many of our businesses face systematic barriers requiring further government support. And next slide, please. So with that as our starting point, we looked at the model, firstly looked at the model with which we wanted to proceed, and the model that we wanted to use to proceed was a model that we'd like to demonstrate and encourage the Crown to use when it's proceeding to engage with us. And that's one where, as Indigenous groups, we are used to the situation where international trade agreements are negotiated for us, not with us, or by us, and that's some of the feedback. Certainly that's one of the triggers for the creation of Te Taumata and some of the continuing feedback that we've heard today. We want to move, as I said, with respect to rangatiratanga, reiterating Trevor's point, from a position where we're consulted with to where we're at the table negotiating those. And so to model that whole approach, well, we wanted to start by going straight to the source. And so we started with an approach where we carried out a survey of our own SMEs to ask them what are the issues that you're facing and what are the opportunities that you'd like to see arising from out of these issues. And here's some of the results here that you can see on the PowerPoint. So our survey resulted in participation, an equal number of participation from both Maori and Canadian Indigenous peoples. They ranged in terms of their experience and with e-commerce between sort of startups to highly established, and they would be amongst those who we would, or our governments would probably seek advice from and give advice on advisory bodies to the government. And so we carried out both the survey, and with respect to those experts, we carried out more in-depth one-on-one interviews. And they predominantly said that although there were some that said they had no challenges because they had the hardware, the technologies and access to high-speed networks required to carry out their business well, for the majority, the primary challenges facing our peoples in establishing or developing e-commerce business practices to facilitate international trade is resourcing. And we've heard that again today, and this will be no secret to you. We need funds. Our SMEs need funds, and we need funds in the hand. We've heard today from the previous panel exciting news about the establishment of new funds, but my question, if I had an opportunity to raise the question, would be, well, how much of that pūtea will be put in the hands of these innovators? Why? Because following that presentation, we had he whanaunga ia ki taku hoa tāria. Ask the question, put the question out to the audience, we need your help. What are the ways that, and seeking advice from innovators. And yet if we had thought ahead and funded and resourced our innovators, we wouldn't be in that position, would we? Where we've sort of had niche funding. The responses coming back from our surveys is, and you know this, the funding is niche. It goes to specific areas for technology, it goes to specific businesses for technology. And although the definition of SMEs is 500 or fewer employees, which is pretty much all of us, all of our entities, even our bigger corporate entities as iwi, it's the closely held individual or whānau-based corporate entities that are kind of missing out here. And they are the ones who have all of the fresh ideas. They are the youth, and so on and so forth. So somehow, Crown, we need to think about them, don't leave them out. We need to get them resourced. They're the backbone of our economy. They need funds to set up, they need funds to implement, they need funds to develop. We also had the feedback that even still some of the more remote Indigenous communities, both here and in Canada, lack the infrastructure. We need Wi-Fi, we need broadband to our marae. They need resourcing in terms of advice, they need the expert support, technical support to set up and to further develop those technological initiatives. And they need resourcing in terms of marketing. So that's understanding where the opportunities between Māori and First Nations businesses are and how to access them. So it's domestic and it's international, and that's what the fantastic thing, as we know, about the way we do business is. Our marketing is on a personal level, we're relationship builders. And that's also the downside, as we've heard today, of the digital environment, is how do we maintain the human aspect, that intimacy, when operating in this space, which can be, to some degree, sterile. So on the back of that, with every challenge is just an opportunity in waiting, isn't it? So what were the opportunities they defined? Again, they ranged from no opportunities because they were at that end of the scale at the beginning, probably of their journey, they couldn't see them yet, to how long is a piece of string, there's endless opportunities in this space for our people to grow. And so amongst those opportunities, the primary ones that were noted were internationalisation of domestic business bases, either through business to business, country to country, cross-border trade, or Indigenous to Indigenous, which is a big element of our recommendations. Essentially, they want the ability to penetrate previously closed or exclusive markets. Another opportunity noted was the opportunity to diversify product development and diversification. So an example there, in terms of the Indigenous spaces, being creative, what if we had an Indigenous library, online library, where we could share our expert whakaaro all of our research. We all have whānau who spend years labouring at university to come out with this PhD who no one reads, right? And what if we put that on a Indigenous technological platform that could be used in a global context to support not just our people, but other Indigenous peoples too. And then the final big opportunity noted by our participants was, of course, the opportunity to create Indigenous to Indigenous relationships through e-commerce, creating those meaningful linkages that create mutually beneficial opportunities for all Indigenously owned businesses across many platforms. And so I'll hand it now over to Kerry to see where we went following that feedback.
Change slide, please. So we had a look at how might we solve the issues and the opportunities raised by our Indigenous SMEs, and we came up with kind of 3 broad areas where we felt that the New Zealand and Canadian governments could actively and substantively support Indigenous peoples to benefit from the global shift to the virtual marketplace. In particular, we identified a need for government-enabled support, and that was to design a peer-to-peer distributed ownership global Indigenous economies network, because our businesses told us that mainstream platforms don't currently nurture Indigenous ways of doing business in a way that builds on the collective capability and capacity of Indigenous economies globally. We don't envision this to be in competition with existing platforms such as the 5,000 Tribes virtual mall or InnoNative online store for collectives or Indigenous sellers. They're awesome initiatives. We think that they would actually benefit from having this additional platform that they could access as well. So we see that as a way of building connectivity between Indigenous economies globally. For example, some of the things are around building and reporting on near real-time data baselines around Indigenous economies to better track opportunities and challenges, but also gaps in the market that Indigenous peoples want to do with their business, or to provide like a hub for market research and undertaking market or product validation research, areas that our Indigenous SMEs told us they found particularly challenging, or to explore the possibilities around Indigenous digital currencies. We've heard Chris and Te Taru talk about the growing interest in an iwi or tribal bank generally, so how about taking it global and looking at how we use those digital technologies in a financial beneficially way. And we're also championing the setup of an Indigenous Trade and Innovation Fund to reimagine the paradigms that Indigenous enterprises operate within. We moved away from the language of development because too often this implies that Indigenous peoples are a burden on an economy or that we don't actively contribute to it. But we must not forget that the economies of both Canada and New Zealand are built and survive on Indigenous territories. So we also see an opportunity to restore an equal partnership between the Crown and Indigenous peoples, one of rangatira to rangatira, as opposed to one of subjects. And that's through the development of an Indigenous International Trade and Innovation Agreement, to build Indigenous trade diplomacy capability, and to complement and confirm a bilateral commitment to the fund and initiatives that we've proposed. And reflecting on the High Commissioner's comments this morning, actually, about wanting the most innovative trade agreement for the UK and New Zealand, we had a thought, and it's like innovation is more than the creative combination of words or concepts used in these agreements. It's actually about who you include and how you include them. So innovation isn't about bringing together natural partners, it's about the coming together of seemingly unnatural partners or ideas. Therefore, innovation might actually look like New Zealand, the UK and the Canadian governments exploring a plurilateral agreement with the Indigenous peoples of both Canada and NZ, highlighting the fact that the UK actually has a historical role in the colonisation of both our peoples. As we've heard from the floor today, it's clear that we must make space for these radical discussions to take place alongside taking active incremental steps toward inclusion and self-determination. And that takes us to resourcing. Can we go to the next slide? Oh, yeah. Okay, so we think that the first phase of these proposals could be financed through examining any existing departmental underspends or funding already set aside specifically for COVID economic recovery measures. I mean, when we look at the lack of international engagements that the government's been unable to take, where is that money now being reallocated, and how about reallocating it toward toward Indigenous economies? The other thing that we thought is that we'd also expect officials to explore other avenues, such as APEC project funds, particularly with New Zealand's host year, where New Zealand has an opportunity to leverage that position for the benefit of New Zealand's Indigenous peoples, but also for the Indigenous peoples of the whole region. And we would see that as maybe even budget bids, actually, as part of the early scoping of that work that we'd want to be doing. And we propose an initial investment figure of around $1 million to be shared between New Zealand and Canada to activate that scoping and early stage prototyping of our proposals. It's actually a nominal figure, and it accounts for less than 0.001% of each country's total COVID spend. And if you look at it, that's actually the same figure for treaty settlements to date. So we believe that Canada and New Zealand have a unique opportunity to tell a long overdue yet impactful story, that they took a joint lead in enabling Indigenous economies to flourish through targeted bilateral investment and a joint national commitment to work toward reconciliation during what is projected to be one of modern history's worst global recessions. So I'll pass on to Aroha now. Yeah. Is it summing up?
Thanks, Carrie. So as Carrie said earlier, the virtual trade wins are here. Oh, sorry, next slide. Thank you. Collaborating with Indigenous peoples to design and strengthen trade policy and frameworks is crucial to supporting our Indigenous businesses' trade aspirations. The value add is shared generational prosperity and the restoration of Indigenous self-determination. The high-level milestones presented in this slide will give our wahine tōropu an opportunity to dive deeper into ideas we were unable to explore during the tight time frame we had of 4 weeks. Some of these ideas include an Indigenous to Indigenous technology exchange program for rangatahi, the compounding effect of COVID-19 on Indigenous women globally, digital opportunities for Indigenous people with disabilities, and the protection of intellectual property in the digital marketplace. So I'll hand over to Vanessa in Canada to wrap up for us.
Thank you, Aroha. Next slide. So we have 3 recommendations, and we would first like to recommend that both countries agree to support the design and implementation of a plan of action for an Indigenous trade and innovation program of work as a post-COVID economic recovery strategy. And to confirm support, we are seeking a formal response to our recommendations within 20 working days of the final report from IndigeX. Our second recommendation is to establish regular engagement between IndigeX alumni, Indigenous professionals, and subject matter experts from both countries. This will hopefully lead to the Innovation Fund giving effect to provisions of a bilateral agreement. And to formalize this, it would be by the establishment of an Indigenous Canada-New Zealand working group. And our third recommendation is that the formalization of a bilateral Indigenous trade and innovation agreement would also include a clause to allow for any additional like-minded countries to join in the agreement. And this would be shown by way of the development of a website to support the ongoing Indigenous to Indigenous collaboration between Canada and New Zealand and, like we say, any other like-minded countries. Next slide. So just to sort of give you some ideas of where we might be able to showcase this is 2020, of course, is the 10th anniversary of UNDRIP for both New Zealand and Canada. APEC 21 would provide a unique opportunity to launch the proposal, and a couple of other opportunities to showcase the working group and the support of this initiative. So I'd like to thank you for your time, and if there are any questions, I believe we have a few minutes for questions.
I'd like to open it up for questions, but what I'd say to everybody, just keep in the context is that this is one of 6 teams, one of 6 proposals that were all presented to the ministers of New Zealand and Canada. The Minister of Canada made in her address to the panels over the weekend, they'd done economic analysis about the potential that Indigenous business could contribute to the Canadian economy, and the number was measured in billions. The number was measured in billions, and for New Zealand too, my sense is that the numbers are big similarly. So what the delegates have put together, they've been very forthright in their views. Keep in mind too, they didn't have much time. They worked to a 1-month program to actually go from nothing through an idea, develop it, work together across time zones, etc., and distill all of their thinking down and present it to this panel. There were 75 people on that panel discussion over the weekend. So there were government, not just ministers. There were representatives from all of the different industry sectors, especially up in Canada, investment banking communities. So the intention is these proposals have already gone to our minister. She has these proposals with her right now. She wanted them, and they will go to the ministers of Canada as well. So I just provide that broader context, and then invite, if anyone's got any questions of our 2 First Nations and Raylene in Canada, or our 3 wahine here. Hei aku, koutou. Any questions? Anything? Observations, Tina? Yep. Yep.
Tēnā tātou. For me, personally, as a sole trader, I think you guys are just amazing. You are just what we need at this time. Tēnā korua, hea whanaunga over in Canada. I hope you don't mind me sharing this, but I've spoken with Chris about it. I'm doing my PhD, an Indigenous businesswoman, and you've advocated a lot of things that I believe about our women. And if we're going to make a change in the world, it will come through. And don't get me wrong, I think the men have done a good job, but I think it's time for our women to step up. And as you heard Whaimotu today, he talked about Ngāti Pro women. My PhD, as you know, Ngāti Pro women are significant to us. If you know that the marae, a lot of our marae are named after women. There's a reason for it, eh? That's the mana of the people talking. So from my personal point of view, I hope I'll be able to tap into your rōpū to help with my, when I get on to my thesis with my PhD, because I think you guys rockin'. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Are there any other questions anyone has? I know it's been a long day. Yep.
Kia ora koutou. Ladies, this inspires me. We in Uawa Tolaga Bay, a small little rohe there, many of us haven't got jobs, and we've got high levels of statistics of people on the dole, and so we've been making little fledgling grassroots businesses, Indigenous people, and COVID taught us that for our businesses to survive, we would need digital capacity to make our businesses robust and to reach outside of our rohe. So I certainly will be emailing you to find out various see how we may be able to assist and contribute, whether it be with bringing people, swapping professionals, or even just supporting our grassroots businesses to grow that digital technology capacity, because we have things in the pipeline too. So thank you very much. Wonderful. Kia ora.
Hoi no, tēnā koutou. Wahine mā. So, speaking as one of the oppressed minority, looking straight at my cousin Agnes, kei te pai kia koutou, kia koro hoki ngā tuaini ki rā wāhi. Kei te tikara ngā kōrero. Mahia ngā mahi. So yes, as my nanny would say, get on with it. Awesome.
I just wanted to say something quickly. Having run an SME myself, my husband and I owned our own business for 3 years. I know how difficult it is to work 60 or 70 hours a week in a store, go home to your family, I've got 2 children myself, as well as do all the behind the scenes things. So I think Tanya's idea to the methodology of speaking directly to SMEs was really, really important. I mean, their voice just isn't heard enough, and they don't survive, a lot of them. Mine only lasted 3 years, and we did okay, but it's just so hard. So we kind of wanted to ask everybody in this room what you thought was missing from our proposal. Is there something else that you want to know, that you want us to dive deeper into?
They take a lot of, I'd like to answer that. Your whānau support, or your relations, family, your family ties, they're usually the
Any final comments, please? Kazu? Ane, one last one.
As our wahine if her declaration says that we no longer, Aotearoa, no longer has a Crown partnership with them, who are we acknowledging as our Crown partner? He pātai, kia koe.
You know why he pātai nui tēnā? Because the Crown doesn't even necessarily know. I mean, he pātai nui, ko wai te karauna. And the Crown, in and amongst itself, will give you a number of different answers. And I've been in front of the Waitangi Tribunal. And a creature created by legislation, we all know, mōhio katoa tātou, and I've heard the judge say, well, I'm not the Crown, and yet the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, the Treaty of Waitangi Act, enable us to bring claims as Māori against the Crown and their legislation and their policies. And so the creation of something by statute is an act of a Crown. So, kare rātau e mōhio e koe, so, you know. But coming back to your question, I heard your question to Laura Clark earlier today, and I heard the response was that we as England will negotiate only with the Crown. We negotiate country to country and with nobody else. And to me, ka takoto te wero te manuka. Why not? We are the treaty partner. We stop at nothing, you know. We see a challenge as an opportunity. So to me, she put the opportunity before us, and it comes back to the point that we made, well, we want to be at that table. And I'm sure, because our for the most part, we do have a progressive, in the context of the global setting, quite a progressive government that in many ways has heard us. We've got the Labour Party there with our Maori caucus. I'm hopeful that we will be heard with respect to that, to being a partner in these negotiations, not not an entity that is engaged with.
Ka pai. I'm going to wrap now. So I'd like to say in closing words to the ladies here with us and in Canada, in the words of us that you heard from us, get on with it. Get on with it. Ka mautou koutou nei wehi, the work that you fellows have done, it's not over. Taru and I have been talking about this for a long time, how there's a well-worn path between here and Canada, but nothing happens. It's talk, 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 talk. So there's a lot of opportunity you fellows have unveiled now, and you've put the challenge in front of us, you've put the challenge in front of the respective governments, and those are some things that we'll need to follow up on. So I thank you on behalf of us all. He paki paki ne? Raylene, thank you for our visitors in Canada. So we're going to wrap now. You're more than welcome to stay with us through the closing. We'll do some summing up if you want to. If you want to depart, please feel free just to drop out. All of the presentations that you've seen today, all of the work that these ladies and the other teams have put together, they will be published shortly, and they will all go onto the Taumata website. As Rawson reminds me now, all of today has been recorded. So if you want to go back and review and watch, Tina, as part of your research, all of the knowledge and discussion from today will be available online. Nō reira, with that, I'm going to move straight now to closure, and I'm going to invite our friend Vangelis to come up and with me to close.
Chris said you first to make sure he gets the last word. Look, so tēnā koutou katoa, thank you very much. That was quite a session, thank you very much. Lots to think about and certainly lots to challenge us on. Sort of thinking about the day, I sort of came away with sort of 6 things that I wanted to say. The first was around the trade recovery and the importance that that will have for all of us, I think, making that work and making sure that trade can be a driver of the sort of the employment and the incomes that we certainly do want, and the 3 R's that I talked about, and the bits and pieces that have come out here in substance, I think do demonstrate how important this process is going to be. I did think that last session was particularly powerful around the IndigiX, because it reminded me also that one of the things that we say in the trade recovery is the international connectivity piece. So it is really important what you're doing. We can discuss those proposals, and I'm certainly open to them. You correctly identified the Inclusive Trade Action Group work that we are doing with Canada and Chile, and I think there is scope in there to think about what that looks like without actually raising if I can be honest about it, about the expectations there, and that what we need to be thinking of. But I do think that was a very important element of that, and I do think that in general it does feed into that point we're trying to do around international connections. I think the importance of Asia to us, the Asia-Pacific region, both commercially in terms of the relationship, as worship is back, I think that is a really good way to think about what our recovery is going to need to look like and how we think about that, as well as needing to level the playing field in some of those older markets that we've more traditionally looked to, where we are currently at a disadvantage. I mean, let me put it bluntly, we have a free trade agreement with China, we don't have a free trade agreement with the UK and the EU, and yet somehow we have this vision that those are the older relationships, and I do find there's a certain irony to all of that. APEC, that is a massive opportunity for us as a country. but also in the Indigenous space. So I thought, Tariana, you really did a good job explaining what is there. Yes, I am chairing the senior officials meeting, and the thought of 300 plus meetings is a bit daunting next year. But there is a real opportunity there, but I also didn't want to lie to you. We do not have agreement amongst the 21 economies for an Indigenous agenda. We do have good support from Canada. We do have good support from Chile, but we do not have that support across the 21. What we need to be thinking about for our host year is this is an investment, not just for next year, but for the next 20. And you guys do think long term. That's what we're going to be doing. So in APEC 2021, we are going to do something in the Indigenous space, absolutely. But it may not be with all 21 economies. But what we're looking to do is that in 5, 10, 15 years, this will be a normal part of the agenda. No one will be able to say no. But it is, I don't want to lie to you, that is going to take us time. And it will take a lot of energy on our part, and I do mean everyone in this room, to support that and to continue to back that process in APEC. I did also want to mention Trade for All. So the government set up the Trade for All Advisory Board, which met over, I think, 2 years to prepare a very detailed report that the government received in November. That was about building confidence in New Zealanders in what the trade policy agenda looks like. Later this week, the Minister is going to be responding to that report formally. He's meeting with the Trade for All Advisory Board membership, and he's going to be making some announcements about many of the recommendations in there. And many of the recommendations that I heard today, including some of the ideas that came out in that last session, are many of the things that the Trade for All Advisory Board has recommended that I know the Minister is genuinely interested in. By that I mean Minister Parker, as well as, of course, Minister Mahuta. So please do watch out for that. That is a really important part of our relationship, all of us, about building confidence that what we do internationally actually reflects our shared interests and our values as we look out into the world. And you know, that Trade for All report, I think, will give us, well, I hope it will give you confidence that what we are trying to do, and we are not doing it perfectly by any means, and I don't want to pretend otherwise. I know I'm taking up a lot of your time, Chris. That means you can only reply very shortly, in brief. But I know we are trying. We are trying to do this better, and we have been on quite a journey over the last 3.5 years. And the taumata is one group that we're working with, but we are looking to expand this and to listen more actively and better. But we have a long way to go, and I know that. And I'm responsible for that, so I know that we've got to do this, and we've got to do it properly. So let me stop by saying, last of all, thank you to you, Chris. Thank you to the taumata. This has been a great session. I expect many, many more like it. But I did want to really acknowledge your leadership on this and the support that you've given for trying to take this forward. To your team that helped make it happen here, really nice to see you as always, and the others that I did manage to see today. Also to my team and my colleagues who also contributed here, Martin, Nawani, Serafina, Alistair is there as well, and then my team from the trade negotiating team that are here that I hope you will get a chance to talk to about the various issues, and they are all here, Claire, Caroline, Michelle, who am I missing? Chrissy's here somewhere. So there's a whole lot of us floating around. Grab us, we look like officials. And don't hesitate to tell us what you think. We are wanting to listen, we are wanting to learn, and we are actually serious about it. Finally, I talked about 3 R's, the retooling exporter support, refreshing the architecture, reinvigorating the international connectivity, building strategic resilience. But in the end, and that's my last word, it really was about what you said earlier. It's about relationships. And I hope it's relationships internationally, but it's also relationships here with you. Thank you.
Kia ora, Vangelis. That's the fellow that's actually doing all of the negotiating for us and all those trade agreements. So you fellas, no, I was going to say be encouraged, because I know he's got a steely backbone. Can I have the next slide, please, to help me sum up? My summing up is going to be very short. Kia tātou, ne? Ka te mohi o mātou ko wai tēnei, ne? Ko Uncle Lapi. Nōku te whenua kei au te kōrero, nōku te whenua ko au te rangatira. We've heard that message coming through today. E hara mo e tahi atu hai kōrero atu mō tātou. Mō mātou e kōrero mō mātou. Ne. Koina ngā kōrero o tēnā o tātou nei pāpā, Uncle Api. And that was really, that's what these hui have all been about. It's been about bringing the ministers, it's about bringing the trade experts, it's about bringing Vangelis and all of his team out to the people to listen to you, to listen to us, so that Vangelis is equipped with the things that he needs to know when he goes into bat for us. He needs to know what's drop dead non-negotiable. He needs to know there'll be a basket of things that, kei te pai, we'll all agree on those sorts of things over there. But then there'll be a bunch of things in the middle that we probably want to be having a talk to Vangelis about as he goes into those negotiations. Because the message we got when we last came here, Māori didn't have a voice into those trade negotiations. Māori didn't have a voice. And so what I hope that you take out of today is really, you now know what an FTA is. You now know what tariffs are. You now know that if those things are not, if you like, adjusted in some way, they will have a material impact, probably positively or negatively, on you, on us. And we heard this last theme coming through over and over today from people like Manu and Whai and others about it was about growing our people and growing jobs for our whānau. It came through in many, many different ways. So those are my last words, and just to leave with those words from Uncle Api to remind us that always stand up and have a voice on these issues. So with that, I'm going to move to closure now, but there's one last thing we would like to do. Kai a koe, Martin.
Alistair. Tina. Now, while I was sitting over here having a bit of a yarn with our co-master Pauwe here,
He wahi tēnei I waia te hea e te kōti. Koe ni wahi, tēnei wahi e mōhio nei mātou, ko te waiwehe rua. E rote te waia tā te kōti e pātō reo, te whakamuta piti whakamutunga e tēnei ana te rere. Pākoutou tātou e kawe ki te waiwehe kia mutu ake ai te aroha I a hau. Nō reira, e mohe o tātou koe ni tau wāhira. Te waiwehe rua, a kia mātau I roto I tēnei kāinga koe ni te waiwehe rua. A ke kati hia tō tātou hui.
Tā e tū tātou.
I tū. Ai ho nore he korori e ki te ato mo na magaro te ui te whenue whakaro pai ki ngā tāngata katoa āmene. E I wai karai te wai ua tapu koe ni rā mātou I tuku atu nei a mātou whakamoi miti atu ki a koe. O tēni tō mātou hui I te tuki rai uni te rangi Māria. Me ti noe no ki a koe ke manākia mai hoki e ni o ponga I whakahua tia I rote o mātou hui. a ke tae e rātou te haere te kawe nā wawa, nā tūmanako a te ao Māori. Me tino e no ki a koe ke haere koe mui a rātou, e arahi a rātou ki nā huarahi a tika. Ke tutuki tā rātou i he ai, tā mātou i he ai. Ke tae ei mātou ki uta i te wāti te ao mārama. Me tino e no ki a koe ke manaki mai hoki e ni o konunga, hoki nei ki o rātou kāinga. Ara mahau e tūwhera ki a mātou nā kuaha o te tika o te pono o te mārama tā. Mā mātou no koe whakamoi miti e whakaprōri e tui ngā tapu. Āmen.
Whakaria mai, Tori mea ia, tia o mai, nā roto i te po, e kona hei ki hoki o mātou ro te nā tini putanga, te tanga nā tini pāke tanga o tēnei ao. Ko koe hoki te atua kahana mananga a tau mutunga kore, korori e tui ngā tapu. Amen.
There is a social get-together across in the bar. Everybody getting together and talking